and my brother had been dead 11 days, when I was first offered marriage as if it were a legal instrument and not a sacrament. By then I had already learned that my younger sister's small inheritance could be guided straight into another man's hands unless I found protection. Before the lawyers and guardians finished being polite about our ruin, then Lord Gabriel Hawthorn stood in my aunt's drawing room and proposed that I take his name in exchange for my safety, and I understood at once that whatever danger had brought him to me was nearly as grave as my own. The bargain at Hawthorn Court. My brother had been dead 11 days when I discovered that grief is treated very differently depending upon whether it leaves a man's creditors satisfied. In the first 2 days after Thomas died, callers came with solemn faces and damp gloves, spoke of Providence in low voices, and praised his charm as if charm had ever settled an account. By the 4th day, the language had altered. Men who had once laughed at his table began to speak of obligations. A cousin twice removed remembered, suddenly and with perfect pain, that he could not possibly continue the loan which had once seemed a pleasure between relations. By the 7th day, my aunt's house had acquired that peculiar silence which only money can impose upon mourning. One heard every knock. One measured every footstep. Even the servants began lifting the tea things with a sort of strained gentleness, as if porcelain might break more easily in reduced circumstances. By the 11th day, I knew precisely how much we had lost, and how much of it had been lost before death had the decency to close the account. My aunt's solicitor, Mr. Lavington, sat opposite me in the morning room with his hands folded over a leather case, and his face arranged into the professional sorrow of a man who has spent 30 years delivering catastrophe in respectable language. The room smelled faintly of lavender, stale coal, and the rain that had not stopped all morning. My aunt had withdrawn after insisting that I hear the matter directly, which was her way of proving kindness through hardness and hardness through love. I was grateful to her for it. I had become tired, in those 11 days, of being looked at as if the truth might bruise me if spoken too plainly. Mr. Lavington cleared his throat once before beginning. Miss Arden, there are 3 separate matters touching your late brother's estate. Only 3. I said. It was an unwise line. I knew it at once. He knew it too. Yet something in his face eased, as if he preferred a woman with insolence to a woman with tears, because the first could at least be answered without handkerchiefs. He said, the first is debt. The second, a guardianship question concerning your sister's portion. The third concerns a disputed note among papers not yet fully traced. I kept my hands flat in my lap, so he would not see them tighten. My sister first. Wes. There are moments in life when one understands a thing before it is said. One's body knows the direction of the blow even while the mind still waits upon words. I knew, before Mr. Lavington's next sentence, that whatever remained of Thomas's reputation would not survive it. He said, your brother, with legal care, held, for the last 2 years, informal management over Miss Julia Arden's small maternal inheritance until she should reach her majority or contract a suitable marriage under approved guidance. Julia was 19. Too pretty, too trusting in some things and too sharp in others. She had inherited from our mother's side not enough money to improve her own life safely, but enough to improve a man's opinion of marrying her, if the man had insufficient delicacy and too many relations. Thomas, who had been 20 kinds of affectionate and 5 kinds of reckless, had treated her portion as if time itself might repay whatever he disturbed. Time, I was learning, possesses no such generosity, I asked, and now? Mr. Lavington opened the leather case. Your brother's named substitute in case of death or incapacity is Mr. Horace Bell. I stared at him. Thomas named Horace Bell. I regret to say yes. That was not merely bad. It was hideous. Horace Bell was our late cousin by marriage, a man with polished whiskers, polished boots, polished manners, and an inner life so oily that one always felt obliged to wash after conversation. He had spent the last year advising Thomas on hunting, cards, and prudence with equal inaccuracy. Worse, he had lately taken to regarding Julia with a species of heavy benevolence, which always made her leave the room on one errand or another within minutes of his arrival. My voice came out colder than before. Under what theory did my brother consider that wise? Mr. Lavington met my eyes directly. I have found no theory yet, Miss Arden. Only a signature. For 1 second grief left me entirely and made room for anger so clean it almost steadied me. I had loved Thomas. I say that first, because the rest of it grows ugly without the truth of love beneath it. He had been warm where the world was cold, laughing where others were dull, and ruinously generous in every direction except the one that requires steadiness. When our father died, Thomas took the shape of freedom more quickly than responsibility. When our mother followed him 2 years later, Thomas became at once the most affectionate and the least reliable guardian imaginable. He kissed Julia's brow, promised me every difficulty could be managed, and lived as if management were a form other whether likely to arrive whether summoned or not. I had excused him too long because he was kind in ways that felt dearer than caution when one was young. Youth, however, should not be entrusted with legal instruments. What power does Bell now possess? I asked. On paper, quite enough to be troublesome. In practice, less if action is taken quickly. Action by whom? By you, if you can persuade a court-connected family or titled household to intervene before Bell turns his temporary authority into something more permanent. I did not speak. The rain continued at the windows with its soft, humiliating persistence. Mr. Lavington added, more gently than before, Miss Arden, I would not put this crudely if another form existed, but Mr. Bell is known to have hinted that your sister's protection, property, and future would all be better secured if she accepted guidance from within his own family. My whole body went cold. His own family, I repeated. He chose not to force me to say the rest. Wes. There are phrases that look almost decent on paper and become filthy only in the mouth. Protection. Guidance. Connection. Suitable settlement. These are the words which girls are shifted like furniture while men continue calling themselves guardians and relations. Julia did not love Horace Bell. She disliked him actively, which was in some respects safer. But dislike is not armor if the law and family convenience begin conspiring in a drawing room. I said, he means to marry her. Bah! Mr. Lavington lowered his eyes to the papers, because even solicitors dislike some truths when they no longer have legal padding around them. Either personally or through some close arrangement, I cannot say. I can only say that delay favors him. Delay. Anne might have written the word in another story. Here for me. It had already become enemy enough before the first chapter of my own future properly began. I sat very still, and thought of Julia upstairs in my aunt's guest chamber, pretending to read, pretending not to hear footsteps in the hall, pretending that mourning protected women from practical men. It does not. Mourning only changes the color of the trap. What if I contest his authority directly? You may, but the contest will take time and money. He counts on both. And if I marry my sister elsewhere quickly. Mr. Lavington gave me the look reserved for women who propose solutions not wholly foolish, and not nearly quick enough. If you had a trusted suitor of independent means and unassailable standing ready to offer within the week, that might alter matters. I do not. The word hung there, clean, impersonal, ruinous. I let out one breath and said, you mentioned a third matter. He hesitated. I disliked him for that at once. Hesitation in men of his profession always means either uselessness or danger. I did not think Mr. Lavington generally useless. He said, there is a note among papers relating to the Hawthorn Trust. The name meant nothing to me then beyond some dim social recognition. The sort any woman of decent upbringing accumulates through years of hearing other people's scandals over cold suppers. What note? It appears your brother signed a witness memorandum 18 months ago touching guardianship contingency and the security of a female child's portion. Though the principal packet to which the memorandum referred is not presently in the Arden papers. I blinked. What has that to do with my sister? Perhaps nothing directly. Perhaps more. I cannot yet tell. But the Hawthorn matter has lately become active, because the former Earl died in January, and his heir has been making inquiries into papers, witnesses, and older family arrangements. And my brother was mixed up in it. Yes. That, by itself, might once have sounded merely like Thomas Charming. Unreliable Thomas drifting through gentleman's business on the strength of wit and signatures. Under present conditions, everything sounded worse. Who is the heir? Mr. Lavington closed the case. Lord Gabriel Hawthorn, the new Earl of Hawthorn. Before I could ask another question, my aunt's maid appeared at the door, and said, with that careful neutrality servants wear in houses, where money has become visible, my lady asks whether you will come to the drawing-room, miss. Lord Hawthorn has called. The room, the rain, the solicitor, my own body, everything seemed to hold itself still for one unreasonable second. Lord Hawthorn, I repeated. Wes, miss. Mr. Lavington looked at me with open surprise. That was the only concession I allowed myself to feeling the same. What can he possibly want? I asked. My aunt's maid, who had better training than most members of Parliament, lowered her eyes and said only, my lady did not say. No, of course she had not. I rose. My knees were reliable, which was more than could be said for most of my life that week. Mr. Lavington stood too, gathered his papers and bowed. Miss Arden. Do not leave, I said before I had time to make the request more elegant. If Lord Hawthorn's business touches my brother's signature, I may require you. Something in his face shifted into respect. Certainly. He withdrew into the little study beyond the morning room. I crossed the passage with the maid, and entered my aunt's drawing-room, as if walking toward whether one has been warned will turn violent by afternoon. Lord Gabriel Hawthorn stood by the far window. That is perhaps the first clear image I retain of him. Not his title, not his voice. The fact of him standing quite still against rain, light, as if stillness were not natural ease but discipline learned too young and kept too long. He turned when I entered. He was taller than Thomas had been, broader through the shoulder, dark-haired, grave-faced, and dressed with the kind of exactness that does not read as vanity but as respect for structure. His morning band was plain. His expression, when it came to rest on me, held neither pity nor impatience. My aunt, seated upright on the sofa with the posture of a woman prepared to receive either proposal or bankruptcy and lose civility in neither case, said, Cicely, Lord Hawthorn has been good enough to explain that his business concerns both an old family paper and a matter in which he believes your position may touch his own. That was a monstrous sentence. I loved her for making it in one breath. I bowed. He bowed. Miss Arden, my lord. The room waited. He did not waste time on weather. That, I discovered later, was his first kindness and his second danger. He said, Miss Arden, I will speak plainly if you permit it. That would be novel. My aunt closed her eyes for half a second. Lord Hawthorn did not appear offended. If anything, something in his face suggested he found directness preferable to the opposite. He said, Very well. Your late brother signed a witness line connected to my niece's trust and to a fallback guardianship schedule now under dispute. I stood very still. My niece, he went on, is 7 years old. Her father, my elder brother, died 4 years ago. Her mother followed him last spring. Since the late Earl's death in January, my cousin Edwin Hawthorn has been pressing the claim that, in the event of procedural defect in the trust or uncertainty in the guardianship papers, the child and her fortune should pass under his supervision, rather than remain in my household. That was said with perfect control. Too perfect. I heard in that control not calm, but effort. Something about the way he pronounced my household told me the child mattered more than legal sequence. I asked, "And my brother?" "Your brother signed something meant to support a contingency instruction 2 winters ago, likely at the request of my brother's London man of business. The principal packet has gone missing. Without it, my cousin can argue that the girl's present position rests on incomplete execution." The rain had slowed. One could hear drops slipping from the gutters outside and striking stone below. My aunt said, "And what has that to do with my niece, beyond the misfortune of her brother's handwriting?" He looked at me then, not my aunt. He said, "2 things. First, if your brother left behind any copy, memorandum, or note tied to the missing packet, it may materially help my niece. Second," he stopped. I disliked him immediately for that pause. Not because it was manipulative. Because it signaled difficulty measured too closely. "Second what?" I asked. His gaze did not move from mine. "Second, I am informed that your sister's inheritance may shortly become vulnerable to the authority of a man not fit to hold it." The room went colder. My aunt rose in one sharp movement. "By whom are you informed, my lord?" "By my solicitor, who spoke this morning with Mr. Lavington after learning your brother's signature touched my family's dispute. My household is not public road," my aunt said. "No." His voice remained even. "Which is why I came myself." That answer checked her, though not entirely. She remained standing. I said, very quietly, "If you know of Bell, then say what you came to say." He gave one brief inclination of the head, as if accepting not command but necessity. "If Bell secures continued authority over your sister's portion, he may attach her future to his convenience faster. Then you can unwind it through the courts. If my cousin secures grounds to question my niece's guardianship, before I have stabilized the household and produced all missing papers, he may do the same to her. There is, Miss Arden, a practical answer to both dangers." I knew, before he said it, that I would hate whatever followed. "A practical answer," I repeated. "Yes." My aunt sat down again slowly, the way one does when bracing for impact one has decided to meet upright. "Lord Hawthorn said, 'You must marry.'" The sentence hung in the room. It did not yet have direction. That made it worse. My aunt said, dangerously soft, "Choose your next sentence with care, my lord." He said, "I mean," still looking only at me, "that you must marry someone whose standing is sufficient to place your sister beyond Bell's immediate reach. And I must marry someone whose character, respectability, and practical intelligence will strengthen my household before my cousin turns gossip and legal uncertainty against a child. I am here to propose that we solve both matters at once." The clock on the mantel ticked exactly twice. I heard each tick separately. Then I said, because speech had to happen or I might forget how, "You propose marriage as if it were a settlement draft." He replied, "No. As if it were the clearest instrument available to us." I should have been shocked. Instead I was furious, because somewhere beneath the fury lay a horrifying recognition that he was not speaking nonsense. My aunt said, "My lord, this is indecent." He turned to her then with perfect civility. "No, madam. Indecent is letting a young woman's fortune be managed into a predatory match while the law moves at gentleman's pace. Indecent is leaving a child in uncertainty, because scandal makes families cautious. This is abrupt. It is not indecent." My aunt, who respected courage even when she disliked its clothing, went silent. I asked, "And what precisely do you think you know of my character, my lord, that makes me fit to solve your household in addition to my own ruin?" A lesser man might have answered with compliments. I should have despised him for it. Gabriel Hawthorn did not. He said, "I know that your brother trusted you least in those matters where he ought most to have done so. I know your sister follows your lead, and has not yet been drawn into Bell's reach, because you have kept watch. I know you asked for the plain truth in the next room, rather than for your aunt's comfort in phrases. And I know," he added, after the briefest pause, "that when a house is under legal strain, sweetness is less used than steadiness. I do not require sweetness." The words, grave and unadorned and almost insulting in their usefulness, reached some part of me that ornament would have missed entirely. I said, "No. You require a wife who can stand upright under witness and not embarrass your papers." Something almost like irony touched his expression. "Among other things, yes." My aunt made a sound halfway between outrage and admiration. I did not look at her. I looked only at the man who had come into a mourning house, spoken of my sister, his niece, my brother's missing nut, and marriage in the same 10 minutes, and had somehow contrived to insult me into attention, rather than drive me from the room. He was impossible, and he was the first person in 11 days to put the danger where I could see all of it at once. "Very well," I said. "If this is to continue, we speak of terms, not sentiment." His face changed by almost nothing, yet I felt the room alter around us, as if some first, unsteady structure had been set down between my anger and his purpose. He said, "Wes, terms." The word sat between us like a contract not yet written and already dangerous. My aunt recovered first. That was unsurprising. She had once received news of my uncle's bankruptcy, my cousin's elopement, and a chimney fire in the same afternoon, and chosen to scold the butler only after all three had been sorted. She folded her hands over one another with the composure of a woman preparing to discuss linen quality rather than the sale of a niece into reason. She said, "Then begin with yours, my lord, and speak as if I have not yet forgotten that you are proposing marriage to a woman whose brother has been dead less than a fortnight." He bowed his head once, accepting both the rebuke and the necessity. He said, "My first term is honesty where it does not damage the child before it helps her." The phrasing caught me at once. "The child," I repeated, "not your fortune." He met my eyes directly. "Nu bow." There was something so simple in the answer that I distrusted it immediately, not because it felt false, but because I had lately grown too used to men whose concern for money always arrived dressed as concern for female comfort. I said, "Explain your niece to me." It was perhaps a strange demand in the midst of a marriage proposal. He did not seem to find it so. He said, "Her name is Lily. She is 7 years old. She has been in my care and practice since her mother's death, and in law since January, though the law would like the matter to be cleaner than grief allowed it to be." The last line told me much more than any tidy explanation could have done. Not merely that the papers were incomplete, but that some confusion had entered at the point where death and duty met, and had remained there long enough to attract the sort of cousin who thrives on defect. My aunt said, "What sort of household would my niece enter?" "A disciplined one." "That is not an attractive answer," he replied. "It is a true one. I ought to have disliked him for that. Instead, I found the honesty almost a relief." He went on. He said, "Hawthorn Court has been in mourning too often. My brother died abroad. His widow never properly recovered the strength or wish to govern a great house. The late Earl preferred order to tenderness and believed could be enforced by silence. That leaves a child too quiet at table, servants too alert to disturbance, and a family cousin who thinks himself entitled to improve all of us by taking power where grief left gaps. It very evenly. Too evenly. Yet I heard enough beneath the control to know that nothing in the speech had been rehearsed for effect. It sounded, rather, like the language of a man who had spent weeks reducing feeling into statements he could survive uttering aloud. My aunt said, "You paint a delightful prospect." He said, "No, only an accurate one." Rain moved softly against the windows. Somewhere in the passage a board creaked beneath a servant's foot and went still again. I found myself absurdly aware of the room, the fire not yet made up for afternoon, the pale stripe of damp light near the carpet edge, the silver bell on the side table, as though the ordinary objects might help me think more cleanly. I said, If your household is so disciplined and so full of legal difficulty, why not marry some titled cousin's daughter trained from the nursery to sit over tea and improve your case by existing decorously? The question should perhaps have insulted him. Instead, the faintest trace of something altered in his face, not amusement, not precisely, but recognition of a line deserved. He said, because a titled cousin's daughter would ask what I could offer her in return for entering a house under dispute, and I should have to answer honestly that the first year would likely contain too much unpleasant paper and too little peace. Then she would be wise to refuse. Wes. And I am not? Note. His gaze remained on mine with exhausting steadiness. You are simply under a different pressure. There it was again. Not flattery. Never flattery. Observation, exact and useful, and therefore almost unbearable. My aunt intervened before I could answer too sharply. If Cecily were to entertain this appalling practicality for another 10 minutes, what becomes of Julia? The moment Miss Arden becomes my wife, her sister passes beyond Belle's immediate reach in two ways. First, by alliance. Belle cannot press so freely against the near relation of an earl, without inviting scrutiny he may not enjoy. Second, if Miss Arden wishes, Miss Julia may come under temporary residence at Hawthorn Court, or under the protection of another household of my recommendation, until her affairs settle. The last sentence was spoken with care. He had said if Miss Arden wishes, not of course she will, and that small distinction reached me more deeply than I had any right to do. Still, suspicion remained my only safe luxury. You speak as if a woman may simply carry her sister into a new house and be believed useful there. He said, You would be. The answer came too quickly. I narrowed my eyes. You cannot know that. But he said, No. I know only that you are asking the correct questions, which is more than can be said for most men in guardianship and half the women in marriage. That nearly made my aunt smile. Nearly, I said. And what would you gain besides a wife who can ask disagreeable questions in a steady voice? He considered, which I respected more than if he had replied at once. A household that appears settled rather than improvised. A child less vulnerable to claims that she is growing up under bachelor management. An answer to my cousin's contention that Hawthorn Court lacks a proper female head and therefore lacks stability. And he stopped briefly, then continued, a witness within the house whom I need not fear is pleased by confusion. The last line struck strangely. Witness, I repeated. Yes, that is a legal word, not a domestic one. In my life at present, the difference is not reliable. Again that unnerving honesty. I rose then, partly because sitting had begun to feel too much like a quiescence and partly because I could not think with him standing, and myself, still under the eyes of my aunt's sofa. I crossed to the mantel and stood there with one hand resting against the cool stone. If I refused you, I said, what then? His answer was immediate. Then, I continue searching your brother's papers, through Mr. Lavington's permission, and you continue the fight against Belle by whatever means remain. Means which you plainly judge insufficient. Yes. There was no insult in the word. That made it almost impossible to bear. My aunt said, and, if she accepts. He answered with the same grave directness he had brought into the room from the first. Then, the marriage is concluded quickly and quietly. Your niece retains her own settlement in form. I add no claim against it. Miss Julia's immediate security is addressed first. Miss Arden enters Hawthorn Court, with full freedom over her sister's rooming, correspondence, and companionship. Remarriage is not to be treated as a love match by either party unless time proves us both incompetent at our own design. There, at last. Something absurd enough to breathe through. My aunt did smile then, though only for a second. I could have kissed her for it. I turned back to him. And between ourselves. He knew what I meant at once. He said, respect. Truth where truth can be used. No public humiliation. No private coercion. No assumption that because you have married me, your judgment has passed into my keeping. The words entered me quietly. No assumption. If another man had said them, I might have taken them for cultivated charm. In Gabriel Hawthorn's mouth they sounded less like a lure than a line he had likely needed to draw for himself as much as for me. Where truth can be used, I said. That sounds dangerously qualified. It is qualified. I stared at him. He did not retreat from the statement. He said, a child's trust and disputed guardianship sometimes require silence until proof exists. I will not promise indiscriminate confidence in every incomplete fear, rumor, or legal suspicion. I will promise that if I withhold anything touching your own standing, your sister, or the structure of our marriage, it will not be done for my comfort. That was very nearly a beautiful answer. It would have frightened me more if I had known then how much danger beautiful answers can conceal. But I did not know it yet. Not fully. I knew only that his caution sounded different from Bell's, from Thomas's, from the 100 male evasions women are trained to mistake for leadership. It sounded, if not safe, then at least deliberate in the right direction. Still, I said, you ask a great deal of trust from a woman you met properly only this afternoon. Wes. That was all, not apology. Not denial. The word settled something in me, not because it solved anything, but because it refused pretense. He knew what he asked. He was not decorating necessity to make himself feel less brutal. My aunt rose. She said, then I think that before anyone makes a decision likely to alter the whole next decade of our lives, we shall require Mr. Lavington in the room, and perhaps less rain at the windows, though the second is less likely. She rang the bell herself. When the maid came, my aunt said, Mr. Lavington. And tea. The first for legal decency, the second for moral survival. As the girl withdrew, Gabriel stepped aside from the window and nearer the center table, not toward me exactly, but out of the room's edge and into its business. That told me more than if he had attempted gentleness. He had not come to perform a melancholy proposal by rain, light. He had come to be examined. Good. Mr. Lavington entered within minutes and looked, when he saw the arrangement of the room, like a man who had privately expected a difficulty and found instead a full architecture of it. My lord, Lady Arden, Miss Arden. Mr. Lavington, said Gabriel, and with a single measured sentence brought him up to the point. Love, I have proposed marriage to Miss Arden on practical grounds, touching her sister's security and my niece's guardianship. She is good enough to consider whether the terms may be made tolerable. We require the legal weaknesses stated plainly. Mr. Lavington blinked once. I have never liked him more. Then he sat, drew out his papers, and became precisely what every household in crisis deserves, more often than it gets a man, too used to ugly truth to make it decorative. The next half hour stripped the whole matter to bones. Bell could, if not checked quickly, make Julia's life difficult enough that any match arranged under his shadow would appear prudent rather than predatory. Gabriel's cousin Edwin could, if allowed to suggest instability at Hawthorn Court, while the missing packet remained unfound, press the courts for supervisory involvement over Lily's fortune and upbringing. My marriage into Hawthorn would not end either threat outright. It would, however, alter the social and legal posture of both. It would not merely be a marriage, Mr. Lavington said. It would be a declaration of structure. Households matter to courts when minors' and women's fortunes are involved. They should matter less than justice and more than they do. My aunt muttered, the English system in 8 words. No one disagreed. I asked, and what of my brother's note? Mr. Lavington and Gabriel exchanged a glance too brief for anyone but a woman under pressure to notice. There are mentions, Mr. Lavington said, Of a missing witness memorandum tied to the Hawthorn Trust sequence, perhaps left incomplete in your brother's papers. If found, it may strengthen Lord Hawthorn's position materially. It does not by itself create his proposal, but it makes alliance less merely convenient than it might otherwise appear. Less merely convenient, I repeated. How romantic. My aunt closed her eyes again. Mr. Lavington pretended not to hear. Gabriel, to my irritation, did hear, and something in his face suggested he would have preferred the line to anger. I set down my untouched teacup. Very well, I said. If I accepted, I would require conditions of my own. Gabriel answered at once. Name them. Not I shall consider them, not if reasonable. Name them. I looked at him very directly. My sister comes first. Before your case, before your cousin, before your household's comfort in acquiring a wife. Yes, Julia is not to be pressed toward any man, any alliance, or any gratitude she has not chosen. Agreed. She may reside where I judge safest. Whether that proves Hawthorn Court or elsewhere. A pause. Not long, but real. Then, greed. I noticed the pause. Not because it offended me. Because it proved he did not surrender words lightly merely to speed me toward consent. That, too, I valued more than I wanted to. I went on. No demand is to be made upon my brother's memory in public which turns him into convenient villain or useful fool, before I know the full truth. This time the pause was longer. At last he said, I can agree that his memory will not be used theatrically. I cannot promise every truth concerning him will be flattering. I did not ask for flattering, he said. No. You did not. Again that sense maddening and alive that he saw too much. Further, I said, if I enter Hawthorn Court, I do not do so as decorative governess to your grief. If the child is to know me, she is to know me honestly as your wife, not as some household arrangement blurred for convenience. The slightest change passed through his expression then. Not resistance. Something nearer to surprise sharpened by approval. He said, Wes. That is exactly what I would prefer. I had not expected that. It disordered me more than contradiction might have done. My aunt said, softly but audibly, that is the first tolerable thing either of you has said. I nearly smiled. Nearly. There was only one condition left, and it was the one that mattered most. I said, I will not enter a marriage in which gratitude is expected as a substitute for equality. The room went very still. Gabriel did not answer immediately. For the first time, since his arrival, he seemed to weigh not only the content of the sentence but the wound beneath it. I thought then of Thomas, of all the ways a clever man may make a woman grateful for rescue from disasters partly of his own making. I thought of Belle, who would no doubt call captivity protection, if allowed sufficient legal vocabulary. I thought, perhaps most sharply, of myself, and of how easily a desperate woman may come to mistake dependence for safety simply because the door has closed behind her with better hinges. At last Gabriel said, No. One word. Nothing more. It was not enough. No, I repeated. No gratitude asked, no obedience implied. If, after marriage, you come to despise me, I suppose I must live in the same house and try to deserve less of it. That should not have moved me. It did. Not because it was charming. It was not. It was grave and almost bleak and, in its way, more romantic than any vow spoken in softer rooms could have been. Mr. Lavington, perhaps feeling legal matters had gone as far toward the emotional as decency allowed, cleared his throat. Miss Arden, there remains the question of timing. I turned to him. How soon? If Miss Belle is to be protected before Belle can deepen his claim, and if Lord Hawthorn's cousin is already stirring over missing papers, then soon enough that society must call it haste and not scandal-baw. My aunt said, You make a distinction without much beauty. He said, Wes. The law is full of such distinctions. I walked to the window because I could not breathe properly in the middle of the room any longer. The rain had thinned to mist. Across the square, the opposite houses stood dark and damp, each window holding another family's private disasters and private soup. How many women, I wondered, had stood just so, hand against glass, and decided whether marriage was the least dangerous of several threats, rather than the flowered beginning of anything one might choose freely? Too many, likely. Behind me my aunt said, in a voice sharpened by love and therefore gentler than anyone else's, "Cicely." I turned. She did not say do not. She did not say yes. She had too much respect for me, or too much knowledge of necessity, to insult me with either. Instead she said, "Whatever you decide, decide from the part of yourself that will still be able to live with your own judgment in 5 years." No one else in the room moved. I looked at Gabriel Hawthorn. He had come to a mourning house and proposed marriage as instrument, shelter, and declaration. He was impossible, grave, and altogether too willing to speak of life, as if structure might save it. Yet he had also listened to every condition I laid before him without once attempting to turn my fear into feminine weakness, or my practicality into coldness. He had not lied. He had not softened the household he offered. He had not called rescue by the wrong name. And under all that discipline, I had seen something else too, not warmth, not yet, but a species of care already tethered to duty so tightly that I could not tell where one ended and the other began. That should perhaps have warned me more. It did warn me. It simply did not send me running. I said at last, "If I agree, I will not promise affection." His answer came at once. "I would distrust it if you did." A dangerous line, because it nearly made me laugh when everything in the room should have remained solemn. I said, "And I will not be hurried into private submission, because the public ceremony occurs quickly." A flicker brief, unreadable crossed his face. "No. Nor will my sister be made to feel she has entered your debt by living under your protection." "Huh?" "No. Nor will your niece." That, I think, startled him more than any condition before it. I saw it in the stillness that followed. Then he said, very quietly, "No." That was the answer that did it. Not because it was generous. Because it proved he had understood me fully enough to know I would never put one girl into safety by requiring another to live on gratitude. Lily mattered in his house exactly where Julia mattered in mine. The symmetry was ugly and exact and, for that reason, trustworthy. I folded my hands before me and heard my own voice speak as if it belonged to a woman farther ahead in time than I yet was. "Then yes," I said. "On terms." The room exhaled. My aunt sat down at once, as if she had been holding up the house by spine alone. Mr. Lavington took up his pen like a clergyman seizing holy oil before the dying reconsider. Gabriel did not move for a full second. Then he bowed, not triumphantly, not warmly, not as a bridegroom who had won a pretty answer. As a man accepting charge. He said, "Miss Arden, I will not forget that." The sentence should have been harmless. I did not then know how much in our future would depend upon exactly what he chose not to forget, and what, disastrously, he might choose to keep from me in the name of use, caution, or care. At that moment I knew only this. I had agreed to marry a man I did not love in order to protect a girl I did, and somewhere inside the legality of the thing, another child's safety had entered with mine. Once a woman has agreed to an absurdity, the world becomes alarmingly efficient about arranging it. The next 4 days passed in a state I can only describe as organized unreality. Mr. Lavington and Lord Hawthorn's solicitor converted my life into papers. My aunt converted my household into lists. Dressmakers, who under ordinary circumstances require 3 visits and 2 insults before admitting a hem exists, managed somehow to produce mourning, suitable wedding silk in half the expected time merely because urgency has always been the truest patron of trade. Julia alternated between fierce gratitude and quiet fury in exactly the proportions I would have expected if our positions had been reversed. And through it all London, which had not yet had time to forget Thomas's death, discovered almost at once that I was to marry an earl with indecent speed, and responded in the only way society knows how, by deciding there must be something deliciously wrong. No one said so to my face. Society is much too refined for direct cruelty, when implication may do the work more elegantly. But notes arrived with extraordinary promptness. Calls were paid by women who had never before remembered my aunt's street. 2 cousins wrote to warn that haste in mourning always invited comment, which was their way of ensuring comment reached us by post before it could by carriage. A dowager who had once informed me that my hair was too fair to look clever now sent her congratulations wrapped in so much piety that one could smell scandal through the sealing wax. I had thought, before these days, that the worst part of practical marriage would be the arrangement between the 2 people concerned. I had forgotten the appetite of everybody else. Gabriel, Lord Hawthorn, still, in my mind and certainly in my mouth, bore the public part of it with a composure I found increasingly difficult to classify. He called each day at my aunt's house. Never too long. Never too early. Never alone with me except in those rooms where propriety already stood guard, and my aunt's hearing was too excellent for mischief. He discussed settlements, Julia's immediate protection, the journey to Hawthorn Court, and the practical sequence by which a wedding might be concluded quietly, without seeming furtive. He never once attempted tenderness. I valued him for it even while resenting the entire circumstance that made such restraint necessary. On the second afternoon, Julia came into my room while I was seated amid muslin, pins, and the sort of pale silk that tries to look bridal and succeeding only in appearing resigned. She shut the door behind her with more force than was necessary and stood looking at me as if I had personally invented marriage to spite her. She said, "You cannot do this." I kept my eyes on the seamstress's work, because if I looked up too quickly I might answer too sharply, and Julia had suffered enough from men's arrangements without receiving my temper as collateral damage. "It appears I can." "No, I mean you must not." The seamstress, a woman of rigid morals and flexible bills, made herself suddenly inaudible at the far side of the room. I do not know whether she possessed delicacy or merely intelligence. Either would have done. I set down the sleeve I had been pretending to examine. "Julia." Her chin lifted. "Do not Julia me as if I am 12. I know what this is. Belle frightened you. And now Hawthorn comes in with his title and his solemn face, and you mean to save me by ruining yourself, instead." The words struck harder than I expected, because they were near enough to a truth I had not wanted voiced aloud. Fatehead is not what is happening. It is precisely what is happening. For a moment, we simply looked at one another. She had our mother's eyes when angry, and our father's hopeless honesty when pain forced itself out before pride could stop it. Thomas had loved her best because she was the brightest thing in every room. I had feared for her most because brightness attracts the wrong sort of hand. I rose. The seamstress, now working at the gown's hem as if salvation lay there, shifted discreetly toward the screen. "Good woman." I crossed to Julia and took both her hands before she could retreat from me. "Listen to me. I am not ruining myself for you. You are marrying a stranger. I am marrying a man whose terms I know. That is not comfort." "No," I said, "but is not. But it is safer than Belle." She drew breath as if to argue further, then stopped. Her eyes brightened at once with tears she was too proud to let fall. "I hate that those are the choices." "So do I, Fear. At last, not consolation, truth." Her fingers tightened around mine. "Do you trust him?" The question had been waiting beneath all the rest. I knew it. She knew it. Perhaps it mattered more than the wedding dress and the license and the lawyers together. I answered with the most honest thing I possessed. "I trust that he has shown me the shape of his need plainly. I trust that he means to protect the child in his house, and will not let Belle near you if I stand under his name. I trust that he respects judgment more than softness." I paused. I do not trust the world that makes such things necessary. But he did not build that world by himself. Julia looked at me very steadily. And if he expects gratitude, then he will be disappointed. That drew the smallest, fiercest shadow of a smile from her. Good. I kissed her forehead because there are moments when elder sisters must choose between dignity and contact, and dignity is usually overrated. She let me. That, from Julia, was its own concession. Later that same day, Mr. Lavington returned with revised papers. Belle had written again, this time to my aunt, expressing concern that Julia's mourning had left her vulnerable to hasty guidance from outside the family and offering his attendance in the most polished language I had ever seen used in aid of legal greed. My aunt read the note aloud at tea, then placed it carefully in the fire and said she hoped the devil appreciated good penmanship when he received it. Gabriel arrived half an hour later and was informed of Belle's latest concern before he had fully removed his gloves. He listened without interrupting. Not a muscle altered in his face. Only when my aunt reached the end and the last of Belle's ink had curled into black flakes among the coals did Gabriel say, very quietly, "Then the license must be moved up by a day." Mr. Lavington looked up. "That may be managed," my aunt said. "Belle will haul." "Good," said Gabriel. "It will remind him he still breathes." The line was so unexpectedly sharp that I looked at him at once. He caught the look and, for one brief second, something passed through his expression which I could not yet name. Not anger alone. Something more personal, perhaps. A man who had spent too long fighting legal men around a child's life may come to regard certain kinds of courtesy as moral insult. I said, "You dislike Belle more than my sister's case alone explains." He took off one glove with slow precision. "I dislike men who call appetite guardianship." There was so much contained in the sentence. Not merely Julia, not merely Belle, but Lily, his cousin Edwin. Perhaps some deeper history inside Hawthorn Court itself, that for a moment the room seemed full of more than we had yet spoken aloud. My aunt, who heard everything and respected silences only when she judged them useful, said briskly, Excellent. Then hate him to good effect and sit down. You will take tea." That evening, after the house had quieted, I stood alone in my chamber and looked at the wedding gown hanging from the wardrobe door. It was very simple. Pale silk, long sleeves, no elaborate trimming. Nothing in it that pretended young delight or flowered certainty. My aunt had insisted upon dignity rather than innocence, which was one of the many reasons I loved her. The gown looked less like a bride's dream than like a woman's answer under pressure. I touched the sleeve once and wondered whether a practical marriage always began by resembling surrender, before it had the opportunity to become anything else. The wedding itself took place on Thursday morning. Rain had given way overnight to a sharp cold brightness, the sort of January light that turns every stone in London clean, and every face a little more severe than nature intended. My aunt, Julia, Mr. Lavington, and two of my aunt's oldest friends made up my side of the party. Gabriel brought Sir Edmund Belham and one grave gentleman from his solicitor's office, whose name I immediately forgot, because he looked as if he had been born wearing black. The chapel was small. Thank heaven. I do not know what weddings mean to women whose hearts arrive ahead of them. Perhaps joy. Perhaps terror softened by beauty. Perhaps the thrilling conviction that the future has opened because love asked it to. Mine meant something else entirely, a stillness, so intense it bordered on numbness, as if every feeling had agreed to stand back from the edge until the legal part was done. Julia cried only when I kissed her after signing. My aunt did not cry at all. She adjusted my glove at the church door and said, "Dear, if you are to become Countess of anything, at least do not go into it with crooked fingers." Sir Edmund, overhearing, laughed so suddenly and honestly that I liked him on the spot. Gabriel gave me his arm for the walk back to the carriage. The pavement outside the chapel gleamed damp in the sun. Two ladies in a passing barouche slowed quite shamelessly to inspect me. A boy carrying loaves stopped mid-step. The city, as ever, watched women change their names with more appetite than it watched men spend theirs. In the carriage, when the door had closed and London fell behind the glass into blur and wheel, rattle, I sat opposite my new husband and became acutely aware that we were at last beyond performance and not yet inside any custom that could make the arrangement feel ordinary. He looked, if anything, more controlled than before the ceremony. That made me oddly less comfortable. Control is useful in public. In private, too much of it begins to suggest pain. At last he said, "You may ask anything you like before we reach Hawthorn Court." I almost laughed from sheer surprise. Anything. Within the limits of human knowledge and legal prudence. "There are those qualifications again," he said. "Wes, I am told I lean on them." The dryness nearly unsettled me more than warmth might have done. So I asked the question that had followed me through the chapel, and the signing, and the bows in the London streets. "Are you sorry?" He did not answer at once. The horses turned west. Sun moved across the carriage roof in brief intervals as we passed beneath bare branches and open sky. He said, "Sorry that I married you, Wes." "No, Bo." The answer came plain and low and without the slightest hesitation. Something in me, which had prepared for diplomacy, went still. He went on before I could answer. "I am sorry for the terms that made it necessary. I am not sorry you are the one sitting opposite me." The sentence sat in the carriage between us like something lit and dangerous. I looked out of the window at once, because there are moments when one must choose not to meet a man's eyes if one wishes to keep command of one's own. After a moment I said, "That is a better answer than I expected. I am relieved. Most of my answers seem to displease you. Only because they are often uncomfortably useful. The carriage rolled on. Neither of us spoke for a while. Then, as London thinned and the road opened, he said, very evenly, "Hawthorn Court is not a cheerful house just now." I had gathered that. My niece may not come to you quickly. I did not expect her to. My aunt by marriage, Lady Morland, is in residence until the end of the month. She believes herself useful in crisis and may prove otherwise. How fortunate that I come trained by relatives. At that, to my astonishment, he smiled. Not fully. Not long. But enough that I saw at once the man he might have been under easier inheritance, a warmer, perhaps, and far more dangerous for it. The smile vanished almost before I could trust it. I was left oddly disordered by its absence. Then he said, "There is one more thing." I turned back toward him. "My household knows this is a marriage of urgency. They do not know all the reasons. And if they speculate, they will. My concern is not speculation. My concern is that no one in the house ever suggests to your sister or to the child that gratitude is expected where safety ought to be ordinary." The line struck me deeply enough that I could not answer at once. At last I said, "Then on that point, at least we are allied." He held my eyes for 1 second longer than necessary. He said, "Wes, on that point." The carriage rolled on toward Hawthorn Court, and the life I had chosen under terms, duty, and a kind of trust too provisional to be named anything more generous yet. Behind us lay London, bell, burial, and papers. Ahead lay an earl's house, an orphaned child, a missing memorandum, and the dangerous possibility that practical marriage might prove less simple in daily life than it had been over law. Hawthorn Court did not so much receive us as endure our arrival with excellent breeding. The house stood on a rise above a wet winter lawn, all pale stone, long windows, and measured proportions that suggested generations of people had lived there under rules too old to question and too heavy to move. It was not forbidding exactly. Forbidding houses announce themselves with more vanity. Hawthorn Court was something subtler, and, for that reason, more alarming. Oh, it looked like a place where feeling had been permitted, only after proving itself orderly enough not to disturb the furniture. The carriage wheels ground over the last stretch of gravel. 2 footmen came down the steps before we had fully stopped. The butler appeared in the doorway with the grave serenity of a man who has seen births, deaths, inheritances, and weak claret without permitting any of them to alter his posture. Behind him the hall lay warm with firelight and shadow, every line of it composed, every table polished, every portrait too well placed to be accidental. I understood at once what Gabriel had meant by a disciplined house. No noise greeted us. No confusion. No servants crossing at speed because the new countess had arrived under unfortunate circumstances and the world had forgotten its order. Hawthorn Court had anticipated us, and had made anticipation look like nature. Gabriel descended first, and turned to offer me his hand. I took it, because the step was higher than seemed necessary, and because refusing would have looked theatrical. His grasp was steady, warm through the glove, and entirely without display. Another thing I noticed and stored away. The butler bowed. My lord, Lady Hawthorn. The title entered the air like a legal instrument, too large for the room, and for a second, did not fit me at all. Gabriel said, Prin. Has Lady Morland retired? No, my lord. Lady Morland waits in the west drawing-room. Miss Lily is with nurse in the schoolroom. Mrs. Finch asks whether my lady would prefer tea sent up or taken below. Mrs. Finch, I thought at once. There was the housekeeper then, the first real female authority of the household, and likely the most dangerous person in it, after the solicitors. Good. Below, I said before Gabriel could answer for me. Prin bowed again. If the choice surprised him, his expression did not commit the impropriety. Gabriel looked at me briefly, not with approval, not with challenge, only with notice. He said, Very well. Tea, below. He did not lead me by the elbow. He did not perform possession for the servants. He walked beside me through the hall, and that small discipline mattered more than I wanted it to. The hall itself was beautiful in the severe way great houses sometimes are, when they have been governed by people who distrust ornament unless it can also carry meaning. The black and white floor shone softly under the lamps. The staircase rose broad and restrained toward a gallery hung with family portraits. A great fire burned in the hearth beneath carved stone so old it no longer asked to be admired. The house smelled faintly of beeswax, cedar, damp wool brought in from the road, and somewhere under all that the ghost of lavender from linen presses and women who had once ruled these rooms more gently. My gaze lifted to the portraits because portraits tell the truth of a house more quickly than its inhabitants do. Hawthorn men, Hawthorn women, 1 bishop, 2 officers, 3 ladies in white who looked as if they had been taught from infancy to conceal opinions until men left the room. And high on the right, set a little apart from the others, a larger portrait of a fair-haired woman with dark, level eyes holding the hand of a child not more than 4. The woman's face was gentle without weakness. The child stood grave beneath her hand, as if already learning how families arrange themselves around loss. I stopped before I could think better of it. Gabriel stopped too. Your brother's widow? I asked. Yes. The answer came quietly, not guarded, not embellished. And Lily? Yes. The child in the portrait had the same set to the mouth I had seen in Gabriel. When he was displeased and determined no one should know which came first. Before I could ask more, a voice behind us said, Gabriel, really, you might at least bring your bride to the fire before introducing her to our dead. I turned. Lady Morland stood in the doorway to the west drawing-room, one hand resting on the frame and the other gathering a dark shawl more closely about her shoulders. She was perhaps in her late 40s, handsome in a tired way, and dressed in mourning softened by expensive fabric and long usage. Her face, like Gabriel's, had been shaped by discipline. Unlike his, it did not entirely hide what life had cost her. I liked her at once and distrusted that liking. "Letty Morland," I said. Gabriel said, "My dear, unless you are angry with me already, I beg you to call me Clara. A marriage accomplished in 4 days has no time for ceremonial distance. Clara." Just that. One word. It held in equal measure warning, affection, and the exhaustion reserved for female relations who mean well and know exactly how far that excuse should carry them. Lady Morland smiled at him as if she had outlived several of his objections already, and expected to outlive this one too. She came toward me, and took both my hands without asking permission. Ordinarily I dislike that in strangers. On this occasion it felt less like claim than welcome offered quickly because time had not allowed for anything slower. She said, "You have done a brave thing." Gabriel said, "No." Before I could answer, "A practical one." Lady Morland's eyes flicked toward him. "Do not begin correcting the woman before she has had tea." Then she turned back to me, and lowered her voice just enough that the servants in the hall might not hear, and the family certainly still could. "Forgive him. He thinks adjectives are gateways to chaos." I ought not to have laughed. The laugh came anyway, brief and helpless and far more revealing of my fatigue than any display of sentiment would have been. Gabriel heard it. Of course he did. Something in his face eased by degree, though whether from relief or caution I could not tell. Tea was laid in the west drawing-room. The room itself was long and warm, with windows looking over the south lawn, and a second fire burning lower than the one in the hall. Here, unlike the rest of the house, there were signs of actual life imperfectly smoothed over, a workbasket by one chair, a child's copybook half hidden beneath a table, 2 extra cushions placed where comfort and formality had evidently gone to war and comfort had won on points. I valued the room instantly for that. Mrs. Finch entered almost as soon as we did. There are some women whose authority never needs to be declared because every teacup on the estate already knows it. Mrs. Finch was of that order. She was perhaps 60, plainly dressed, spare through the figure, and had the kind of face which, if shown a false account, would not waste 10 seconds on politeness before condemning it. Her hair was severely arranged. Her eyes were not severe at all. They were much more dangerous observant. She said, "My lord, Letty Morland, my lady," the last title she gave me without hesitation. "I noticed that too, Mrs. Finch," said Gabriel. "Letty Hawthorn has chosen tea below." "Very good, my lord. The blue room has made my lady wishes to retire early. Miss Julia's chamber adjoins by the small passage, as requested." Again, I noticed. He had remembered Julia before my arrival. Not merely the abstract of her security, but the simple fact that sisters should sleep near one another in strange houses, when the whole rest of life has altered in a week. "Thank you," I said. Mrs. Finch inclined her head. "If my lady has preferences not yet known to the house, I should be grateful to have them before supper invents them for us." Lady Morland made a soft sound which might have been a hidden laugh. I said, "I prefer truth to arrangements made for my comfort, Tot." Mrs. Finch looked at me then. Really looked. "That is often the safer preference, my lady." And there, in one sentence from a housekeeper, I felt more welcome than any number of pretty speeches might have managed. Tea proceeded under the strained calm natural to households where everyone has decided to behave beautifully, because otherwise they will all begin telling the truth at once. Lady Morland asked after my aunt and Julia. I answered. Gabriel spoke only where needed. Mrs. Finch saw to the tray, and withdrew at the exact point where a less intelligent housekeeper might have remained to gather information. I began to understand how Hawthorn Court had survived repeated grief without collapsing into melodrama. The people who kept it standing knew when to stay and when to vanish. At last Lady Morland set down her cup and said, too casually to be accidental, "Lely should be told now rather than at supper." Gabriel, his hand, resting beside the saucer, became very still. "I know. Bah! Then if you mean Cecily to be a fact of the house and not merely a rumor servants are too well trained to repeat, I suggest delay has ceased to be useful. There was something about the sentence, the emphasis on fact, on the house, on delay and usefulness, that made me at once more attentive. People in strained households repeat certain words until they become the private grammar of their fear. Useful. Delay. Fact, house. I had heard all of them already in Gabriel's mouth. He rose. Very well. Then, to me, would you prefer to come now, or to wait until supper? The choice startled me. I had expected him to decide for the child and perhaps, by extension, for me. Instead, he had placed the matter plainly in my hands. Now, I said. Lady Morland gave a tiny nod, as if one question just asked and answered had told her something she meant to remember. The schoolroom lay in the older east wing, up one flight of stairs and down a quieter corridor, where carpets softened footsteps in the house seemed to lower its voice out of respect for childhood or sickness, or both. Gabriel walked beside me, not ahead. No servant followed. This, I thought, was deliberate too. He intended no audience for whatever the child's first reaction might be. At the schoolroom door he paused. He said, She has been told I was to marry. She has not yet seen you. I gathered that. She may ask very direct questions. That recommends her. For the first time since we had entered the house, I saw a flicker of unmistakable warmth in his eyes. It was gone almost at once, but not before it altered something in me by a degree too small to name and too real to deny. He opened the door. Lily stood by the window with a wooden horse in one hand, and the expression of a child interrupted in serious thought. She was smaller than the portrait suggested and fairer. Her pale hair caught back carelessly by a ribbon already escaping its duty. She wore a dark blue frock and black stockings and looked, in that first instant, not frightened exactly, but vigilant. A nurse stood near the table with mending in her lap. She rose when we entered and curtsied. My lord. Nurse Palmer. Lily did not move. Gabriel crossed the room only as far as the hearth and stopped. Again, not imposing, not summoning. Leaving the space to her, he said, Lily, this is Lady Hawthorn. The child's gaze came to me and remained there with the unsettling steadiness of young creatures who have learned too early that adults often mean more than they say. I curtsied very slightly because adults forget, to their shame, that children deserve forms too. Miss Lily. She looked at Gabriel without taking her eyes fully from me. Is she to stay? The question, so plain and so entirely without ornament, went straight through every veil of social speech in the room. Gabriel said, Was. Lily considered that. Then why is she in mourning? I ought to have smiled. I could not. The child had put her finger at once on the strange heart of the matter, marriage and grief arriving in one body, one house, 1 week. Because my brother died recently, I said. Lily thought again. Did you want to marry Uncle Gabriel anyway? Nurse Palmer shut her eyes. Gabriel's expression did not alter, but the stillness in him became almost heroic. I said, because no child deserves a lie merely because adults find truth awkward. I wanted to protect my sister. Your uncle wanted to protect you. We thought we might do both better together than separately. Lily digested this with remarkable gravity. That is not the same as wanting. No, I said, it is not. A long silence followed. Then, to my astonishment, the child nodded once as if I had passed some internal examination not of affection but of sense. She said, Very well. Nurse says wanting is unreliable in grown people. Nurse Palmer made a soft mortified sound. Gabriel, to his credit, did not laugh. I valued him more for that than if he had. Lily came nearer then, not to Gabriel but to me. She stopped an arm's length away and held up the wooden horse as if presenting evidence. She said, His name is Atlas. He bites if people are silly. I am grateful for the warning. This time the child almost smiled. The moment, small as it was, changed the room, not into warmth. Something more cautious and therefore more hopeful. Acceptance on probation, perhaps. A beginning no one in it meant to spoil with adult sentiment. We stayed only 10 minutes. Long enough for Lily to ask whether Julia would come too, whether sisters were always noisy at night, and whether my morning gowns meant the house must remain dull forever. Long enough, too, for me to see that Gabriel's voice changed by a fraction when speaking to her. Not softer exactly, but less armored, as if he knew children can smell false authority the way hounds smell blood. When we left the schoolroom, the corridor outside felt strangely larger than before. Gabriel said, "She liked you. I think she approved my honesty. That is more than liking in her present state." I glanced at him. "You sound almost proud." "I am." The answer came so unexpectedly, and so unguardedly that I stopped walking. He stopped too. For 1 second we stood in the quiet corridor between the schoolroom and the stair. The whole house below us, the child behind us, the future ahead arranged in legal sequence and still somehow human enough to surprise. Then I said, "Because what else could I do with such a moment but cut it cleanly? You should be careful, my lord. Pride in practical marriages may lead to a dangerous reputation for feeling." Something like a smile touched his mouth, not fully, not long. "Enough. I have already been accused this week of worse." We went on. At supper the full shape of the household revealed itself. Lady Morland sat at Gabriel's right and managed the table with the wary competence of a woman who has long since learned that men may inherit titles, but not necessarily timing. I sat opposite her. Lily was brought in for the first remove and took her place halfway down on a cushioned chair beside Nurse Palmer's sister, who served as her governess and guardian of vegetables. No other close family appeared. That, too, I noticed. A great house without crowding is never merely empty. It has usually been made so by death, estrangement, or both. Servants moved quietly. The silver was old and the glass excellent. Conversation began on weather, because weather is the refuge of families with too much else to say. Yet beneath it all I felt tension running through the house like a string drawn under cloth. Not panic. Not even open discomfort. Something more dangerous because better trained the effort of everyone present not to touch certain names. One of those names emerged anyway. Lady Morland, midway through the fish, said, Gabriel said, "Mr. Lavington sent the trunk list, Wes, and the Arden papers." Not yet complete. The sentence was ordinary enough on its face. Yet Lily, who had been eating peas with military concentration, looked up at once. "Is that the man who signed something for Papa?" The room stilled. No one dropped a fork. No servant faltered. Hawthorn discipline remained intact. Still, I felt the change as clearly as if a glass had shattered on the cloth. I looked at Gabriel. He had become very still indeed. Lady Morland set down her knife. "Lily." The child blinked. "Nurse said I was not to ask at dinner. But I am already at dinner. No one could possibly have prepared me for how much I might like her." Gabriel said, after a moment, "Wes, Mr. Arden witnessed a paper for your father." There it was then. Not my late brother. Not an old memorandum. Mr. Arden. "A paper for your father." Lily accepted this without drama. Children raised around sorrow learn very quickly which truths may be touched, and which only acknowledged in passing. She returned to her peas. The room resumed itself by force. I did not. The sentence had opened something in my mind which would not close again. Thomas had not merely stumbled across a gentleman's legal disorder. He had witnessed something specifically for Gabriel's brother. For Lily's father. That made the missing memorandum suddenly more intimate and, for that reason, more troubling. I said nothing at table. There are moments when silence is not submission but collection. Yet by the time supper ended and Lady Morland proposed that Lily be excused before dessert, improved her beyond correction, I knew one thing with certainty. Whatever had passed between my brother and Hawthorn's dead had not been casual. And whatever Gabriel knew of it, he had not yet told me the whole. When the ladies withdrew, and I stood a moment alone by the west drawing-room fire before Lady Morland joined me. I let my gaze move over the room with new attention. The writing desk near the window, closed and locked. The cabinet beside it with one drawer, not perfectly flush to the frame. The small silver key on Gabriel's watch chain, when he had stood at the schoolroom door and thought himself unobserved. A practical marriage, yes. A child to protect. A sister to save. A household under witness. And somewhere inside Hawthorn Court, I thought. My brother's hand had already passed once through the structure of this family before ever I entered it. That knowledge did not frighten me yet. It made me alert. My first morning at Hawthorn Court began with bells, not birds. The house woke in layers. First a distant servant's bell somewhere below, crisp and practical enough to cut through sleep without apology. Then the softer movement of feet in the passage outside my chamber. Then the fire being stirred in the grate by hands too practiced to waste sound. Only after all that came the actual morning, pale through the curtains and silver, with the sort of winter light that makes every room appear at once cleaner and more severe than it did by candle. For one uncertain second I did not know where I was. Then the canopy above me, the unfamiliar dressing table, the scent of cedar and lavender from hawthorn linen, and the quiet weight of the title that had gone to bed with me the night before returned all at once. Lady Hawthorn. It still felt like an arrangement written in someone else's hand. A knock came at the inner door connecting my room to Julia's. Nell. I crossed the carpet at once and opened it. Julia stood already dressed, her hair only half pinned and her expression caught between alarm and indignation, which meant she had slept badly and intended to blame circumstances instead of nerves. I was glad of that. Tears I could have borne, spirit was a kinder burden. Did you sleep? I asked. A little. Did you? Enough to remain lawful, Gappa. She made a face and came in without invitation. Then stopped in the middle of the room to look about her properly for the first time. The blue bed hangings, the polished chest, the fireplace, the windows looking over the south lawn and the winter striped trees beyond, everything in the room announced wealth without vulgarity and order without softness. Hawthorn Court did not glitter. It endured, she said. It is very grand, at last. It is very organized. That sounds like your way of disliking it politely. It is my way of not deciding too quickly. Julia came nearer the window and peered out between the curtains. Frost had silvered the lawn. Beyond it, the west wood stood dark against the morning. The sky was clear for the first time in days, and so pale it looked almost brittle. She asked, "Do you think he is awake already?" "Almost certainly." "That seems unfair. Titles appear to encourage early rising in men." "It would not encourage it in me." "No," I said. "Nothing could." That nearly made her smile. A maid arrived soon after with hot water, and a message that breakfast would be served below in half an hour. And that Lady Morland asked whether Miss Julia would prefer chocolate or tea. Julia, hearing this as the civilization it was, chose chocolate with the solemnity of a treaty. By the time she had gone back to her own chamber, I had dressed, pinned my hair, and stood for one brief moment before the looking-glass trying to discover whether anything in my face reflected married life beyond fatigue and a firmer mouth. If it did, I could not find it. Breakfast was laid in a smaller room than the dining chamber, one with south windows, a round table, and enough warmth in its proportions to suggest that Hawthorn women, dead or living, had once insisted there be at least one place in the house where food could be taken without looking as if the family expected witnesses. Sun fell over the silver urn and the blue china. The fire was brisk. A child's chair had been pulled nearer the hearth. Again, I noticed everything at once, because women entering new houses must. One learns a family not from speeches but from habits. Where a child sits, who pours first, whether servants wait stiffly or with natural ease, whether books appear in breakfast rooms, whether flowers are fresh or merely maintained. Gabriel was already there. He stood by the mantel with a sheaf of opened letters in one hand and coffee untouched on the table beside him. He had plainly been at work before any of us rose. His coat was dark, his cravat severe, his expression composed enough to be almost forbidding until one saw the marks of wakefulness under his eyes and understood the composure cost him something. He bowed when I entered. "My lady." The title on his lips remained grave rather than intimate. I found that oddly reassuring. "My lord." Lady Morland sat already at the table, and looked at us both over her cup with the resigned intelligence of a woman who has survived enough awkward households to know that formality at breakfast is often merely emotion wearing boots. She said, "Lily will be down presently, unless she has decided to become a nun overnight and refuse society. Either remains possible." At that moment Julia came in, followed by Mrs. Finch, who appeared to have taken personal responsibility for my sister's safe arrival among Hawthorn furniture. Gabriel greeted Julia with the same even courtesy he had shown yesterday, neither too warm nor too distant. Again I valued him for it. Men too eager to please young women often imagine themselves charming, when in fact they are only alarming. We had barely taken our places when a small commotion sounded in the passage, not loud, never loud in this house, but enough of a disturbance that every adult at the table heard it, and none pretended not to. A child's voice rose in objection. Nurse Palmer answered in that low, firm tone used by women who know better than to fight children with volume. The door opened. Lily entered in blue wool, her ribbon again escaping its duty, and stopped dead when she saw me seated not as guest but as part of the table. It was the smallest of pauses. It changed the room. Children understand structure more quickly than adults like to admit. She had accepted me yesterday as a fact newly introduced. This morning she had to measure whether the fact had remained. "Good morning," I said before any of the others could turn her into an object of interpretation. Her gaze moved from me to Gabriel and back again. Then she came forward slowly and curtsied in a manner suggesting Nurse Palmer had drilled the movement into her bones and not yet made peace with the spirit in which it was performed. "Good morning, Lady Hawthorn." The title, in her small voice, struck me more deeply than the butler's had. Perhaps because servants speak by training and children by adaptation. "Good morning, Lily." She climbed into her chair. A Nurse Palmer settled behind her, with that apparent passivity all good nurses cultivate, while remaining prepared to intervene in soup, morals, and family life at 1 second's notice. For the first few minutes, breakfast attempted normality. Gabriel poured coffee for Lady Morland and tea for me only after asking whether I preferred it. I noticed that too. Julia was given chocolate and looked almost sentimental over the cup. Mrs. Finch oversaw the sideboard from a distance sufficient to suggest confidence and near enough to correct anyone who disappointed her. The sunlight strengthened. Somewhere beyond the windows a rook landed on the lawn and stalked about as if the estate belonged to lesser species on sufferance. Then Lily set down her spoon and said, into the middle of the porridge course, "Will she always sit here now?" Lady Morland closed her eyes briefly. Julia looked at me in alarm. Nurse Palmer stiffened by a fraction. Gabriel said, "Wes, Lily considered this. Then where did Mama sit? There are questions one knows will come and still never receives prepared. The room changed all at once from breakfast chamber to memory field. Even the servants felt it. Mrs. Finch lowered her eyes to the sideboard. Nurse Palmer's hand settled more firmly on the back of Lily's chair. Gabriel answered with the same calm he had used the night before, but I heard the effort in it now that I had begun learning his house. He said, "Dear," indicating the chair at his right, presently occupied by Lady Morland. Lily frowned. "Then Aunt Clara has taken Mamma's place." Lady Morland said gently, "Only for this winter, goose." Lily did not smile. I looked at the table, at the chairs, at the sunlight over the silver, and understood suddenly that in houses under grief every movement is interpreted against absence. I was not merely a new wife at breakfast. I was a body occupying space once held by the dead. Before anyone else could answer wrongly, I said, "Then perhaps I should say this plainly. I am not here to take your mother's place." The room went still again. Lily looked at me with that unnerving, direct seriousness of hers. "Then whose place are you taking?" No one breathed. I ought to have found something prettier. Something womanly, perhaps. Something fit for nurseries and difficult houses. Instead I said the truth, because the house had already taught me that ornament around pain does not soften it for long. "No one's," I said. "I am only taking my own." For 1 second I thought Lady Morland might cry. She did not. Gabriel did not move at all, but the control in him sharpened to such a degree that I knew the answer had struck home in more directions than the child alone. Lily considered once more. Then, to the astonishment of every adult present, she nodded and returned to her porridge. She said, "That is better." The breath went out of the room. Julia nearly choked on her chocolate in relief. Lady Morland took up her cup with a steadiness that had become heroic. Gabriel said nothing at all, which was perhaps the greatest sign of his gratitude. Had he thanked me in the moment, he would have reduced the answer into performance. Instead he let it stand, which made it real. Breakfast resumed. The rest of it passed under calmer weather, though not easy weather. Lily asked Julia whether London streets truly smelled of horses all year. Julia replied that only the best ones did. Lady Morland described the vicar's wife's annual war with Maldu. Gabriel read 2 more letters and answered one verbally to a footman, the business of the estate entering and leaving even the breakfast room as if there were no clear line between household and governance in a place like Hawthorn. Once, while Lily argued with a boiled egg, I watched Gabriel do nothing at all for nearly half a minute and understood that his household management depended as much on non-interference as on command. A useful lesson. Men who govern everything openly are easy to dislike and easy to resist. Men who know exactly when to hold their hand back are far harder to judge. After breakfast, Lady Morland claimed Julia for a tour of the West Rooms, declaring that no young woman should be left to discover a great house entirely by doors, while Nurse Palmer took Lily upstairs to lessons with the solemnity of a woman escorting a small foreign power to negotiations. That left Gabriel, Mrs. Finch, and me in the breakfast room. Mrs. Finch approached at once. "My lady, if you please. There are household books requiring signature, and a short list of servants whose names may prove more useful to know before they become urgent." It was the sort of practical welcome I preferred to sentiment, and I told her so by rising immediately. Gabriel set down his last letter. "I am due in the estate office in 10 minutes. If my lady is willing. I thought to show her the principal rooms before I go below." Mrs. Finch looked at me, not at him. That pleased me more than it should have. "I am willing," I said. The tour, if it may be called that, was not conducted as one might lead a bride through treasures acquired with one's ancestors. Gabriel showed me the house the way a sensible captain shows a second officer a ship, in weather. This is where fires run badly in an east wind. This bell rings the nursery. This door sticks in damp. These rooms are little used. This passage shortens the distance between sickroom and chapel. This cabinet contains household ledgers. The silver is counted on Tuesdays. And if Mrs. Finch says a thing about linen, one is wise to believe her. It was, absurdly, more intimate than flattery. He brought me first through the principal saloon, then the long gallery, then the morning room and music room. I learned that the late Earl had preferred silence after luncheon, that Lady Morland loathed draughts and therefore moved furniture every winter in open war with the architecture, and that Lily's schoolroom had once been Gabriel's own, which explained a great deal about the shelves, and nothing comforting about the family. "Did you hate it?" I asked, pausing before a row of old copybooks on the upper shelf of a cabinet. He glanced at them and then away again. "No." The answer was too brief. "Not false. Too narrow." "That sounds qualified." "It is not." He folded his hands behind his back with the exactness I was beginning to recognize as self-command under pressure. "I hated being watched in it." "That is not the same as hating a room." Again one of those lines, plain enough to pass over, alive enough to stay. We went on. At the small chapel in the east corridor he paused but did not open the door. He said, "It is used rarely now. Mostly for Christmas and funerals. I imagine the second has had more practice." "Yes." The word settled heavily between us. At last he brought me into the room that mattered most. The small housekeeper's office, beyond the still-room passage, where the practical life of Hawthorn Court seemed to gather itself into ledgers, lists, sealing wax, and the smell of starch. Mrs. Finch joined us there, carrying 3 books, and the expression of a woman determined to see whether the new countess possessed either sense or handwriting. For the next half hour she instructed me in the house. Not ceremonially. Not as though I had married for ornament, and must be taught the graceful fictions of management. No, Mrs. Finch gave me facts. Which servants had been with the family longest? Which under-housemaid cried whenever the undercook raised her voice? Which dairy accounts had gone wrong after the late Earl dismissed a steward in temper and never properly replaced him? How Lily's routines altered when frightened. Where Lady Morland kept the key to the medicine press when she thought nobody knew. Which footman idolized Gabriel and therefore broke glasses whenever trying too hard to be perfect in his sight. I listened. I asked questions. I signed the household books where required. Through it all Gabriel remained by the window with 2 estate letters in one eye, I think, still on the conversation. Not interfering. Listening. Learning how I listened in his house. At length Mrs. Finch said, closing the final ledger, "The servants will not love you at once, my lady. That is not their duty. But, if you tell them the truth of things before they are forced to learn it by consequences, they will come round faster." "I dislike forced gratitude and forced surprise equally," I said. Mrs. Finch's mouth changed by the slightest degree. "So do I." Gabriel looked up then, he said, "Or housekeeper. His sometimes mistaken for a radical." "I am mistaken for no such thing, my lord," Mrs. Finch replied. "I only dislike preventable idiocy." At that, to my astonishment, Gabriel laughed. Not loudly, never that, but the sound was real enough to change the room. Mrs. Finch looked pleased without allowing the pleasure into her face. I, who had until then seen him smile only in fragments, found myself disordered by the effect of actual laughter upon a man otherwise built of control. He recovered at once, which somehow made it worse. He said, "I am due below." "Mrs. Finch, if my lady wishes to see the West Nursery cabinet later, have it opened." Mrs. Finch bowed. "Very good, my lord." The West Nursery cabinet. The phrase struck me at once. Not because of the cabinet itself. Because Gabriel had chosen to mention it in passing, as if it mattered enough to remember, and not enough to explain. There was something in the way Mrs. Finch's eyes flickered, just once, toward him and then to me, that suggested the cabinet belonged not merely to nursery order, but to older household memory. I asked, lightly. What is in the West Nursery cabinet? Mrs. Finch answered before Gabriel could. Old copybooks, small toys too broken for sentiment and too valued for throwing away, letters from former governesses, and enough dust to disprove all theories of progress. Gabriel did not contradict her. He only said, "My lady may find it useful in understanding the household." Then he bowed to me and left for the estate office. I watched him go. Not because he was handsome under morning light, though he was in that grave, unreasonable way which makes beauty feel almost like a character flaw. Not because he was my husband, though the title still startled me whenever memory collided with fact. I watched him because his departure left behind something I could not yet sort, clean-like relief at being spared further scrutiny, and a small unwelcome curiosity about what he had not explained. Mrs. Finch, who missed very little, said dryly, "My lord is easier in letters than in rooms." I had noticed. He thinks too much before speaking. That is generally preferable to too little. Not always. She took up the household books. Sometimes it only means the truth arrives later than is useful gall. The sentence entered me softly and remained there. Later than useful. It was too soon to call the line a warning. Still, as I left the housekeeper's office and walked back through the upper corridor toward my room, I found that Hawthorn Court no longer looked merely disciplined. It looked watchful. Not hostile. Not hostile. Not cold. A house trained to carry grief, children, and older papers under order until order itself became another form of concealment. And somewhere inside that order, I thought, lay my brother's missing witness note. I had been mistress of Hawthorn Court less than 4 hours when I learned that even marriages concluded in haste do not remain private long enough to be properly regretted. It began with a carriage at noon. Until that hour the day had moved under the useful fiction that a household might settle itself by routine alone. Gabriel remained below with estate letters and men of accounts. Lady Morland took Julia through the west rooms and the still-room garden path, despite the cold, determined that my sister should learn the house through windows, and not rumors. Mrs. Finch had me over the nursery inventories for 20 more minutes than propriety strictly required, then released me toward my chamber with the dry observation that no woman ever truly enters a great house until she has seen where the candles are kept and who lies about them. I had only just reached the upper landing when I heard wheels in the forecourt below. Not one of the working carts. Not a farm wagon either. A proper carriage, light enough for visiting, heavy enough for rank, and driven with the particular confidence of people who assume they have every right to arrive where they please. I stopped at the gallery rail and looked down into the hall. Prynne crossed from the morning room to the front steps. A footman followed. Gabriel emerged from the estate passage at the same moment, one glove still in his hand, as if the arrival had interrupted him in the act of going elsewhere, and he had already decided that elsewhere must wait. No servant announced alarm. Hawthorn Court did not do alarm. It did, however, become more exact. Lady Morland came out of the west corridor with Julia behind her, both of them slowing by instinct, before they reached the stair. Mrs. Finch appeared as if from the wall itself and stood near the side table with an inventory ledger under one arm, which was her way of claiming she had business in the hall and absolutely no interest in family developments. Lily, who ought to have been with her governess, had already escaped to the upper turn of the schoolroom passage and was peering through the balusters with all the stealth a 7-year-old can muster when curiosity has defeated instruction. The front door opened. A gentleman entered first, narrow through the shoulders, carefully dressed and carrying legal anxiety about him like a second coat. Behind him came Sir Edmund Belham, broader, older, redder in the face, and looking as if the weather had disappointed him personally from infancy onward. I recognized him from the wedding, and was glad of it before I had time to ask why. Prynne said, Mr. Fenwick, Sir Edmund, so this was Fenwick. I had heard his name twice already, once from Gabriel and once from Mr. Lavington, always with that particular tone men use for solicitors, they trust not, because such men are lovable, but because they are too dry to be seduced by self-serving imagination. I liked him at once for looking precisely as though imagination bored him. Gabriel said, Fenwick. Edmund. Sir Edmund removed his gloves with the impatience of a man who considered buttons a personal insult. He said, I hope you have not begun luncheon. Fenwick insists the matter cannot wait, and I have lived long enough to know that when solicitors use the phrase cannot wait, they mean it has already waited 3 decades and chosen this morning to become theatrical. Fenwick bowed. My lord, Lady Morland. He looked up then and saw me on the gallery. My lady. The title, this time, seemed less ceremonial and more legal. Again I felt the structure of my new life rearrange itself under a word. Gabriel followed his gaze and said, Cicely, if you are willing, we had better hear this together. There it was again. Not command. Choice set before me in the open, where servants, child aunt, and visitor alike could see that I was asked and not merely directed. Small distinctions become very large in certain marriages. I am willing, I said. By the time I came down the stair, Lily had been captured by Nurse Palmer, and carried off protesting that, if the matter concerned lawyers, it certainly concerned her too. Lady Morland looked as if she agreed in principle, and not in timing. Julia came to my side at once, and slid her arm briefly through mine, before propriety or fear could prevent her. Gabriel saw it. Something in his face altered by a degree too small for anyone but me to notice. We went into the library. It was the first time I had entered it properly in daylight, and I understood at once why Lily's question about its size had sounded almost reverent. The room was long, high, and lined from floor to gallery with books, so soberly arranged one suspected even the dead had been catalogued here by topic. The windows looked south over winter lawn and shining gravel. A fire burned under a carved mantel too severe for comfort, and too good for complaint. 2 writing tables stood near the center, one already occupied by estate papers stacked in Gabriel's orderly hand. Fenwick wasted no one's time on chairs beyond the necessary. He said, My lord, taking papers from his case. Mr. Edwin Hawthorn, solicitor, has written from town. The letter reached my office this morning, and I came at once. Sir Edmund snorted. Edwin writes only when he thinks somebody else has begun to think first. Lady Morland said, Then I suppose we may count on ugliness. Fenwick inclined his head. In measured language, yes. He handed the letter to Gabriel, who read it standing. I watched his face. That was the first thing I learned to do well at Hawthorn Court. Not because his expression changed broadly. It did not. Because with Gabriel one read effort rather than display. A tightening at the mouth. A pause too brief for other people, and too long for peace. The way his attention sharpened not at insults to himself, but at the first mention of Lily's name. By the time he lowered the page, I knew the letter contained no immediate disaster, and a great deal of future nuisance. Well, said Sir Edmund. Gabriel passed the paper to Lady Morland instead of answering. He said, Edwin's man writes that while he offers his formal good wishes on my marriage, he must observe that the unusual haste of the event, combined with unresolved trust irregularities, and the entry of a stranger into the household, may be read in some quarters as evidence of improvised governance rather than settled guardianship. Lady Morland laughed once without warmth. A stranger. I do admire the delicacy with which men describe wives once wives prove inconvenient. Julia's fingers tightened on my sleeve. I said. Fenwick replied, Improvised governance. Wes, my lady. Mr. Edwin Hawthorn means to suggest that Lord Hawthorn's marriage was undertaken not as a natural domestic event, but as a defensive measure in a pending guardianship matter. If he can persuade the right people of that, he may argue that the household's present appearance of stability is manufactured for scrutiny and therefore unpersuasive. I thought of breakfast, of Lily asking whose place I had taken, of the servant's perfect stillness, of the butler saying Lady Hawthorn in the hall, as if I had always belonged there. Manufactured. The word was hateful precisely because it held enough truth to tempt ugly minds. Sir Edmund took the letter from Lady Morland and scanned it with growing disgust. He means to say the marriage looks tactical. Yes, said Fenwick. It was tactical, I said. No one in the room pretended otherwise. I valued them all a little more for that. Fenwick turned to me with the grave respect lawyers sometimes reserve for women who save them the trouble of false delicacy. Wes, my lady. The difficulty is not the fact. It is the use he may make of it. Gabriel spoke then, and something in his voice had changed. Not anger. Something harder won and therefore more dangerous. What does he want? Time, uncertainty, and witness. Fenwick laid 2 more papers on the table. If he can point to confusion within the household, to visible distance between yourself and Lady Hawthorn, or to the child's distress under the new arrangement, he may argue that the marriage has not settled the house but unsettled it further. I felt Julia's gaze come to me. Lady Morland's too. Sir Edmund looked only at Gabriel. The room seemed suddenly more intimate than the words justified, because every one of us understood that a private marriage, however practical, had now become part of an argument being built elsewhere by people who wished none of us well. What sort of witness? I asked. Fenwick did not soften the answer. Meals. Rooms entered together or separately. How servants speak of the Countess. Whether the child appears to accept her. Whether your sister remains under your roof or elsewhere. Whether letters go out in Lady Hawthorn's hand as mistress of the house, or only through his lordship's. Whether callers receive one household or 2 people living inside the same walls under separate intentions. There it was. Not feeling. Not whether we liked one another or had married from necessity rather than delight. Structure. Pattern. The daily trivial theater by which a house convinces the world that it is itself, and not merely a collection of frightened people under one roof. I said, then we are to become a lesson in domestic harmony. Gabriel's gaze came to mine directly. No, Bo. The quiet force of the word checked everyone. Then more evenly, we are to prevent Edwin from mistaking honesty for disarray. It was infuriatingly a better answer than mine. Sir Edmund dropped into the nearest chair and stretched one leg toward the fire like a man preparing for siege. Then say it plainly, Fenwick. What must be done, Fenwick did. Lady Hawthorn, that is, I must be visibly received into the household's regular order. Meals together where appropriate. Shared authority in domestic correspondence. No appearance that Julia was being hidden from the house, or that I was being kept from Lily's daily life. Lady Morland must continue in residence for the present, not as guard over me, but as a sign that female authority in the house was cumulative rather than in contest. Gabriel must not appear to hover over me, in ways that could be read as overcompensation, yet neither could he treat me as a guest accidentally prolonged. The thing must look, in short, natural enough to survive gossip, and orderly enough to resist law. Lady Morland said dryly, so we are to be sincere on schedule. Sir Edmund grunted. Julia asked, families have done worse. And if Bell hears of all this? Fenwick answered, he almost certainly will. Which is why you're remaining under Lady Hawthorn's protection here, or under another arrangement chosen by her and ratified by Lord Hawthorn, becomes useful rather than merely sentimental. I felt her look at me again, startled now not by fear, but by the shape of the net tightening around all of us. Julia had come to Hawthorn Court as my sister and ward of circumstance. She was already becoming evidence to people who had never met her. Before I could answer, Gabriel said, Julia remains where Cecily judges safest. That stands. The words should not have relieved me. They did. Yet relief had no leisure to soften into gratitude before Fenwick reached the next point. He said, "There is more." Of course there was. He withdrew a smaller folded paper from the case. Mr. Edwin, Hawthorn's solicitor, further writes that if the missing witness memorandum signed by Mr. Arden is found, its use may be questioned if produced solely through Lady Hawthorn's private influence in the house. Something cold moved under my ribs. Private influence. Lady Morland swore softly. Sir Edmund did it less softly. Julia looked bewildered enough to be furious by instinct. I said, "How can my influence produce a paper written before I ever entered the house?" If Fenwick said, "It cannot in substance. But in argument, my lady's sequence is often much less useful than impression." There was a silence then in which all our faces, I think, revealed more than any of us intended. Because there it was in plain form at last true, the marriage already being used as explanation, before the paper itself had even been found. If the memorandum emerged through my search, I might be painted as womanly pressure. If Gabriel produced it alone, he might be accused of constructing justification after the fact. Between us lay not merely marriage, but optics, a hateful word were it not so exact. I looked at Gabriel. He was not looking at me. He was looking at the fire with the expression of a man counting the number of indignities he must now endure without losing usefulness. At length he said, "Then, if the paper is found, it is found in a room entered under household purpose and witnessed accordingly." Fenwick nodded. "Yes." Sir Edmund said, "And in the meantime?" "In the meantime," said Gabriel, and now he looked at me, "re-behave as if this house is what it must become." I could not answer immediately because the sentence reached further than strategy. Not only we behave as if we are happy. Not only we maintain appearances. This house is what it must become. It was the language of a man who believed structures might yet save the people inside them, if only they were built honestly enough. That belief frightened me more than cynicism would have done. Lady Morland rose. She said, "Very well. Then let the house begin at luncheon. Julia sits with us. Lily is not to be kept above like contraband. Cecily, you will answer the notes from Mrs. Anstruther and Lady Vale in your own hand and from this house, not your aunt's. Gabriel, you will not spend the entire meal looking as if you have married a lawsuit. Edmund, try not to glare at the furniture. Fenwick, stay to luncheon and improve us all by legal appetite." Fenwick, who had plainly expected no such honor, bowed. I said, "A moment." Everyone turned. I had not yet spoken enough in this room to command it without effort, but urgency has a way of lending women a temporary authority, if they use it before men remember to object. "If the house is now part of the case," I said, Gabriel said, "then I require one thing stated clearly before we proceed." "Name it." Again that readiness. It no longer startled me. It still unsettled. I drew breath. I will not be made to perform affection before the servants or the child in order to satisfy a solicitor's imagination. Order, yes. Consistency, yes. Public contradiction avoided, yes. But if this marriage is to withstand scrutiny, it must do so on steadiness, not false endearment. The words went into the room like a blade laid flat on a table. Lady Morland looked at me with sudden fierce approval. Julia looked merely relieved. Sir Edmund blinked as if women were becoming altogether too articulate for lunch. Fenwick, good man, gave a small nod suggesting I had saved him from ever needing to ask for something so vulgar. Gabriel held my eyes for one long second and said, "Agreed." No hesitation. No softening. No suggestion that I had misunderstood what wives owe appearances. The answer did more for me than it should have. He added, "I do not think pretense before Lily would survive the hour." Lady Morland said, "It would not survive 5 minutes." Something lightened in the room then by a thread. Not enough to make joy of it. Enough to make continuation possible. Fenwick gathered his papers. "Then I shall draft the relevant notes for signature after luncheon. Mr. Edwin Hawthorn need not know which of his malice has merely made us more exact. Delightful, said Sir Edmund. I always prefer being improved by enemies. It saves time. The meeting dissolved after that into practicalities. Julia would write to our aunt under my seal, and from Hawthorn Court by evening. Lily's governess would be told that the child was to take her lessons partly below for the next few days, so that any caller or observer might see she had not been swept into nursery darkness by a countess's arrival. I would sit with Mrs. Finch over household correspondence after luncheon, and Gabriel would receive the steward in the West Office rather than disappear entirely into estate business as he had intended. All reasonable. All exhausting. When at last the others began to move toward the door, Gabriel remained by the table while Fenwick repacked his case. I turned to follow Lady Morland and Julia, thinking the conversation done. Then Gabriel said, quietly enough that only I could hear from where I stood near the mantel, "Cicely." I stopped. "Yes. Luncheon will be easier if you sit at my right." There was nothing intimate in the sentence. Nothing even especially personal. Merely a household arrangement under legal strain. Yet I heard, beneath the practicality, the exact reason for the choice. The chair had belonged to his brother's widow, then to Lady Morland in interim authority. To place me there openly now was not decorative, it was structural. I answered after a second, "Very well." His gaze held mine once longer, as if acknowledging that he knew precisely what he asked, and what ghosts sat in the chair besides me. Then he said, "Thank you." I nearly corrected him. Not because the thanks were unwelcome, because they sounded too grave for a chair and too human for strategy. In the end I said nothing and went out with the others. At luncheon I sat at his right. Lily noticed at once, and frowned at the seating with enough concentration to suggest she was reordering the family mentally by knife and fork. Julia sat opposite her. Lady Morland took her old place at Gabriel's left with the calm of a woman determined not to let dead chairs ruin pudding. Fenwick, God bless him, discussed the roads to town and the inferiority of recent paper, as if children, sisters, and countesses regularly materialized inside inheritance disputes every Tuesday. By the second remove, Lily said, "So now you are in the place nearest Uncle Gabriel."
"Was,"
said I, "and Aunt Clara is not." No, Lily thought about this while buttering bread with murderous care. "Then does that mean the house is rearranged?" I looked at Gabriel. He looked at me. Again one of those moments. Again the strange sense that we were being offered, in miniature and by a child, the same question law and gossip meant to ask outside these walls. This time he answered first. He said, "Was. It does." Lily nodded, accepted the bread's obedience, and moved on to a question about whether Julia liked chess. The room breathed again. That afternoon, I wrote my first notes as Lady Hawthorn. One to my aunt. One to Mrs. Anstruther, whose concern I judged equivalent to hunger dressed in lace. One to the vicar's wife acknowledging a basket already sent for the poor, and therefore plainly intended as household welcome. Mrs. Finch stood at my left with the letter book open, correcting dates and names only where accuracy demanded it. Gabriel sat at the farther table with Fenwick's draft and the estate accounts. 3 times servants came and went. 4 times I became aware that the room as a whole was being quietly watched, not maliciously, simply recorded by the house as new habit becomes fact. By the time the candles were lit, one thing had become clear. We had not merely married. We had begun, under pressure and witness, to manufacture the visible shape of a household that might save a child, a sister, and perhaps the truth itself from men who preferred confusion where women were concerned. Whether that shape could become real rather than merely useful remained, for the present, another question entirely. By the 3rd day of my marriage, Hawthorn Court had begun to behave as if I had always been expected, and only arrived later than convenience would have preferred. That is perhaps the highest form of household acceptance to which a woman may reasonably aspire in a great house under strain. Not affection. Affection comes later, if it comes at all, and usually by way of kitchens, children, and repeated evidence that one will not faint before the laundry accounts. No, what I mean is something subtler. Doors cease to be held open with that extra fraction of caution reserved for near strangers. Notes from the village wives and the vicar's household began arriving under my name without visible surprise from the butler. Mrs. Finch no longer explained every servant by full history before using the person in a sentence, as if I had passed some quiet examination and could now be trusted to understand that Hawthorn Court contained not just staff, but loyalties. Only Lily remained variable, which was natural. Children do not reorganize their hearts by breakfast, simply because adults have reorganized the seating. She had ceased by that third day to look startled when I entered a room. She had also developed the habit of watching me in silence for long stretches, like a cautious bird considering whether a new hand might contain bread or only movement. Julia, less burdened by loyalty to the dead and much more alive to curiosity, was succeeding with her rather faster. They had discovered on the second afternoon that both despised arithmetic but admired triumph, which produced an alliance through card games that would, I thought, either civilize or corrupt them both. That morning, after a wet walk with Lady Morland through the lower gallery and one entire hour spent answering local letters in my new hand, Mrs. Finch informed me that Lily had refused French, accepted geography, and was now engaged in open hostilities with a map of Europe, because the countries would not remain where yesterday's lesson had left them. I am told, said Mrs. Finch, handing me a note from the dairywoman at the same time, that Miss Julia has gone to the stables with Sir Edmund to look at a mare no one intends to buy. If my lady wishes to prevent international collapse, the schoolroom may be worth a call. I took the note, laid it aside unread, and said, "Is the map at fault, or only the lesson?" With children, my lady, it is usually grief disguised as geography. That was such a Mrs. Finch sentence that I nearly smiled before I had time to decide whether smiling at housekeepers is good government or merely personal weakness. The schoolroom stood open when I reached it. Lily sat at the long table by the south window with a map spread before her and a ruler in one hand held as if Europe might submit to military correction if properly threatened. Her governess, Miss Renshaw, stood at the farther end pretending to arrange copybooks with the exhausted dignity of a woman who knows she has lost the morning and wishes only to lose it correctly. Atlas the wooden horse lay on his side beside the inkstand, perhaps in protest at the state of Prussia. Lily looked up as I entered. She said, "This is not my fault," before I had spoken. That, more than any formal welcome, felt almost like progress. "I am relieved," I said. "I had feared you personally redrew Austria overnight." Miss Renshaw turned away so quickly that I knew she was hiding a smile. Lily's mouth twitched and did not quite become one. "Miss Renshaw says borders move." "They do." "That is foolish. Usually." She considered this and laid down the ruler with reluctance. I came near the table. The map was old enough to be trustworthy and new enough to be unhelpful, which is true of many things in Europe and most things in families. Several pencil marks showed where Lily had attempted to assign kingdoms a better order than history had managed. "What is the quarrel?" I asked. "Kingdoms are untidy. Uncle Gabriel says papers should be kept where they belong, but the map does not care." There it was again. Papers, keeping, belonging. Even here, in nursery geography, Hawthorn language ran under the surface like a second curriculum. I said, "Maps are drawn after events. They are always late. That is why they look clever." Miss Renshaw, surrendering the battle with admirable judgment, said, "If my lady has some gentler philosophy to offer Europe, I should be grateful for a quarter hour to answer letters from Miss Bell's aunt." I looked at Lily. Would you object to my tampering with nations? She weighed the matter as if I had offered to alter the gospel. She said, no, at last. But not France. It is already too large. Miss Renshaw escaped. I took the chair beside Lily and bent over the map. The morning sun had strengthened by then, and lay pale over the table, making the blue of the rivers look colder than the actual world could have been. I showed her, not because I knew Europe any better than the average woman of decent reading, but because uncertainty behaves more kindly when broken into names and lines. See, I said. It is not that the map does not care. It is that people keep changing their minds and then expect paper to make the result look sensible. Lily frowned at Saxony. That sounds like grown men. Yes. Do they do it with houses too? The question was so sudden, and so exactly hers, that I turned to look at her properly. Sometimes. She kept her eyes on the map. Then perhaps that is why this house is so quiet. Too many men have changed their minds in it, but for one astonishing second I had no answer at all. Children, when left among grief and servants long enough, hear truths from the floorboards. Not in full sentences perhaps, but in shapes. House quiet. Men change their minds. A child does not need legal brief to understand instability when it has once entered the nursery. I said carefully, this house has been through too much. Quiet is one way people try to keep from breaking things they cannot mend easily. Lily drew a small circle around Vienna and then rubbed it out. Uncle Gabriel is quiet when he is trying hardest. The ruler lay forgotten now by her hand. Atlas faced east in permanent alarm. Is that so? I asked. She nodded. When I was ill last winter, and nurse thought the fever might come back, he only said good night once and then sat outside the door until morning. Nurse says he should have slept, but he did not. He is quiet like that. It means he is having too many thoughts at once, and has put them in straight lines so they will not run about. The image, so childish and so exact, went straight through me. Too many thoughts at once and put them in straight lines. Yes, I thought. That was very nearly the whole of him. Before I could answer, footsteps sounded in the corridor, and Gabriel himself appeared at the door. He had come without announcement, one hand still holding a folded letter. His expression said in the composed lines I now knew could mean either ease or effort. Seeing Lily and me bent over the same map, he stopped. Not dramatically, only enough that the room felt the stop. My lord, I said. He bowed very slightly. My lady. I hope Europe survives the morning. Lily answered before I could. Not France. His eyes went to the map, then to the ruler, then to Lily's face, and finally to mine. I saw in that glance an entire chain of comprehension pass through him at once. Schoolroom child not weeping, child not refusing me, child absorbed enough to argue borders instead of losses. He said nothing sentimental. Thank God, he said. Then I shall advise the Foreign Office to prepare itself. That nearly coaxed a smile out of Lily. It certainly did out of me, though I lowered my eyes to the map before either of them could claim the victory. He came no farther into the room. I had meant only to ask whether Lily would walk in the lower garden after lessons if the sun holds. Lily straightened. May Lady Hawthorn come too? It was impossible to tell which of us that startled more. Gabriel's face altered by only the smallest degree. If she wishes. I looked at Lily. Do you wish me to come? She considered. Yes, because you do not lie about France. That, I thought, was the oddest compliment I had yet received in this house. Then yes, I said. I will come. Gabriel inclined his head and withdrew again. Not at once, but only after one more of those unsettlingly precise looks had passed between us. Not warm. Not cold. Notice sharpened by consequence. When he had gone, Lily said with great seriousness, he is pleased. How can you tell? He did not make his mouth go flat. I nearly laughed and chose not to because she was being truthful in the only register she possessed. By the time the schoolroom hour ended, The sun had remained strong enough to justify a turn below. Lady Morland, upon hearing of it, declared that if a January garden could produce both fresh air and improved relations, she meant to witness the miracle herself from the south terrace with a shawl and strategic distance. Julia returned from the stable's wind, struck and bright-eyed, and demanded to come as well. In the end, the procession assembled itself with the practical disorder of all families, trying not to look arranged. Gabriel and Sir Edmund talking before us of drains and absurd men, Julia at Lily's left, I at her right, Lady Morland behind, under protest that cold should be illegal, and Nurse Palmer shadowing the whole formation with the air of a person ready to catch childhood if it fell into a pond. The lower garden had once been formal and had not yet surrendered entirely to winter. Box hedges held their lines. Gravel paths ran pale between dark beds waiting for spring. The herb knots lay wet and quiet under a thin crust of morning frost not yet melted in the shade. Beyond the old yew arch the west lawn opened toward the wood, where Blackwater, though I did not yet know its full future importance, lay hidden beyond the trees. We walked slowly. Sir Edmund, having decided that Julia possessed more sense than most men under 40, explained with extraordinary confidence why one should never trust a horse that looked too philosophical. Julia answered with equal conviction that philosophy was preferable to stupidity in both horses and husbands. Gabriel heard that and almost smiled before remembering himself. Again I noticed. Lily took my hand only when the path narrowed and the gravel had gone slick in patches. She did it as a practical child does, without the least sign of emotional theater. Yet the moment her small gloved fingers settled inside mine, Nurse Palmer looked away, Lady Morland pretended to adjust her shawl, and Sir Edmund's discussion of horse teeth grew marginally louder. Everyone in the garden felt it. Not because a child had taken a hand, because the child had chosen which hand. I would have liked, just then, to be untouched by the meaning of such things. I was not. We reached the yew arch. Beyond it the path curved toward a small sunken seat built into the south wall where, in better seasons, roses likely behaved more hopefully. Lily stopped there and said, with the abruptness of children, who believe questions should be used when thought of and not kept for later polish, "Luke, will you read in the evenings?" The others moved a little ahead, not far enough to make us alone, only far enough to let the question be mine to answer. If you wish. Uncle Gabriel reads as if the book has offended him. That, I thought, was mercilessly well observed. Then perhaps I shall read differently. Will you read aloud? Wes. She kicked lightly at the gravel. Mama used to read even when she coughed. The path, the winter sun, the hand in mine, all of it seemed suddenly to narrow around that one quiet sentence. I said, we shall read on evenings when reading seems useful, and perhaps even on evenings when it does not. She nodded, satisfied by terms more than comfort, and we walked on. That was the moment, I think, when she first began to trust me. Not love. Not the easy, fast, unreliable attachment some adults demand from children because it flatters them. Trust of a smaller, harder, and much more valuable kind, the belief that if I said a thing would happen, it likely would. On the terrace, Lady Morland, who had kept her strategic distance well enough to hear nothing and understand everything, said under her breath as we passed, "Well." It was a whole speech in one syllable. Back inside, the day resumed its order. Julia was claimed by Lady Morland for letter writing. Lily vanished with Nurse Palmer to wash the garden from her boots. Sir Edmund went in search of whatever comfort old gentlemen pretend to despise before dinner. Gabriel and I, by unspoken consent and obvious design, found ourselves again in the breakfast room, where the late sunlight still held the china cabinets in pale gold, and the remainder of the day's correspondence lay waiting like obedient trouble. He took up one packet, I another. For several minutes we worked in silence. Not the strained silence of strangers. Not yet the ease of understanding. Something in between, built from maps, garden gravel, a child's hand, and the fact that I had begun to see the architecture under his restraint. At last I said, without looking up from the note in my hand, "Lily says you are quietest when you are thinking too much and putting your thoughts in straight lines, so they will not run about." Across the table, he stopped. The pause was very brief. "It told me everything?" he said. "I see. Is she right?" He considered. That in itself was answer enough, but I waited. He said, "Yes," at last. "Often. You do not appear to like being observed by children. I do not appear to like being observed by anyone." The dryness of it nearly drew a smile from me. "No," I said. "But children observe without flattering themselves that they are subtle." He looked at me then. "There is danger in some glances because they invite. There is danger in others because they reveal." This one belonged to the second kind. For 1 second he seemed almost without defense, not because he was undone, but because he had not yet rebuilt composure quickly enough after hearing his own private mechanism spoken back to him in Lily's small language. He said, "I expect." Quietly, "That is why they are usually right." The sun slipped lower. The room altered with it, losing afternoon and gathering evening at the edges. I set down the opened note. "Was your father the same?" The question ought to have been too direct. Perhaps it was. Yet the days at Hawthorn Court had already taught me that in certain households, directness is kinder than all the long circles of politeness under which truth usually suffocates. He did not answer at once. He said, "No." Finally. He preferred other people's thoughts to remain in straight lines. His own he considered perfectly justified in any form they took. It was said without bitterness. That made it infinitely sadder. I asked, more softly, "And your brother?" Again a pause. "My brother believed kindness would compensate for delay." The line went through me with clean force because, without meaning to, he had touched almost exactly the wound my own family carried in Thomas's name. Fondness. Affection made to stand in for reliability until reliability no longer returns at all. Perhaps he saw some change in my face, because he added, "I do not say that as accusation." "No," I said. "You say it as fact." "Wha? Yes." We looked at one another for a second too long. Then Julia came in with 2 letters, and Sir Edmund's complaint that all sealing wax had been hidden from him unjustly. And the room became a room again rather than something more fragile. Yet the moment remained with me. Not because Gabriel had spoken much, because he had spoken little and I had understood more than he likely intended that his restraint was not native coldness, nor aristocratic affectation, nor simple masculine severity. It was inheritance. A habit shaped by a father who controlled, a brother who delayed, a house that preferred order to disturbance and silence to messy repair. That knowledge did not make him easier. It made him human. And that, I was beginning to understand, is always the more dangerous development. That evening the house did what large families always do, after a day in which too much truth has shown itself in harmless places. It returned to ritual. Dinner was served at 8. Lily appeared for the soup and the fish, sat at the lower end with Nurse Palmer behind her, and asked Julia whether London fog truly stained gloves, gray if one walked in it long enough. Julia answered with unnecessary detail and evident delight. Sir Edmund contradicted half her statements on principle. Lady Morland corrected both where memory gave her the advantage. Gabriel said little, though I had begun to notice that his silence was not uniform. There was the silence of work, the silence of displeasure, the silence of control, and then this one, rarer and more dangerous to observe, at the silence of a man hearing more than he intended, and arranging himself before answering it. Twice that evening I caught him looking toward Lily and me when the child spoke, not with the tense vigilance of the first morning, but with something more difficult to name. Relief, perhaps, sharpened by caution. No one in the room would have mistaken it for softness. I was beginning to suspect softness in Gabriel would look very like discipline to everyone except the person standing nearest it. After the ladies withdrew, Lady Morland announced that the household accounts for the nursery stores had been misfiled again between her desk and Mrs. Finch's, and that if paper continued to migrate as it had done under 2 generations of Hawthorn men, she intended to leave the whole estate to the nearest sensible laundress. Mrs. Finch, who had joined us with the tea tray and therefore heard the declaration, said, "That would improve most counties, my lady." Lady Morland looked at me over her cup. "Cicely, if you are equal to one more indignity today, you may help me sort the nursery inventories after tea. It will either educate you in the state of the household or cure you of wishing to understand it." "I have found," I said, "that cure is rarely offered where education begins." She said, "Excellent. Then you are already one of us." Julia, who had spent the latter half of dessert conspiring with Lily over whether Atlas the wooden horse should be given a stable or a military command, asked whether she might come too. Lady Morland refused her at once on the grounds that no inventory had yet survived her attention to ribbons. Julia declared this tyranny and retired to the music room with Lily, where Nurse Palmer and Miss Renshaw would, I hoped, keep them from founding nations by card table. So, an hour later, I found myself in the small west morning room with Lady Morland, Mrs. Finch, a coal fire reduced to red steadiness, and 3 boxes of household papers, so dull in appearance that only a fool would have guessed they contained danger. The room had once belonged, I thought, to some aunt with habits of embroidery and headache. It was not large. One window looked west toward the darkening lawn. A small escritoire stood near the hearth. The rest was table, chairs, and boxes tied in faded tape. Lady Morland sat on the sofa with a ledger in her lap and a pencil she wielded like moral authority. Mrs. Finch stood at the table and untied the first box. She said, "Nursery store, schoolroom inventories, old linen tallies, and governess correspondence. If the Almighty is kind, the lost sheet is among the least embarrassing bundle. If not, my lady will discover in one evening exactly how little men know of what keeps children fed and stockings mended." "I have long suspected the matter," I said. The first quarter hour proved harmless. Candle bills, broken slates, a list of boots ordered for Lily the winter before her mother died, Miss Renshaw's predecessor objecting to the quality of French grammar supplied by a bookseller who, in Mrs. Finch's view, ought never to have been trusted with verbs. Lady Morland corrected dates. I sorted envelopes and extracts. Mrs. Finch found the missing nursery store sheet exactly where she said it would not be and made a sound so grimly satisfied that I almost laughed. Had it ended there, the evening might have passed merely as one more domestic step in my conversion from stranger to household fact. It did not end there. Mrs. Finch lifted the second box and said, "This one ought not to be here at all." Lady Morland looked up. "Then why is it?" "Because gentlemen believe any paper related to children must naturally belong in the nursery." That sounded like a warning spoken in housekeeper's idiom. She untied the tape and drew out a sheaf of folded documents thicker than the rest. Several bore Hawthorn seals already broken. 2 were tied with legal ribbon. 1 packet, flattened by time and handling, had temporary papers, not entered written across it in an older hand I did not know. Lady Morland set down her pencil. "Give me that one." Mrs. Finch handed it to her. Lady Morland turned it over, frowned slightly, and said, "My father's writing. God help us, no wonder it was mislaid. He believed labels an admission of weakness." She loosened the ribbon. Inside lay memoranda, 2 short notes from a solicitor, a list of sums, and 1 folded sheet headed contingency, minor female issues interim household direction. Something in me sharpened at once. Not because the words were clear in themselves. The cause, phrasing minor female issue, household direction, contingency, smelled of the same dry legal weather I had already heard around Lily's trust, and my brother's missing witness memorandum. Lady Morland began reading from the top. Her expression altered by degrees. She said, At last. This is from the winter after Arthur died. Arthur, Gabriel's elder brother, Lily's father. Mrs. Finch, sorting the remaining contents with brisk hands, said, The house was a graveyard that season. Everything was put where it could be regretted later. I reached for the smaller loose pages, asking first only, May I? Lady Morland nodded absently, still reading. The top sheet was a copy note from a London solicitor to the late Earl regarding interim domestic authority should the child's mother decline, and the principal trust packet remain unsettled. The language was stiff, cautious, and full of those phrases by which law prepares itself to look wise after failing to be kind. I set it aside and took the next. This one was stranger. A half-page only, unsigned at the bottom, though witnessed in the margin. Several names were struck through, then written again. One line had been corrected so heavily that the paper nearly tore where the pen pressed down. But near the lower edge, perfectly legible despite the rest, stood a sentence that made my whole body still. Supplementary confirmation to be secured through A. Arden, witness to prior discussion and intended informal protection of the child's household placement should the principal guardian line be disputed. A. Arden. Not merely Arden in the abstract. Not Mr. Arden in the way families speak of dead inconveniences. Initialed. Specific. Attached to prior discussion and intended informal protection. My brother. I heard my own voice ask, very evenly, What is this? Lady Morland looked up. Mrs. Finch stopped moving. The room, which had until then belonged to inventories and practical fatigue, sharpened all at once around the paper in my hand. Lady Morland said, Let me see. I passed it across. She read the line once, then again more slowly. She said, Oh. It was not a dramatic word. That made it much worse. Mrs. Finch, who had no patience for drawing, room uncertainty and all the patience in the world for facts, came around the table. That is your brother's name? Yes, I said. Not Thomas written fully. Not witnessed by me or known from our own papers, but enough. Enough to make the line live. Lady Morland set the page down very carefully. She said, This was not in the principal packet. No, I replied. And it is in the nursery stores, because some gentlemen thought girls and papers belong together if they are troublesome enough. The dryness in my own voice startled me. So, I think, did the force beneath it. Lady Morland looked toward the door at once. Send for Gabriel. Mrs. Finch did not move immediately. Her eyes were on the page. She said, My lady, if his lordship sees that here, in this room, before the rest is sorted, Then he sees it, said Lady Morland. I will not have another paper walk the house, because a Hawthorn man prefers sequence to shock. There was something in the sentence that told me, all at once and far too much, that this was not the first time she had spoken to family habits older than my marriage. Mrs. Finch went out herself. The room remained very still after the door closed behind her. Lady Morland did not touch the paper again. I did not ask for it back. Somewhere farther off in the house, Lily laughed once, high, brief, already gone, and the sound seemed so at odds with the room that it might have belonged to another world. At length Lady Morland said, without looking at me, Did Lavington know your brother touched the Hawthorn matter more directly than the witness memorandum? No. She lifted her head then. Her face had grown tired rather than alarmed. Then we must suppose, either that Thomas kept his part in the business very nearly to himself, or that another man did. I thought of Thomas, of charm and delay, and signatures made with confidence, when actual care would have served better. Yet the line on that page did not read like one of his social accidents. It read as if he had been drawn into something more serious, more intimate to the family than I had imagined. What sort of discussion? I asked. And what informal protection? Lady Morland's mouth changed slightly, not with concealment, but with memory she did not enjoy revisiting. She said, Child's household placement. There was concern after Arthur's death and before my sister-in-law's decline became plain that if legal questions deepened and the old Earl continued obstinate, Lily might need to be placed quietly for a season in a household less visible to Edwin's watch. My heart gave one hard beat. And my brother knew of this. She did not answer at once. The door opened before she could. Gabriel entered. Not hurriedly, though I could tell from the way he had left one glove unbuttoned that he had come more quickly than dignity preferred. Mrs. Finch followed him and shut the door with a precision that made the room feel suddenly private in a way that carried danger rather than comfort. Gabriel looked first at Lady Morland, then at me, then at the paper on the table. "What is it?" Lady Morland did not soften the answer. Again I liked her for that. "Your father's temporary packet, misboxed with nursery stores." Cecily found a note attaching A. Arden to prior discussion of Lily's informal protection. He did not move. Only his face changed, and only by degrees. But now I knew enough to read those degrees. Recognition first. Then calculation. Then something much smaller and more troubling than either, not surprise exactly, but the absence of it. I saw that. I know I did. Whether Lady Morland saw it too, I cannot say. Mrs. Finch certainly did. One did not survive 40 years in a house without learning the cost of men's pauses. Gabriel crossed to the table and took up the page. For one full second no one spoke. Then he said, very evenly, "This is only a draft reference. It proves nothing complete in itself. Only," the word struck me with absurd force. "Only," I repeated. He looked up at once. His eyes came to mine with the quick alertness of a man who hears, too late, that his first sentence has already gone wrong. He said, "It is not the principal memorandum. Not the witness line itself. Only a supporting note referring to a discussion and possible interim arrangement." Possible interim arrangement involving my brother. Yes. Lady Morland said sharply. "Gabriel." He turned his head slightly toward her. She asked, "Did you know this line existed?" There it was. Not whether he guessed. Not whether he feared. Whether he knew. His answer came after the briefest of pauses. I knew there had been some conversation touching outside placement, and that Arden's name had been mentioned in relation to it. The room went cold. I said, before I could stop myself, "You knew." His gaze returned to mine. I knew a possibility. Not that this sheet had survived. Not the same thing, and yet not different enough. Mrs. Finch, who had more right than any of us to plainness in that moment, said, "That sounds like knowledge by another coat." Lady Morland cut her a glance that would have silenced a weaker woman. Mrs. Finch bore it without the least sign of submission. I stood up because sitting had become intolerable. "When?" I asked Gabriel. "Did you know that my brother's name had been attached to more than a witness signature?" He set down the paper. "After my father died. Not from this sheet. From a reference in one of Fenwick's older indexes, and from a conversation with my brother's London man of business." A conversation. An index. Older knowledge. Not today's discovery, not merely this room's accident. The line of it ran suddenly backward through every conversation we had yet had in the house, and changed the shape of all of them by a degree. Lady Morland said, "And you did not think this might be worth telling your wife?" His wife. The title sounded less like dignity than accusation in the room. Gabriel's face hardened, not at her. "I thought." But at the truth of the question, he said, "I thought that until I could place the actual paper or confirm its substance beyond second-hand reference, telling her that her brother may have been involved in a failed contingency concerning Lily's placement would add suspicion without use." There, at last. A better answer. A more dangerous one. Because it made sense. I hated that, I said. Suspicion without use. His attention fixed on me with exhausting steadiness. "Wes, my brother's name tied to your child's case is not use. Lily is not my child. The correction came fast, instinctive, and with more feeling behind it than the words themselves required. That, too, told me more than I wanted. He checked himself at once. Then lower. No. Not use enough if it could not yet change action. Lady Morland looked from him to me, and back again with the expression of a woman watching two people walk toward a quarrel that has not yet earned its full vocabulary but is already inevitable. I asked, "And what action did you imagine I might take if told?" The question should have been quiet. It came out colder than that. He answered without pretending not to understand the danger. "You might press Lavington to search your brother's remaining papers in a direction not yet supported by evidence. You might connect Thomas to Lily's case in your mind, as, if his role were already proven significant, in a way that would burden him or you unfairly. You might distrust my house before there was anything actionable to distrust." The last line landed harder than the rest, because it admitted too much. Lady Morland said, "You see, that is the part one dislike in Hawthorn men. The immediate confidence that women must be preserved from pre-emptive conclusions while the gentlemen finish arranging their own." He drew breath, visibly checked his first answer, and said nothing. Mrs. Finch gave a soft, entirely insubordinate sound which might have been agreement. I should have felt triumphant, perhaps, at having the room side with me. I did not. Because under my first anger moved something far more unsettling, the recognition that this was not Belle's sort of concealment, nor Thomas's exactly. Not appetite. Not delay for comfort's sake. Something more austere and, for that reason, perhaps more difficult to fight. Gabriel had decided what knowledge would be useful enough to share, and what should remain in straight lines inside his own custody, until it had earned release. I knew that habit. Women always know it. Whatever form it takes, I said, more quietly now. "You decided for me." His face changed. He said, "No, I postponed." The answer might have come from another man's mouth as insult. From his, in that moment, it sounded like belief. I turned away, and went to the window, because if I remained at the table I might say something too soon and too entirely. Outside, the west lawn had gone dark blue under the evening. The first lamps from the stable yard shone faintly through bare branches. Somewhere farther off, a groom was calling to a horse. Ordinary sounds. Entirely insufficient. Behind me Lady Morland said, "What exactly was the nature of this supposed outside placement?" At once the room's focus shifted again. Gabriel answered her, not me. My father feared Edwin might force procedural review before the trust could be regularized after Arthur's death. If that happened, while my sister-in-law remained too ill to travel or govern the child's interests clearly, there was discussion, private discussion, of placing Lily for a short period in a household outside direct Hawthorn scrutiny, but still tied by confidence. Mrs. Finch said, "And Arden." Gabriel's voice lowered by a degree. The household proposed was not his, but he had been present at one conversation in town and knew the woman who had offered it. I turned back. The room seemed to narrow. What woman? A pause. Again one of those pauses. He answered at last, "Your aunt." For one full second nothing in me moved at all. Then the world reassembled itself at astonishing speed. My aunt. Thomas in town. A conversation. Hawthorn uncertainty. The possibility that 2 years earlier, Lily might have passed for a season under my aunt's roof without my ever being told. Without Julia ever hearing why another child had appeared under mourning or convalescence or any other explanation families used to move girls from one house to another while keeping the men's legal troubles elsewhere. Lady Morland sat back slowly. Good God. Mrs. Finch crossed herself by instinct and looked offended with herself for the Catholicism of it. I said, "My aunt knew." Gabriel said, "She was approached. Carefully. The arrangement was never executed." That should have comforted me. It did not. Because now the entire matter felt suddenly personal in a way it had not before. Not my brother stumbling near Hawthorn Law. My own aunt asked to shelter the child under private contingency. My brother in the room while it was discussed. An offer made, then withdrawn, or delayed, or lost to whatever failure of courage or paper had since produced this house's present situation. And Gabriel had known enough of that, at least, to choose silence until this room forced his hand. I said, "Did you mean to tell me?" The question was simpler than the others, bare enough that everyone in the room heard the true one beneath it. His answer came quietly. Yes. 1. This time the pause was longer. Once I could place the whole sequence. There it was again. Once. When after, later than useful, Mrs. Finch had said, I understood then, not everything but enough. Enough to feel the first clean shift beneath my feet. Not yet betrayal. Not yet. But something sharper than trust and more intimate than suspicion. The sense that the house in which I had married, the man who had asked for my steadiness, and the family whose child I had just begun to hold by the hand, all carried older papers inside them than they had yet let me see. And that Gabriel, for all his honesty of terms, might already be arranging truth into sequence before offering it. Lady Morland rose. "This has gone far enough for one evening. Mrs. Finch, seal that packet and send it to the library desk. No one touches it until tomorrow. Gabriel, you will write to Fenwick before bed." Cecily. She stopped. What could she say? That I ought not to mind. That the matter was old. That husbands and wives in practical marriages should accept delay in proportion to legal complexity. None of it would have met the room honestly. So she chose the best answer possible. You should sleep before you decide what you think. I nearly laughed at that because sleep was the one thing now wholly unavailable. Instead I said, "Was." Mrs. Finch gathered the papers. Lady Morland took the candle. Gabriel moved aside from the table and did not attempt to touch my sleeve, my hand, or my judgment. Good. Had he tried any of the three, I think I should have broken the room on him. At the door I turned back once. He still stood by the window where I had left him, one hand resting lightly on the sill, the other at his side. Not defensive. Not apologetic. A man who knew, I thought, that something had shifted, and did not yet know what name I would give it. Neither did I. But as I followed Lady Morland into the corridor and heard Mrs. Finch's key turn in the packet case behind us, I understood one thing very clearly. His silence was no longer abstract. It had my aunt inside it now, and that made it personal. The next morning I discovered that distrust does not prevent domestic routine. It only sharpens it. I woke early, not because I had slept well, but because sleep had spent the night arranging the same few facts into different shapes, and none of them had proved restful. My aunt had once been approached in confidence concerning Lily's possible placement. Thomas had known of the discussion. Gabriel had known enough of that history not to tell me. And I, who had entered Hawthorn Court on terms, and with my eyes open, had already begun to feel the old ground shifting beneath me, that dangerous sensation of standing beside a man whose honesty is real and still not whole. Morning did not ask whether I had made peace with any of it. The house had breakfast to serve, fires to mend, children to educate, servants to direct. And one countess newly installed, who could not spend the day staring at the west lawn as if understanding might rise from it with the mist. By the time I came down, Mrs. Finch had already sent a note regarding the dairy accounts. Julia had asked whether the village milliner could be trusted with ribbon, and Lily had announced over chocolate that Atlas had survived the night, and therefore Europe might yet be governed. Flobriel was at the table with 2 letters open before him, and a silver key resting beside his coffee cup. Not a household ring. Not one of Mrs. Finch's heavy practical tyrannies of brass and iron. This was smaller, older, and finer than a narrow silver key with an oval bow darkened by age and use, attached by a slim chain to his watch, but presently detached and lying on the cloth near his hand, as if he had been consulting it rather than merely carrying it. The sight of it struck me at once. Not because a gentleman possesses no right to keys. Rate houses are mostly held together by people who own, hide, lose, and recover them, but because the key looked personal rather than domestic. The sort of object one keeps not with estate rings. But Chloe saw it too. She said, "That is the library key." Gabriel looked down. "No." "The old room key, then?" "No." Lily narrowed her eyes at him with alarming accuracy. "You say no when you mean I am asking in the wrong direction." Sir Edmund, who had joined us late and considered jam a moral necessity, snorted into his toast. Lady Morland hid a smile behind her cup. Julia, who missed little where curiosity was concerned, looked at the key, then at me, then wisely returned to her chocolate before anyone could accuse her of female intelligence. Gabriel took up the key at once and slipped it into his waistcoat pocket. "It is not for breakfast conversation, Ga." "That means it is interesting," said Lily. "It means," said Lady Morland, "that you are to finish your egg." Lily obeyed with the martyrdom peculiar to well-born children under discipline. Yet I noticed that Gabriel did not correct her assumption that the key belonged to an old room, only the particular room she had named. I noticed too much that morning. Everything felt like clue or warning after the West Room conversation of the night before. Breakfast passed under a quieter kind of strain than usual. No one mentioned the packet misfiled with nursery stores. No one said Thomas's name. No one referred to my aunt's possible connection to the old contingency. Yet all of it remained present in the room, the way certain scents remain after the flowers have been removed. Gabriel was more formal than the day before, and less distant than true coldness would have made him. Lady Morland observed both of us without interfering. Sir Edmund discussed the roads as if mud were the one moral certainty left to men. Julia was brightness itself, which told me she had sensed enough to decide cheer was now part of her duty. Only Lily behaved as if nothing had changed, and therefore revealed more than the rest of us. When Nurse Palmer rose with her at the end of the meal, the child said to me, "Will you come later if France is still unreasonable?" "Very likely." She nodded, satisfied. Then, lowering her voice not nearly enough, she added, "Ask him about the key when he is thinking straight. He tells the truth better then." Nurse Palmer made a scandalized sound. Sir Edmund looked into his cup. Lady Morland went very still in the way of people deciding whether to laugh or intervene. Gabriel did neither. He merely held Lily's gaze for a second, and something passed between them which I could not fully read, but understood at least this far. She had inherited no small portion of her family's dangerous exactness. When the child had gone, he said to no one in particular, "My household grows mutinous." Sir Edmund replied, "You should have considered that before populating it." The line ought to have lightened the room. It did, by a thread. Enough that Lady Morland carried Julia off to write letters and Sir Edmund went to bully the steward over owed accounts with his spirits restored. Within minutes the breakfast room had emptied, till only Gabriel, Mrs. Finch, and I remained. Mrs. Finch entered with the household ledger and a tray of folded napkins under one arm. She set the ledger before me and looked once toward Gabriel's waistcoat, where the silver key had vanished, then toward the window with the remarkable self-command of a woman, pretending not to notice what she had entirely noticed. She said, "My lady, there are 3 notes for answer before noon, and Mrs. Rook the laundress wishes a word about linen presses in the West Passage." Gabriel rose. "I have the estate office until 11. Mrs. Finch's face remained expressionless. "Very good, my lord. The old morning room may need opening later. Nurse says Miss Lily has exhausted the present schoolroom of objects fit to distract her from weather and arithmetic." At the phrase old morning room, Gabriel's attention shifted to her with too much quickness to pass entirely unnoticed. "Why?" Mrs. Finch folded one napkin with exact violence. "Because the child asked for the blue paint box her mother once used there, and because Miss Renshaw says memory is cheaper than new amusements. I thought perhaps the room could be aired." Lady Morland was not present to miss the pause that followed. "I was," Gabriel said. "I will see to it." "Will you?" said Mrs. Finch. 3 words only, yet so much in the tone. Not insolence. Certainly not. Something older and much more useful, a housekeeper reminding a master that promises to open rooms are often less reliable than the women waiting outside them. He answered, more evenly, "Wes." Then he bowed to me. "If you are occupied with letters, I shall not interrupt you before luncheon." The sentence was perfectly proper. It was also, I thought, not quite true. Something in the exchange over the old morning room had reached him too sharply for that. He left the room with his usual composure, but I watched his right hand go once, almost unconsciously, toward the place where the silver key sat hidden in his waistcoat. When he had gone, I looked at Mrs. Finch. "The old morning room," I said. "Is that the room belonging to the key?" Mrs. Finch gathered the empty dishes into order one by one. "It belongs to a room, certainly, Mrs. Finch." She set down the last spoon. "My lady, a housekeeper who begins naming every key in the house before breakfast does not remain housekeeper long." "Then name only the room." Her eyes came to mine. They were not severe. That made them harder to push through, she said. "It was Lady Eleanor's room, at last." Lady Eleanor, my lord's mother. She used it in the later years for writing, mending, and keeping out of the way of gentlemen who thought grief improved under supervision. The sentence was so like her that I nearly smiled despite myself. "And the room is locked." "Wes." "No, no." A pause. "Mostly." I thought of the silver key, of Gabriel's hand going to it when the room was mentioned, of Lily calling it the old room key in the wrong direction, but not, perhaps, the wrong house of memory. "Why?" Mrs. Finch took up the tray. "Because some rooms are less useful open all the time." That was not answer enough, and she knew it. She knew I knew it. Yet she also knew, I think, that one does not force old houses at 10:30 when their men are still deciding whether to behave better than their fathers. She went out before I could press further, leaving me with letters, linen, and curiosity sharpened into something too near determination for a woman not yet a week married. I answered the household notes because women in great houses earn their reputation for steadiness by doing the next necessary thing even while their minds are elsewhere. Mrs. Rook the laundress wanted authority to turn 2 guest room sheets into nursery towels. I granted it. The vicar's wife desired a small contribution for winter broth. I sent one. Julia's aunt wrote to inquire whether the roads from Hawthorn Court to Bath were sufficiently passable for future visits, which was her way of discovering whether my marriage had proved permanent enough to be acknowledged. I replied that the roads were improving and the house fully established. It was the sort of sentence people later call effortless, if they have never had to build it from their own life. By 11, letters were sealed and sent. By 11:15, Julia had disappeared with Lady Morland toward the still-room, because apparently preserving oranges was the highest use of shock in women under 20. By 11:20, I found myself in the West Passage with no task so urgent it could not reasonably have become the old morning room. The West Passage was narrower than the main gallery and less often used, running behind the principal drawing rooms toward a quiet corner of the house where old female life seemed to have retreated whenever Hawthorn men became too public. A faded carpet softened the boards. Two small landscapes hung crookedly enough to suggest no man had passed there with authority in years. At the end of the passage stood a painted door of pale blue gone gray with time. Locked. I knew it before I tried the handle. Still I tried. Nothing. The panels themselves were plain, but around the latch the paint had been more frequently touched than the surrounding wood. The room was not abandoned, merely controlled. "Mrs. Finch was right," said a voice behind me. "You do go toward doors when left unsupervised." I turned too quickly. Gabriel stood a few yards back in the passage, one hand in his pocket, the other bare at his side. He had no papers with him now. No steward. No estate excuse. Only himself and the fact that he had come here either because he had expected to find me or because the house had told him where I would go. Both possibilities annoyed me for different reasons. I was admiring paint. You were testing law. That seems melodramatic for a latch. In this house it is often the same thing. He came nearer then, though not too near, and stopped where propriety remained supportable if any servant turned the corner and saw us. "Lady Eleanor's room?" I asked. "And you keep it locked?" "Usually." "Why?" A pause. "Because of the night before. Because of the packet. Because of Thomas's name now tangled in Hawthorn history more deeply than I had guessed." That pause felt different from earlier ones. Less the natural hesitation of a grave man, and more the first beginning of a line I might someday have to draw against him. He said, "Because my mother's papers were moved there after her death, and not all were sorted before my father died. The room became a place for things half resolved." I looked at the door again. That answer was not false. I thought it probably true as far as it went. It was also suspiciously apt. Half-resolved things. This house, I was beginning to understand, lived on them. And the key. He held my gaze. Mine. "Lely knows it. Lely knows too much of everything." That sounds like family inheritance. The line landed. Something almost warmed his face, then didn't. He drew the silver key from his pocket. It was smaller at this distance than I had thought from breakfast and older. The bow had once perhaps held a ribbon rather than a chain. There was a dent near the shaft, and the metal had darkened where fingers touched it most often. "You carry it on your watch?" "Yes." "Why?" That seemed to reach some deeper place than he had prepared to offer in a corridor before noon. His fingers closed around the key. He said, "Because my mother did. And because if I leave it on a tray or in a drawer, the room becomes everyone's business by evening." There it was. Not merely documents. Not merely domestic storage. Something personal enough that he kept the key where a man keeps time. I asked more softly, "Was it her room to the end?" "Yes." "And after?" He looked at the door, not at me. "After. It became a place where things were put when no one in the house wished to decide their use immediately." Again that language. Things. Use? Decide later. Hawthorn phrases for grief left under administration. I might have asked more right then. I wanted to. Yet something in his face, in the way the key lay caught between his fingers and his habit of command, made me hesitate. Not from pity, from recognition. A room kept locked not because it contains treasure, but because the person who holds the key has not yet learned whether memory improves under order or merely hardens there. So, I said only, "Lely wants the blue paint box." His mouth altered by a fraction. "Will you open it?" A longer pause, this time not resistance. "Cost," he said, "West, at last. This afternoon, if you wish to be present." The offer startled me. "That sounds dangerously like trust." He said, "No. Like correction. The word entered me quietly and remained there. We stood in silence for 1 second more. The west passage was cold at the end by the blue door. Somewhere below, a servant crossed the back hall with a tray. The house moved around us, large and ordered and listening. Then he slipped the key back into his waistcoat. We should go in before Mrs. Finch begins to suspect I have failed at discretion again. Again. The word did not escape me. Failed at discretion with whom? I asked. He met my eyes then. Full on and without the shelter of dryness. With you. The answer was low enough that another woman might have mistaken it for softness. I did not. It was something far more dangerous, the first open acknowledgement that whatever line we were walking through this house, he knew he had already crossed into terrain, not wholly governed by strategy. Before I could decide what to do with that, the door at the far end of the passage opened and Julia appeared carrying a jar of preserved orange peel, and the expression of a woman who has found exactly the scene she did not know she expected. She said, "Oh, I am sorry. I was only looking for Nell. You have found her," I said, perhaps more quickly than necessary. Julia's eyes went from me to Gabriel, and then to the blue door at our side. She missed almost nothing when emotion sharpened her. She asked, "Does the room bite?" Gabriel answered before I could. "Only people who force it." Julia accepted this as entirely reasonable. "Then I shall stay by Nell. She does not force things. She merely wears them down by asking questions." It was a monstrous summary. It was also irritatingly fair. We went back together toward the central part of the house, Julia at my side, Gabriel a pace ahead, the west passage behind us and the blue door remaining shut for a few more hours. Yet as I walked, one fact stayed with me more persistently than the rest. The silver key had not answered all my questions. It had done something worse. It had given them a place. The afternoon did not improve my patience. It improved my evidence. I spent the hour before luncheon pretending to listen while Julia and Lady Morland argued over the future of preserved orange peel, which, if either of them is to be believed, may either civilize a household or destroy it entirely depending upon sugar and moral fiber. I nodded where required. I even answered once when spoken to. While my mind remained in the west passage before the pale blue door, fixed on the silver key and on Gabriel's quiet correction, "If you wish to be present." Not permission. Not exclusion. Correction. I had not yet decided whether the word pleased or insulted me when luncheon was announced, and made all such distinctions academic for half an hour. The meal passed under brighter weather than the day before, though perhaps that was only because Hawthorn Court had begun learning the shape of me, and had ceased to treat my presence as a piece of furniture unexpectedly delivered from London. A lily spoke twice to me without first measuring whether the room could survive it. Julia was cheerful enough to alarm Sir Edmund into asking whether preserved orange had fermented. Lady Morland allowed herself one full smile at something Lily said about France and toy soldiers, which, given her usual economy of expression, amounted almost to gaiety. Gabriel said little. Yet now I could tell the difference between his working silences. At table he watched the household settle itself around me, not with anxiety exactly, but with the taut attention of a man who has staked much on order, and is still learning whether order may survive the introduction of another will equal to his own. By the time the last course was removed, I had become almost angry at how naturally the house had begun to absorb me. That anger, I admit, had little to do with the house and much to do with the locked room at the end of the west passage and the knowledge that I had begun waiting for afternoon. Like a girl waits for weather to break. A lily solved the matter by announcing, before anyone else could rise, that she meant to fetch the paint box at once, and that if grown people delayed too long, art became sulky. Sir Edmund declared this a principle applicable to politics, and was silenced by Lady Morland before he could improve it. Gabriel looked at me. I looked back. No signal passed. None was needed. Within 10 minutes we were again in the West Passage. This time the procession was larger, and therefore safer. Lily with all the authority of childhood, on her own behalf. Julia carrying a clean rag because Mrs. Finch had warned that old rooms always begin by soiling younger sleeves. Lady Morland with a shawl and unmistakable curiosity. Nurse Palmer at proper distance. And Gabriel with the silver key now visible in his hand, rather than hidden at his watch. Mrs. Finch did not come. That, perhaps, told me more than her presence might have done. She had either judged the room private enough to the family not to need her, or important enough that it ought to open first without witnesses who counted linen. In either case, the absence was eloquent. We stopped before the pale blue door. Lily looked up at Gabriel. Will it smell? Almost certainly. Good. Good. That means it is real. Lady Morland said. I admire the standards by which children govern the world. Gabriel put the key in the lock. I watched his hand. He did not fumble. He did not hesitate visibly. Yet there was a fraction of delay. Before he turned it, not enough for anyone but me to measure, and too much to be accidental. The lock yielded with a soft metallic resistance, as if it had not been opened often, but had never quite forgotten the shape of use. The door swung inward. The room smelled of dust, old paper, dried lavender, extinguished fires, and the faint stale sweetness that clings to fabric long shut away. 2 windows looked west over the trees. Their curtains drawn back, but still filtering the day into a pale, private light. The furniture was smaller and more domestic than the rest of the house, a writing table near the hearth. A sofa covered in faded blue, 2 ladder, back chairs with cushions gone flat from years, rather than use, and shelves built into one wall holding boxes, thread cases, and books too personal for the main library. An embroidery frame stood folded in the corner. On the mantel lay a porcelain spill vase, empty and untouched. Nothing in the room glittered. Everything in it remembered. Lily went straight to the table by the window as if memory had a geography she trusted more than maps. She said, "There. Mamma showed me the paint box once." Lady Morland stood just within the door, and looked about her with the face of a woman taking a blow she had anticipated and still not wanted. Julia, bless her, followed Lily at once and began searching drawers, under explicit instruction not to force anything that seemed historically inclined to resentment. I remained nearer the center of the room. It was not reverence that kept me still at first. It was the sudden, almost physical certainty that this room had not merely been locked, because it contained papers or grief in the abstract. It had been locked because it held the domestic scale of a life, the smaller things from which women actually live, think, and hide their truths. A room of mending, notes, child's amusements, private work. Exactly the sort of room in which a family paper might become something more than legal, once it crossed a woman's hand. Gabriel came no farther than the hearth. That, too, mattered. He was not reclaiming the room by standing at its center. He had opened it. Now, he seemed to wait upon what it would yield to the rest of us. Julia cried victory first. "I have it." But she drew a small blue Japan paint box from the lower table drawer, dusted but intact. Lily, who had been holding her breath in concentrated hope, exhaled so visibly that Nurse Palmer laughed outright before she could stop herself. The sound loosened the room by degrees. Lady Morland crossed to inspect the paint box, and found some memory in it that softened her face against her will. Gabriel said quietly, "You may have it cleaned and set in the schoolroom." Lily, who ought to have thanked him, and did not because children never thank properly when joy outruns form, simply nodded and hugged the box against her chest, as if it had passed beyond object into proof. There the matter should have ended. A room opened. A child pleased. A corner of the house restored to use. Domestic correction completed. Yet the room itself would not allow so easy an escape. Lady Morland had gone to the shelves beside the writing table, and was lifting down old work boxes with the air of a woman who knows perfectly well she ought to leave memory arranged and never once intends to do so. Julia, emboldened by the success of the paint box, had discovered a drawer full of letters tied in faded green ribbon. Nurse Palmer had taken Lily and the prize toward the door on the promise of water, soap, and immediate artistic resurrection. I would have followed them out, I think I would. Then I saw, half hidden behind the folded embroidery frame near the corner, a small walnut cabinet no higher than my knee with brass escutcheon, and one drawer slightly askew. Not enough to call attention from across the room, only enough to catch a woman already looking for what does not sit flush in large houses. I went to it before I could think better. "What is that?" I asked. Gabriel turned. Lady Morland followed my gaze and said at once, "Oh no." The line, spoken not theatrically with immediate irritation, sharpened my attention beyond recall. "What no?" I asked. "Nothing worth upsetting the afternoon for, but then you should not have said no like that." Julia, hearing the tone, left the green ribbon letters at once and came nearer with all the keen loyalty of sisters who suspect the room has once again begun producing significance. Gabriel crossed then, not hurriedly, but with that contained speed I had come to recognize as effort under discipline. He said, "It is only one of my mother's smaller cabinets." The word only did not improve matters any more now than it had that morning. "Then why is the drawer crooked?" "Because old wood swells," Lady Morland said, "and because Gabriel, at 15, tried to pry it open with a paper knife and was caught before improving himself. There are women who save a room by wit, and women who destroy one by it." Lady Morland, I was beginning to understand, might do either depending upon whether the truth had already chosen its hour. Julia looked at Gabriel in astonishment. "You?" He gave her a look so dry it should have turned paper brittle. "I am touched by your confidence in my angelic youth." The exchange lightened the air. Briefly, I crouched before the cabinet. The walnut had darkened beautifully with time. The brass escutcheon was worn smooth. Whatever it had once held, it had been opened often enough by the proper key, and not at all by the wrong fingers. "Did you ever succeed?" I asked. Gabriel said, "No, pa." That seemed answer enough. And yet, I touched the crooked drawer front lightly. It moved no more than a breath's width and then resisted. Not swollen wood then, something behind it. Lady Morland came nearer. She said, "That cabinet belonged to Eleanor's mother before her. Keepsakes, thread papers, childish treasures. The sort of things women save until men call them clutter, and then go searching for them once the women are dead." Again one of those sentences, so bitterly true that no one in the room could comfortably answer. "Does it lock?" I asked. "Yes." "And the key?" Lady Morland looked at Gabriel. There it was again, that subtle turn toward him whenever rooms of female memory crossed into custody. Not because he ruled them. Because he had become, by inheritance or accident, the keeper of things women no longer stood in life to guard. He said, after a moment, "I do not know." This was the first time I knew with certainty that he lied. Not because the sentence was impossible. Because of the way he said it. Too quick at the front, too level at the end. A man who truly does not know sounds different from one who has decided knowledge should not yet become public. I rose very slowly. Lady Morland's eyes flicked to mine at once. She had heard it too. Julia blessedly had not. She said only, "Then perhaps Mrs. Finch knows." Gabriel answered, "Perhaps." Another perhaps. Another neat postponement. I said very evenly, "The housekeeper seems to know nearly everything else in the house. We may ask her." Bah! The room shifted. Not dramatically. A thread pulled. Lady Morland adjusted her shawl though it had not moved. Gabriel's expression gave nothing away except increased attention. The old room, the little cabinet, the silver key in his pocket, all of it seemed suddenly to gather around the single word ask. At last he said, "Very well." "But not before Lily has her paint box restored," and the rest of the house concludes we opened the room for ordinary reasons. The answer was so characteristic, so infuriatingly half-right, that I nearly laughed from sheer frustration. You still prefer sequence? Yes. You prefer it too much. Possibly. Not denial, not apology, just that same grave admission of habit. Had he argued, I think I might have pressed the matter then and there until the room broke open around us. Instead, he gave me what he always gave when cornered by plain truth, acknowledgment without surrender. I was beginning to suspect how dangerous that might become. Lady Morland said briskly, Then the cabinet stays where it is. Lily receives the box. And the rest of us retreat before memory begins dictating terms. That, apparently, ended the opening of Lady Eleanor's room. Or should have. By 4 of the clock, Lily was in the schoolroom with clean paints and a determination to improve the west lawn in colors not recognized by nature. Julia sat with her under Miss Renshaw's nominal supervision and was already ruining 2 brushes in the cause of snowdrops. Lady Morland had gone below to answer a note from the vicar's wife. Gabriel had been claimed by the steward over something involving hedgerows and tenancy that sounded both urgent and elderly. That left me with Mrs. Finch. We met in the still-room passage by chance. If one believes in chance where housekeepers are concerned. She had flower on one sleeve and a key ring at her waist large enough to command a small army. Mrs. Finch, I said. She looked at me once and did not pretend not to know the subject. My lady. The little walnut cabinet in Lady Eleanor's room. Wes, you know the key. She did not answer at once. Instead, she lifted the flower from her sleeve with her free hand and said, I know there are rooms in this house where if one begins naming keys too quickly, no one keeps their peace till supper. Peace, I said, has become a suspicious word to me. That made her look at me more directly than before. She said, Good. It ought to be. The answer startled me enough that I lost half the argument prepared for her. Then you do know. I know the little cabinet was used for private papers after Lady Eleanor's death, because the old Earl disliked seeing women's things underfoot, and my lord disliked seeing them sorted by men who thought threaders and letters equally disposable. Ah. There, in a sentence, lay 3 generations of Hawthorn, and the key. Mrs. Finch's mouth compressed by a degree. My lord had at once. Had the word mattered, I said, I now. He may still. Matey, my lady, if you wish to ask whether his lordship keeps the key in his pocket, and thinks no one notices, you should ask him. I am too old to be the bridge between injured women and guarded men. The line was so exactly placed that for a second I could only stare. Then I laughed. I could not help it. Not because the matter amused me. Because Hawthorn Court had at last produced a woman too dry to let any of us drown in our own significance. Mrs. Finch almost smiled. Almost, I said. You like him. I have buried too many people in this family not to. The bluntness of that sobered me at once. And yet, she added, taking up her key ring again, liking a man is no reason to let him grow comfortable in old faults. With that she went on toward the kitchen passage, leaving flower, authority, and admonition in her wake. I stood where she had left me and understood 2 things very clearly. First, the silver key almost certainly opened the little walnut cabinet. Second, everyone in Hawthorn Court who loved Gabriel also knew he had habits to be corrected. That more than the key itself unsettled me. Because correction implies repetition. Repetition implies history. And history, in houses like this, is rarely content to remain locked in pretty rooms forever. When evening came and the candles were lit below, I sat with my letter paper in the west drawing-room and wrote dutiful notes under the eye of the fire. Gabriel entered halfway through my aunt's page, spoke with Lady Morland about the steward, nodded to Julia over her mending, and paused only long enough near my table to say, in a voice no one else could hear, after supper, if you still wish. The sentence had no object in it. It did not need one. I kept my eyes on the page. I do. Very well. He moved on. No warmth, no secrecy. Only agreement laid beside the evening as if the room itself had already become witness and therefore safety. I wrote the rest of my letter with a hand that remained steady by force. After supper, I thought, we would open the little cabinet, and whatever it held would belong not only to Lady Eleanor's memory, but perhaps to my brother, to Lily, and to the strange, growing measure of truth Gabriel still seemed to sort before offering it. That thought should have warned me sufficiently, it did. I simply meant to proceed anyway. After supper the house withdrew, as large houses do, into layers of acceptable occupation. Sir Edmund settled himself in the library with newspapers old enough to improve under reading and opinions new enough to remain dangerous. Lady Morland took Julia to the music room under the pretence of songs and the real intention of allowing the younger women in the house to go where they meant to go without appearing managed into it. Lily, flushed with paint and pudding and the moral exhaustion of being 7, was sent upstairs by Nurse Palmer, with Atlas under one arm and her dignity under the other. Mrs. Finch vanished into the lower regions with an expression suggesting that, if Hawthorn Court burned down before 10, she would still expect the silver counted. I sat in the west drawing-room with a book open and unread in my lap. At 8:30, Gabriel crossed the threshold and said, without preamble, "Mrs. Finch has the key." I set the book aside. "So she admitted it," he said. "No. She informed me I was a fool, and then gave it to me in language too respectful to repeat." That nearly made me smile. "Then she remains my favorite member of your household." "She remains everyone's favorite member of my household except mine when she is correct." "And is she correct now?" He looked at me with that grave, weary exactness I had come to know too well. Wes, there was no help for it. We went together, not in secrecy, not in haste. The house still moved around us in its ordinary evening rhythm. A maid carrying hot water across the lower passage, footsteps overhead, a footman laying the supper tray for Sir Edmund's second thoughts. Yet the movement toward Lady Eleanor's room felt charged all the same. Not because we were alone. We were not. Because for the first time, since my arrival, we were going together toward a fact both of us already knew would matter. The west passage lay in half, light under 2 wall lamps. The pale blue door stood where it had stood all afternoon, quiet and almost modest in its refusal to draw attention. Gabriel opened it with the silver key, and stood aside for me to enter first. The room had altered with evening. In lamplight it felt smaller, more intimate, less a preserved chamber than a place someone had just left and not yet returned to. The blue of the curtains deepened toward gray. The writing table by the hearth seemed nearer. The little walnut cabinet in the corner waited in shadow as if it had spent the whole day pretending to be furniture, and now meant to resume its true office. Gabriel shut the door to the degree propriety allows when propriety is already strained, not closed entirely, only enough that voices would not carry uselessly down the corridor. He held up a second key, not the silver one from his watch. A darker, older thing with a smaller bow and a bit of blue thread still tied through it. He said, "The cabinet." I stared at the key for 1 second before saying, "You did know." Wes. The honesty of it checked all the sharper things that had risen to my tongue. Why not say so in the passage? Because you would have opened it there with your sister standing beside you and half the house ready to pass through. That sounds very like another arrangement made for my own good. He replied, "It sounds." And there was a trace of strain under the evenness now, like a desire not to discover my mother's private papers, front of a child with paint on her cuffs. That was not a bad answer. It annoyed me more because it was not a bad answer. He crossed to the cabinet and knelt to the lock. I had the absurd impulse to tell him to stop and hand me the key, as if my taking it from him would somehow correct everything already wrong in the matter. I did not speak. I only watched. The lock resisted at first, then yielded with a soft internal click. He drew the crook drawer forward, and this time it opened fully. Inside lay no jewels, no packet of banknotes, no dramatic last testament. Only three things: a narrow bundle of letters tied with faded blue silk, a small leather memorandum book, and a folded paper wrapped in tissue so old it had nearly become another substance. No one moved. At last Gabriel said, "Which first?" "The paper," I answered at once. "Of course. Always the paper. Men and women alike become frighteningly similar once legal danger has taught them where to look." He lifted the tissue, wrapped fold carefully, and placed it on the table near the lamp. Time had browned the outer edges. A faint scent of dried violet rose from it when the tissue came away. That, more than anything, gave the thing its human scale. Someone had put it away with scent still clinging to it, meaning to preserve not merely content but feeling. He said, "It is addressed to my mother." I leaned nearer. On the outer fold, in a hand I did not know, was written, "For Lady Eleanor only, if the Hawthorn matter worsens." Gabriel opened it. The letter inside was not long. That somehow made it more dangerous. Long letters may waste themselves in explanation. Short ones tend to strike directly where they aim. He read the first lines, and I saw his expression change before he handed the sheet to me. The hand was Thomas's. Not one of his charming notes dashed off in haste, or his careless invitations, written as if ink itself admired him. This was Thomas's hand under effort, flatter, less adorned, words pressed closer together, as if plainness had cost him labor. "Lady Eleanor," it began, "if the Earl remains bent on form over sense and Edwin presses the child's line before the principal papers are brought into order, then I beg you do not let the girl be handed where appetite wears a legal face. Mrs. Arden would take her for a season if needed, and I will witness that no dishonor lies in such a shift, only prudence. I sign this separately because men often trust private kindness more when it arrives by a gentleman's hand, though the sense of it belongs entirely to women." I had to stop reading for a moment. Thomas. So plainly Thomas that it hurt. The arrogance in the sentence about gentlemen and women. The flash of wit. The sudden, almost awkward sincerity. He had known. He had been closer to this house's trouble than I had imagined, and not merely as accidental witness. He had offered my aunt. Offered himself too, in the only way men like Thomas know how, by signature and impulse. By trying suddenly and too late to do one thing cleanly when the rest of life has gone less well. I read on. "If the child must be moved, let it be done quickly and without parade. Gabriel is the only one among them who does not mistake rule for care, though he has too much of both in him already. If he opposes the move, it will be because he thinks bearing danger himself is more honorable than sharing it. That is vanity, not virtue, and someone should tell him so." The line blurred for one shameful second before my eyes cleared again. Below it, in darker ink and added later, stood a second hand. Not Thomas's. Lady Eleanor's. Mr. Arden is right in one respect. Boys taught to carry everything alone grow into men who make women pay for their restraint. I lowered the letter very slowly. The room had gone astonishingly still. Gabriel stood at the far side of the table with one hand, braced lightly against the wood, not touching the papers now, not touching anything that might make the strain in him easier to hide. I said, before I could decide whether to be angry, moved, or merely shocked, "Your mother wrote that. Wes, you knew." His answer came after a pause that told me the question had landed exactly where I meant it to. "No." I looked at him. He said, "This letter." "No. Not whole knowledge." Then, "Not this page in particular." Again that maddening partiality of truth between us, enough known to make every new paper cut deeper. I lifted the page again and read the two lines once more. "Gabriel is the only one among them who does not mistake rule for care, though he has too much of both in him already. Boys taught to carry everything alone grow into men who make women pay for their restraint. There it was. His mother, dead in private and hidden behind blue doors, seeing him years ago with a precision that left me almost winded. Not only his present habit, the shape of its origin. Rule for care. Bearing danger alone. Women paying the cost of male restraint. It was all there, written long before I had entered the house or even the story. I said quietly, "She knew you." Yes. Only that. No protest against the judgment. No defense. No claim that time or adulthood had softened the truth of it. Just yes. I set down the letter, and took up the little leather memorandum book instead because I could not bear, for 1 second, the directness of that answer. The book's clasp had long ago broken. Inside were short entries in Lady Eleanor's hand. Dates, purchases, 1 cure for Lily's winter cough, 2 lines on the unfairness of weak tea, a list of books meant for the child once she was older, and, toward the back, a page bearing 3 names written together and underlined once. Gabriel Thomas Arden, Mrs. Arden below them. 1 sentence. If Arthur's papers fail him, these are the 3 I would trust with the girl before any Hawthorn man who loves power more than quiet. I looked up so sharply that the chair behind me nearly caught my skirt. Gabriel had not yet seen the page. I knew it from his face. I turned the book toward him. He read. And for the first time since I had known him, the control left him visibly. Not in any dramatic way. He did not sit down heavily or put a hand to his eyes like some actor in a touring tragedy. No. The change was subtler and therefore more devastating. His breath altered. That was all. Yet in a man so disciplined, the change was like hearing a crack run through winter ice. He said, "My mother wrote that." It was not a question. It did not sound like certainty either. It sounded like grief rediscovered in a new hand. Wes. For a moment neither of us moved. Then he said, "Thomas knew her better than I had understood." I might have answered sharply. Might have said, "Then there was more you had not understood." The line rose and died before I spoke it, because something in his face made cruelty feel too easy, and therefore beneath the moment. Instead I said, "My aunt too. Yes, she was willing. Yes." Again that unbearable plainness. I turned another page in the memorandum book and found a short undated entry, likely later than the rest. The hand was hurried enough to suggest pain or interruption. Gabriel thinks endurance is a private duty. Arthur thought it a useless ornament. Between them lies the whole sadness of this house. I shut the book. It was too much. Too much Lady Eleanor alive in the room. Too much Thomas uncharacteristically clear. Too much of Gabriel's entire inward architecture drawn by a dead mother who had known him better than he knew himself, and who had still not been able to prevent the habit from hardening in him. The lamp burned steadily. Beyond the west windows the trees had disappeared into full dark. Somewhere in the house below, a door closed gently. The ordinary world persisted with indecent patience. At last I asked, "Was the move ever attempted?"
"No, why?"
This time he did not answer at once. He picked up Thomas's letter, read 1 line again, and set it down. "Because my father refused. He said removal would look like panic and give Edwin grounds to say the child's own family had lost confidence in the house."
"And you?"
"You?" The question left me before I knew I meant to ask it that directly. He met my eye with him. The truth struck like cold water. "You agreed?" "Yes." Even then, yes. The word held no shelter. I stared at him, then at Thomas's letter, then back again. He said, "Before I could speak, I was 23. Arthur was dead. Lily's mother half broken with fever and fear. My father furious at the very idea that the child might need to leave Hawthorn ground. I believed holding the house intact was the same as protecting her." I heard Lady Eleanor's line again, as if she had spoken it into the room herself. "Boys taught to carry everything alone grow into men who make women pay for their restraint." "And were you wrong?" I asked. He looked at the memorandum book under my hand. Yes. No defense. No explanation. Just yes again. That answer might have ended the matter there if life were generous. It is not. Because the honesty that should have relieved me also made the shape of him more legible. And legibility is perilous where attraction has already begun, asking impertinent questions of one's judgment. I moved away from the table at last and crossed to the hearth, though no fresh coal had been laid there that evening. The grate held only the faint ash of old fires. "My brother trusted your mother," I said.
My aunt, too, Wes.
"And you were the one she thought would one day understand, if only badly enough." Something changed in his face at that. "Not offense. Something more fragile," he said. "Perhaps." I turned to him. "No, not perhaps. She saw you exactly. That is the danger of all this." He did not speak. I went on because the room, the letters, the dead, and the strange gravity between us made silence impossible. "You keep arranging truth by usefulness. She knew you would. Thomas knew it too, or enough of it to name it vanity." And I stopped. He waited. The pause stretched. At last I said, lower than before, I am beginning to see it before you speak." There was nothing flirtatious in the line. Nothing even kind. Yet it changed the room more surely than if I had crossed to him or softened the words. He said my name then. Not by accident. Not under formal cover. Cicely. It was the first time. The sound of it in his voice, grave, low, and stripped of all title, went through me with such force that for a second the rest of the room seemed to tilt. I did not stop him. That was perhaps answer enough. He did not move from where he stood. That mattered too. He asked, "What would you have had me do?" Quietly. At 23, with a dying sister-in-law, a furious father, and a child at the center of every argument. The question was not challenge. That made it impossible to strike down easily. I thought of Thomas, all warmth and delay. Of Gabriel, all rule and endurance. Of Arthur, dead and therefore ideal in ways the living never are. Of Lady Eleanor in this room, writing women's truths in small books while men mistook structure for salvation downstairs. "You might have listened to the women," I said. The answer landed. I saw it land. He said, "Wes." Again that painful simplicity. I gave a breath that was almost laughter and not kind at all. It is infuriating how much you improve when cornered by dead people. Something almost answered in his mouth. Not quite a smile. Something nearer to one than we had yet allowed ourselves. They are difficult to contradict. That has not stopped living men often enough. No. We were both too tired for perfect caution then. The room had taken too much truth out of us. I stood by the hearth. He by the table, Lady Eleanor between us in every object, Thomas between us in ink, Lily between us in trust, and the space across the carpet suddenly felt not merely inhabited but charged. I said, before I could stop myself, "Did you ever love her less, because she saw you clearly?" He knew at once I meant his mother and not the room. Perhaps he knew too that I was asking something larger in the same breath. He said, "No. I loved her more and obeyed her less wisely than I should have." The answer undid something small and dangerous in me. There are moments when feeling does not begin. It merely becomes undeniable. This was one, not because he had spoken beautifully, because he had spoken without ornament and had placed himself under his mother's judgment, Thomas's judgment, and mine, all in the same room, without trying to escape any of them. I should have stepped back from that realization at once. Instead I said softly, "That sounds like grief." "It is." He did not take his eyes from mine. For one suspended second the room ceased to be Lady Eleanor's, Thomas's, even Hawthorn's. It became only a small western room in a winter house, where two people stood with the dead between them, and the living future of a child somewhere down the corridor. Both of them understanding too much and not enough. He moved first. Not toward me. Only one step nearer the table's edge, as if the truth itself had drawn him forward by the smallest lawful measure. He said,
"I did not mean
for you to enter this house and become answerable to all our old silences." I heard what he meant to say and what he stopped short off to me. For me, the omission mattered. So did the effort behind it. But I answered. Yes, again yes. The repetition should have exhausted me. Instead, each one seemed to strip away another layer of pretense until only the dangerous parts remained. Then the corridor outside sounded with quick footsteps. Lily's, I thought at once, because children and young terriers move with the same moral confidence when they know a room contains something newly interesting. The spell, if one dares call it that, broke. Gabriel stepped back at once. I turned from the cold hearth just as the door opened and Nurse Palmer appeared with Lily at her side and Atlas under the child's arm. Lily said, "Here you are. Miss Julia says the paint is behaving badly and Nurse says you are both taking too long with old papers." The room became a room again. Gabriel answered with visible effort toward ordinary tone. We had almost finished. Lily's gaze moved from his face to mine and back again with a child's exact, merciless curiosity. Then, in a voice pitched for family and disaster alike, she said, "You both look as if the room scolded you." Nurse Palmer made a strangled sound which might have been apology. I said, "Because there was nothing else to do, and because the child was not wrong, it may have done." Lily accepted that without surprise. "Then come help with the sky. Julia says it is too blue." She took my hand before anyone could object and began drawing me toward the corridor. Gabriel, after one brief look at the table, gathered the letters and memorandum book with a care that looked very like reverence, and followed. The room was left behind, locked again perhaps, though I did not hear the key. Yet as Lily dragged me back toward paint and Julia, and the ordinary chaos of children trying to improve landscapes, I knew with painful certainty that something had shifted. Not in the house. In us. The dead had spoken plainly enough to make pretense more difficult afterward. And that, I thought, might prove either very useful or very dangerous indeed. Lily spent the next hour improving the sky with a blue no weather had ever deserved. Julia, who had no steadier relation to art than to consequence, insisted that clouds required more courage than existed in nature, and promptly added 3 of them, in white so violent, they looked prepared to invade the lawn. Miss Renshaw gave up all pretense of instruction and confined herself to protecting the carpet. Nurse Palmer guarded sleeves, water, and civilization with equal force. Lady Morland came in once, saw the state of Europe replaced by the state of the sky, and declared the trade a happy one. Through it all I was acutely aware of Gabriel. Not because he hovered. He did not. He stood at the schoolroom hearth with Thomas's letter and his mother's memorandum book already removed from immediate danger, and watched Lely with the grave attention of a man who knows children survive partly by never being made to feel the room has changed because adults have been shaken in another one. Once he crossed to steady the water jar when Julia's elbow went too wide. Once he answered Lily's question about whether sunsets over Italy were redder than ours. Once his eyes came to mine across the table and remained there only long enough to acknowledge what the room, the dead, and the letters had already altered beyond easy repair. The rest of the hour was ordinary. That was the strangest part. Paint, child's talk, Julia laughing. Atlas pressed into temporary service as a cavalry horse for clouds. No grand speech. No dramatic declaration. The world, having moved under us, still expected the sky to be finished before bedtime. By the time Lily was sent upstairs, cheeks flushed with color and triumph, the household had become itself again on the surface. The letters from Lady Eleanor's room had been put aside. The cabinet was locked once more. The west passage had gone quiet. Only I think how impossible quiet had become. Julia walked with me as far as the blue drawing room after the child's good night. She said, "You are both thinking too hard." It was not the sort of line one answers honestly if one wishes to sleep. That sounds like family criticism. It is. She linked her arm briefly through mine. Do not let him make you lonely in the middle of being useful. Men are talented at that. I stopped. Julia, she said, no, at once. You are going to tell me not to talk like an old woman with lawsuits in her pockets. I refuse. I have lived with Thomas too long not to know what happens when men decide they are carrying the worst of it. The line was so exact to the rowest part of the day that for 1 second I could not speak at all. She kissed my cheek before I found an answer and escaped down the corridor with the speed of younger sisters who know they have drawn blood and would like not to witness the consequences. I went into the blue drawing room alone. The lamps had been lowered. Only one fire remained awake, and that half, mendedly. Outside the windows the lawn lay black, the gravel pale only where moonlight touched it. The room smelled faintly of beeswax and cooling tea. A book waited where I had abandoned it earlier, and looked me with reproach fit for novels and none fit for life. I sat. Then I rose again almost at once, because sitting still had become intolerable. I do not know how long I stood by the mantel before I heard the door open behind me. No one announced him. No servant would have needed to. The house had already begun, I thought, to understand the difference between secrecy and privacy, though I was not yet certain whether that understanding would save or ruin us all. Gabriel came in with the letters and memorandum book in his hand. He said, "You should have them." I turned. The directness of the gesture startled me more than any explanation could have done. He crossed to the table and laid down Thomas's letter, Lady Eleanor's memorandum book, and one further sheet I had not seen before folded smaller, edges softened by long carrying. "What is that?" I asked. "A note from Fenwick's index file. The reference I told you of." I did not move nearer at once. The room held us in that peculiar stillness evening lends to difficult honesty, where even the fire seems unwilling to interfere with what may be spoken. "Then you meant to show me all of it tonight?" I said. Yes. I believed him. That was, perhaps, the first true danger of the hour. I went to the table and unfolded the index slip. It was exactly what he had said, not a full document, not proof complete in itself, only a clerk's brief entry copied from some older packet now missing. Arden T. Present at city discussion re temporary female placement if principal guardianship line disputed. See Eleanor H. Cabinet note at no execution. No execution. The phrase looked cold and almost judicial in its brevity. I said without lifting my eyes from it, "You had this before you married me." "Yes." "There. At last." No hesitation. No shield. I looked up slowly. How long before? A little over a fortnight. The room seemed to sharpen around the words. A fortnight. Not yesterday's discovery. Not even the days immediately before he called. Long enough for search. Long enough for thought. Long enough, perhaps, for decision. You knew Thomas's name belonged in your house before you ever entered my aunt's drawing room. Yes. Yet you said nothing. I said nothing certain. The answer should have enraged me. Instead it left me cold. The theory is a distinction men enjoy making after women have been managed by it. He closed his eyes once, briefly, then opened them. Wes. Again yes. Always this infuriating plainness, when a lesser man would have lied and been simpler to despise. I set down the index slip more carefully than I felt. "What did you know?" "That Thomas had been present at one discussion. That my mother had trusted your aunt enough to consider the child's placement under her roof if matters worsened. That some private note connected Arden's name to the contingency. That the principal packet had gone missing. And you searched." Wes, the word came low, almost tired now. Veer. My father's desk. The library inventories. Fenwick's office. My brother's London papers once they could be sent down. My mother's room, though not thoroughly enough. Not thoroughly enough. Because the cabinet had still held today's letter and memorandum book. I said. And when you discovered Bell meant to fasten himself to Julia, you decided to marry me. It was not quite accusation. Not yet. The line lay too near reason to fully become a wound. His gaze held mine steadily. He said, I decided that two forms of danger might be answered by one structure. Fear, I said quietly. That language again. Structure. It was true. It may still be true and not be enough. For a second, neither of us moved. Then he said with visible care, I did not know whether Thomas had helped us or harmed us. The sentence caught me because it touched the deepest bruise in me with unbearable accuracy. Thomas, all my life, had been some variation of both. Gabriel went on. I knew only that his name had passed through a conversation about Lily at a moment of legal weakness and family division. I did not yet know whether he had stood there in loyalty, recklessness, opportunism, or simple chance. My brother was not simple chance. He said, No. I know that now. I turned away and went to the window because there are moments when the body needs distance even if the room cannot give enough of it. The glass held my reflection faintly over the darkness outside. One hand braced at the sash, shoulders too straight, face too pale in the lamplight. Behind the reflection stood Gabriel and the table, and the papers between us. It seemed a fitting arrangement for the whole of our marriage, thus far, truth reflected through darkness. Never directly enough to rest in easily. At last I asked, Did you propose because of the papers? He answered more quickly than before. No. I turned back. He said, Not because of them alone. Because Belle made delay impossible for Julia. Because Edwin meant to use the house's disorder against Lily. Because once I knew your aunt and brother had stood near this matter before, I could not leave your family outside it and still call myself honorable. The line struck hard. Honorable. Wes. I nearly laughed, though without amusement. My lord, men become most dangerous to women precisely when honor enters the room. Something changed in his face then, not offense, not even surprise. Recognition sharpened by pain, he said, I know, quietly. I am beginning to. The room went still again. He took one step nearer the table, not nearer me, and laid his hand lightly beside Lady Eleanor's memorandum book. I searched before marriage, because I thought uncertainty was mine to bear until it became useful. That was how I had been taught to think, not by kindness perhaps, by habit. His eyes lifted to mine. And because I did not yet know you. The last sentence, so simple and so stripped of strategy, went through me more cleanly than any polished declaration could have done. You knew enough to ask me to enter the danger, I said. Yes. But not enough to trust me with all of it. No. Another clean blow. I looked down at Thomas's letter again. Gabriel is the only one among them who does not mistake rule for care, though he has too much of both in him already. Thomas once again had been intolerably right and too late to do anything easy with it, I said. My brother saw you.
Perhaps. My aunt too. Yes. And your mother.
A long pause. Wes. I could not tell whether what I felt then was anger, sorrow, or the beginnings of something much more ruinous. To be understood by the dead is one thing. To stand before a living man already shaped by their understanding and watch him begin, painfully, to see the same truth in himself, that was another matter entirely. I crossed back to the table and touched the memorandum book with one finger. She wrote that boys taught to carry everything alone grow into men who make women pay for their restraint. Wes. Do you think she was right? He did not answer immediately. Then? West. I laughed once. Very softly, because there was no other safe response left to me. It is almost indecent how much easier honesty becomes for you when a dead woman has written it first. This time something at the corner of his mouth altered more visibly. That may be because dead women cannot be managed by my arguments. No, I said. Thank heaven. The faint movement near his mouth vanished. But not before I had seen it. Not a smile exactly. The memory of one. It unsettled me more than if he had reached across the table and taken my hand. Because we were both too tired and too honest now to mistake such small fractures in control for nothing. he said, after a moment. There is more. Of course there was. The whole day had been built on that phrase. I lifted my head. What more? When I first found the index reference, I had Fenwick send to town for the older packet copies. None returned complete. Then I asked Lavington, before I called on your aunt, whether he had seen any corresponding note among Thomas's effects. That sentence changed everything by a degree. Not because it was monstrous, because it widened the circle of what he had done, before ever standing in my aunt's drawing room and asking for my hand. You had already begun the search through my brother's papers. I said, Wes, without telling us, Wes. The repetition should have exhausted me. Instead it only deepened the strange ache behind my ribs. He found nothing useful, I asked. Lavington found debts, half-notes, racing receipts, and 2 letters from Belle Best burned unread. Nothing connecting your aunt or Thomas directly to the Hawthorn contingency. A pause. Until now. There it was again now. The moment by which he wished all other sequence to be judged. I said, more quietly. You mean to tell me you would have married me, still had the papers revealed Thomas harmed Lily? The words were barely out before I wished them back. Not because they were unfair. Because they opened ground I had not intended to tread so soon. He answered with no visible struggle at all. Yes. I stared. Why? His gaze did not leave mine. Because Belle would still have meant danger to Julia. Because Edwin would still have meant danger to Lily. Because whatever Thomas had done or failed to do, his sins would not have justified leaving you and your sister to a man like Belle. He stopped. Then, more quietly, and because by the time I called on your aunt, I had already decided that if there was damage between our families, it should not continue through the women. The line landed with quiet force. Not continue through the women. So simple. So devastating. So nearly the whole of what I wanted from men, and had almost never received cleanly enough to trust. I sat down because standing had become impossible. The chair behind me took my weight with a soft creak. The room seemed suddenly smaller, or perhaps only more real. He did not sit. He remained by the table, as if knowing one of us ought still to stand until the truth finished its work. After a moment I said, Me? Yes. You should have told me at once. Yes. You should not answer every accusation like an obedient witness. It makes anger difficult to sustain. At that, to my astonishment, he did smile briefly, tiredly, and with more sadness than relief in it. I am not sure that is a defect. It is for me. Something warmer than before moved in the room and then, just as quickly, became dangerous for that very reason. I asked, because I had to know, did you marry me entirely from duty? The question hung there, stripped of every protection I might have wished to keep around it. He understood at once what I was asking and what I was risking by asking it. He said, No. Not entirely. Not evasively. Simply no. I held his eyes. When did that change? A long pause followed. Not because he sought a prettier answer. Because he meant to give the true one and the true one cost him. He said, When you refused to take Lilla's mother's place. At last. And when you told me at breakfast that maps are always late and therefore look clever. The answer was so absurdly specific that for a second I could only stare at him. Then, helplessly, I laughed. A real laugh this time, though quiet and only briefly alive. It changed his face more than the smile had. Not by softening it. By undoing, for one unguarded second, the whole severe arrangement of him. I saw then the man who might have laughed more often had his house been built differently around him. It was a dangerous sight. I said, still half breathless from surprise. That is one of the worst courtships ever attempted. I am not courting you. No, I said. That is plainly the trouble. The line left the room very still. Neither of us moved. The fire in the grate gave a small sound behind us. Outside, wind touched the west windows and passed on. Somewhere in the corridor, far enough not to matter and near enough to remind us where we were, a maid crossed with folded linen. He said my name then. Not Lady Hawthorn. Not Cecily used as a practical correction. My name only, in a voice low enough to belong to the room and not the house. Cicely. There are moments in which own good sense stands back and watches with grave disapproval. I said, just as quietly, Wes. He took one step nearer. Only one. Not enough to make the room improper. Enough to make it dangerous, he said. If I had told you everything I knew before marriage, you would still have come. It was not a question. No, I answered before thinking. I would have come faster. Something in his expression changed so swiftly and so fully that I had to look down at once to survive it. 'Cause there it was. The impossible, unadorned truth of it. The house, the child Julia, Belle, Thomas, Lady Eleanor, and beneath all of it, not romance exactly, not yet, but the terrible recognition that we were already farther inside one another's necessary lives than either of us had meant to be. He did not touch me. That mattered. He only stood there in the lamp-lit room with the dead on the table between us and said, very carefully, as if the sentence must be built to bear weight, and not merely feeling, I do not know what this becomes if the rest of the truth worsens. I lifted my eyes. But I know, he continued, that if it improves, I would rather you judge me on what I have told too late than on what I never meant to tell at all. The honesty of it undid me more than any vow would have done. I should have answered something wise, something protective, something that kept the room from altering any farther. Instead I heard myself say, that is a very poor shield. It is the only one I have. We looked at one another too long. Then the hall clock downstairs struck 9. The sound saved us. Not completely. Nothing could have done that now. But enough. Enough to return the room to time, to household, to the ordinary order by which fires are banked and children are put to bed and women do not stand in former mothers' rooms, admitting truths too near the heart to survive first naming. I rose at once. I should go. Yes. Yet neither of us moved immediately. At last he stepped back first. Not far. Just enough to make the distance visible and therefore honorable. He said, take the memorandum book tonight. And Thomas's letter, if you wish. I stared. You would let me? He almost answered with dryness, checked it, and chose truth instead. Wes. It was not merely permission. It was trust offered in the one coin I had demanded from him since entering this house. Open access to the truth where it touched my life. I took the book and Thomas's letter and held them against my skirt with both hands, because they had suddenly become more than paper. At the door I stopped. Behind me the room remained lit, small blue, and full of women who were not in it anymore, and still governed it. Gabriel stood by the table where I had left him, one hand resting lightly beside his mother's empty cabinet drawer, the other at his side. Not reaching, not asking, that too mattered. I said without turning fully back, you are still not telling me everything. The words were not accusation now. Not entirely. More nearly a fact laid down between us to see whether he would deny it. After a pause, he said, no, it was. The truth. Not all, but truth of a kind. I turned then and looked at him. Do not make me pay too much for what remains. Something passed across his face, not surprise, because he had heard the deeper meaning already. Something nearer to pain sharpened into resolve. I will try not to. Try. Not promise. I should have hated the insufficiency of it. Instead I found, against all my own wisdom, that I believed the effort would be real. That was dangerous enough for one night. So I left him there in his mother's room, and carried Thomas's letter, and the memorandum book to my own chamber, where moonlight and candlelight made the pages look older and more intimate than they had under the lamp. I did not sleep much. Not because of fear. Not even because of Thomas, though his hand and his late erratic goodness hurt freshly now that I had seen them laid beside Lady Eleanor's clear mind. No, I did not sleep, because the room had altered the world too far to make rest easy. Gabriel had searched before marriage. He had told me so himself. He had not told me all. And yet, between the dead and the living, somewhere in that narrow space where anger, trust, and attraction make terrible neighbors, something had become undeniable. The next truth, I thought as I watched the candle burn down, would cost us both more than the last one had. I slept very little and understood too much by dawn. The memorandum book lay open beside my candle until the wick guttered itself into a lean blue flame and forced me at last to snuff it. Even then I did not undress properly, only loosened what could not be slept in, and lay awake with Lady Eleanor's words turning slowly and mercilessly through my mind. Boys taught to carry everything alone grow into men who make women pay for their restraint. The line had ceased. By 3 in the morning, to belong only to a dead mother judging her living son. It had become a key to the whole house, to Hawthorn's silence, to Thomas's late erratic usefulness, to Gabriel's grave habit of arranging truth into sequence and calling the sequence care. By first light the room had gone pearl, gray and cold. I rose before the maid came, lit the fire myself badly enough to offend Mrs. Finch in spirit, if not in person, and sat at the little writing table with Thomas's letter on one side and Lady Eleanor's memorandum on the other. I do not know why I opened the memorandum again. Perhaps because grief makes scavengers of us where the dead are concerned. One always hopes the same pages may yield new mercy merely because one has become more tired. The book was small enough to sit warm between my palms. I turned back to the page with our names, Gabriel, Thomas Arden, Mrs. Arden, and then forward again to the line about the whole sadness of the house. That was when something slipped loose from the back cover and fell into my lap. Not a page from the book itself. A separate folded slip, thinner than the memorandum paper and cut to the size of a man's pocket note. It must have been tucked inside the backboard, caught there by chance or habit, and missed when I first turned the leaves the night before. I unfolded it. The hand was Fenwick's. I knew it at once from the clerkish neatness and the economy with which he treated both ink and emotion. It was dated 6 days before Gabriel called on my aunt. The first line alone was enough to drain all warmth from the room. If Bell's pressure on Miss Julia Arden is as Lavington now suggests, your lordship may answer 2 dangers by 1 immediate alliance. I read the whole note once. Then again more slowly because the first reading had been too fast for hatred to take proper shape. If Bell's pressure on Miss Julia Arden is as Lavington now suggests, your lordship may answer 2 dangers by 1 immediate alliance. Miss Cecily Arden's entrance into Hawthorn would regularize the domestic argument Edwin means to exploit, secure the girl's sister from Bell's nearer reach, and place any surviving Arden references within family access without indecent search. I know the remedy is abrupt. It remains the clearest. Whether your lordship can reconcile its usefulness with honor is not for my pen to decide. I sat very still. The fire I had laid badly, the morning light on the dressing table, the coverlet only half smoothed where I had left the bed. All of it seemed suddenly arranged around one simple brutal fact. He had known. Not merely that Thomas's name hovered at the edges of the case. Not merely that my aunt had once been considered for Lily's placement. Not merely that marriage might answer Belle and Edwin together if necessity pressed hard enough. He had known enough to receive, before ever entering my aunt's drawing room, a solicitor's calm suggestion that I might be made remedy, structure, and household access all at once. And then he had come to me, with terms, with steadiness, with that grave, impossible honesty that had moved me precisely because it had seemed to leave so little in shadow. I folded the note once, then again. Not neatly. Neatness had become offensive. By the time the maid knocked, I had hidden Fenwick's paper inside the memorandum book and made my face fit for breakfast. No one at the table knew anything had changed. That was the first injury of it, Lily argued with toast. Julia wanted to know whether the village draper sold muslin narrow enough for sleeve repair. Lady Morland complained of east wind headaches and declared all January weather a Protestant punishment. Sir Edmund arrived late, and immediately accused the marmalade of moral weakness. Gabriel came in from outside with mud at the hem of his coat, and a letter already opened in one hand, apologized for the delay, and took his place as if the morning belonged properly to roads, tenants, and the ongoing management of life. He looked tired. That might once have softened me. This morning it did not. He glanced toward me only once while taking coffee. I met the look fully and saw, to my astonishment, that some instinct in him registered danger at once. Not the content of it, of course. He could not know what sat hidden beside my hand in Lady Eleanor's book. But he knew, as men do who live too long under exacting women, when a room has altered against them. "Did you sleep?" Lady Morland asked me. "Nuff," I said. The answer was true and useless. Gabriel said nothing to me beyond asking whether I preferred tea fresh poured or already on the tray. The domesticity of the question nearly undid my control through sheer irony. I answered, "Already on the tray." Because what else can one do with a man who has helped design one's life in legal sequence and still remembers how one prefers tea? Breakfast continued. I spoke when required. I even smiled once at Lily's declaration that Atlas had improved under military command and was no longer sentimental about clouds. All the while Fenwick's note burned against my palm beneath the cloth, where my fingers rested on the folded memorandum. At last the meal ended. Lady Morland carried Julia off to the conservatory under some pretext involving cuttings. Sir Edmund was claimed by the steward before his nap could become principal. Lily went upward with Nurse Palmer and Atlas to perform arithmetic in protest. Gabriel remained by the window finishing his coffee. I rose slowly and said, "Before caution or dignity could improve the sentence into something less dangerous, my lord, I should like a word." The room, though nearly empty by then, still felt the line. He set down the cup at once. "Of course." I turned toward the library without waiting to see whether he followed. I knew he would. The library at that hour was all winter light and discipline. The fire had been newly built. The south windows threw pale bars across the carpet. Nothing in the room suggested emotional catastrophe. Books are indecently calm in the face of human failure. He closed the door only to the degree that privacy required and impropriety refused. He asked, "What is it?" I did not answer immediately. Instead I took Lady Eleanor's memorandum from under my arm, opened it, drew out Fenwick's slip, and held it toward him across the central table. His eyes dropped to the note. I watched him read. It is a terrible thing to witness certainty arrive in another person's face, when one has hoped, however foolishly, for some species of mistake. Not because his expression betrayed guilt in any vulgar form. Gabriel was incapable of vulgarity even when cornered. But the moment he saw the paper, whatever last refuge remained to surprise or omission vanished from him entirely. He did not ask where I had found it. He did not pretend not to know it. He only said, after one breath space, "It was in the memorandum, Wes." Silence followed. Then I said, "So now you may answer the question more accurately." He lifted his eyes from the paper to me. What question? Whether you proposed because of the papers. The line landed exactly as intended. He looked back down at Fenwick's hand, then set the note carefully on the table between us as if roughness toward it would amount to roughness toward the truth itself. He said, I propose. Because Belle made delay impossible for Julia, and because Edwin meant to use the house's disorder against Lily. That is not the question I asked. His jaw tightened by a degree. No. No denial. No attempt to widen the answer back into principle. I felt my own control grow colder, clearer. Did you know before you came to my aunt that Fenwick had already suggested marriage to me as the clearest instrument available? Wes. Fear. I had not meant the word to come out so softly. Perhaps softness was all anger had left by then. Fear. I repeated. That is the sentence you should have given me in the first place. He did not move from the far side of the table. Wes. Always yes. Always that plain. Grave submission to fact, once it had been dragged fully into light. I had once thought that quality honorable. This morning it seemed only another privilege of men, who know they will still be standing, after the truth has struck them. I said, You came to me already holding this. He answered at once. Yes. You spoke of terms while already knowing that a solicitor had laid me out among your remedies. Cicely. No. I lifted a hand. Do not soften my own meaning for me. Remedy. Alliance. Domestic regularity. Family access to ardent papers without indecent search. There is nothing sentimental in Fenwick's hand, which I commend him for, because it leaves the whole shape visible. His expression changed then, not with anger, but with something much more dangerous, pain meeting impatience, and forcing itself downward, before it could become self-defense. I know what the note says. Do you know what it feels like to read it after marriage? That stopped him. For 1 second the room seemed to lose all sound but the small shift of coal in the grate. At last he said, New boy it was. One honest answer among too many belated ones. I should have been satisfied by it. I was not. You let me believe, I said, and now my voice had gone very quiet indeed, that you approached my aunt because necessity and your own judgment had brought you to the same conclusion in that hour. You let me negotiate as if I stood before an unwritten thing, when in truth your solicitor had already drafted the bones of it 6 days earlier. He took the blow without visible recoil. Yes. I almost laughed. Not from amusement. From the absurdity of how little room his agreement left me in which to strike him cleanly. He said, after a moment, If I had shown you that note before asking you, you would have believed yourself proposed for on paper before you were proposed to as a person. I stared at him. You believe that improves matters. No bow. The answer came with more force than any he had yet used. I believe it explains them. Fear. I touched the paper with one finger. That language again. Explain. Sequence. Use. Everything arranged until the women are permitted to enter their own lives only once the men have finished naming them. Something altered in his face then. Not because the accusation was new, because it had found the exact crack already laid down there by his mother's book and Thomas's letter. He said, I did not think, carefully, that giving you Fenwick's note in my aunt's drawing room would leave you freer. My aunt's drawing room was not yours to govern. No. Then why govern it? He did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice had lowered and lost all ornament. Because I thought if I brought you the note first, Belle would already have won. The sentence hit hard enough to force silence between us. He went on before I could decide whether silence now belonged to him or me. I thought you would hear from the first line onward that I wanted your sister, your family papers, and your steadiness under my roof, because it would answer my house most usefully. And I thought, quite rightly perhaps, that you would despise me before I had made room for anything else to be visible. I said, would I have been wrong? That one, at last, made him pause longer. He said, no, not entirely. The room went colder still. There, in one answer, lay the whole obscenity of it. He had not merely concealed the note, because he feared my opinion would be unjust. He had concealed it, because my opinion would have been too nearly right. I went to the window, because if I remained at the table, I might do something melodramatic and later have to admire myself for it, which is the most exhausting form of shame. Outside, the south lawn shone pale under weak sun. Two rooks stalked the gravel with the air of minor officials inspecting ruin. The world remained indecently orderly. Behind me, he said, it was not only the note. I did not turn. No, it was my sister, your niece, Bedouin, your house, my brother, my aunt. Always so much structure around the injury that the injury begins to look almost reasonable. That brought him one step nearer. I heard it in the carpet, measured and unwilling. I am not saying reasonable. No. You are saying necessary. Men often do when they dislike the shape of what they have chosen. Silence again. Then, lower than before, I chose badly. I turned then. The words had not been rhetorical, not a plea, not even apology in its most obvious form. Just the simple admission, placed between us without shield. And still it was not enough. Wes, I said, you did. He accepted that too. I hated how little room remained in which to keep him monstrous. For a moment, neither of us moved. The library table stood between us with Fenwick's note lying open upon it like indictment signed in clerk's ink. His mother's memorandum book lay beside it, the dead women of the house having already spoken the rest. My pulse felt suddenly too loud for the room. At length he said, if I had come to you with the note first, would you still have married me? The question left his mouth with no self-protection around it at all. I answered at once because truth, once it has begun, becomes impatient with stagecraft. Wes. Something in him changed visibly. I went on because he had earned the rest of the wound. Wes. I would have married you. I would have married you faster, more angrily, and with less inclination to mistake your restraint for virtue. But I would have done it. I drew breath. And the difference between those two marriages matters more than you seem to understand. He looked at me with a stillness that was almost shock. After a moment he said, I understand it now. No, I said quietly. You understand it because the worst has already happened. I had begun. I stopped. He waited. I hated him for waiting well. I had begun to think your silences belonged to difficulty. I said at last, not design. His face altered by the smallest degree, but enough. Cicely. No. Hear it as I am saying it. Difficulty I could have fought beside you. Design requires me to ask, every time you hesitate, whether I am looking at care or arrangement. The sentence settled over the room like frost. He did not try to interrupt me again. Good. I went on. You asked for my trust on terms. I gave you what I could. Then I learned your mother had known your habits before I did. Then I learned Thomas stood nearer this house than I was told. And now I learned that before ever I entered Hawthorn Court, Fenwick had already described me a solution, domestic regularity and access. Tell me, my lord, on what sane principle I am now meant to divide your feeling from your structure. At last something like anger moved in him. Not anger at me, but at the shape of the truth itself, perhaps at the smallness of the position into which he had forced both of us. He said, you are not meant to. The force in the answer startled us both. He mastered it at once, but not before it had shown. He said, I am not asking you, more evenly, to divide them cleanly. I am telling you that when I asked you, they were not cleanly divided in me, there, at last. The most honest thing he had yet said all morning, perhaps all week. It should have drawn me nearer. Instead it hurt more. That does not help. I know. I dislike that you always know once the damage is visible. The line landed. He let it. Then after one brief silence, he said, something that checked me more thoroughly than any defense would have done. My father used to tell my mother nothing until he had reduced every difficulty to what he called manageable proportions. He believed facts were rougher on women before arrangement. I despised him for it. He looked straight at me. And still, when Fenwick's note came, I acted like his son before I managed to act like myself. The truth of that moved through the room with terrible force. Not because it absolved him, because it made the injury less easy to dismiss as calculation alone. Habit inheritance. Male rule polished by education until it looks almost like care. How many women have been crushed by precisely that lineage and still been asked to admire the intention? I said, very low now, you speak as if naming the inheritance softens what it does. No. Then why name it? Because if I do not, you will think I meant the wound cleanly. That silenced me. For one awful second I could see the whole thing from both sides at once, which is one of the least peaceful skills a woman can acquire. He had not meant the wound cleanly. No. He had meant to spare, contain, and structure. He had also chosen the very form of sparing that leaves women outside the room until their own lives have been arranged into proposals. I said, do not ask me to pity the mechanism. I am not. What then? His gaze did not leave mine. To see it clearly enough that, if there is any judgment left for me in your mind, it falls on what I chose, and not on what I would like to pretend I never inherited. There are answers that invite tears. That one invited only a more dangerous sorrow. I looked down at Fenwick's note again. So this is what I was to you? No. The word came swift and absolute. This was one part of what marriage could answer. He said, and the other parts? Nothing. For the first time that morning he had no answer ready. That silence told me more than any speech would have done. I closed the memorandum book, folded Fenwick's note inside it, and gathered both to my side. Can continue this conversation while still liking that there are moments when you tell the truth well. Something flashed across his face. Pain. Yes, and something warmer that had no business appearing there while the ground between us still burned. He asked, you think that is the danger? Quietly. Yes. He took one breath. Then another. He said, no. The danger is that I know exactly why you still do. The room went very still indeed. I should have answered at once. I did not. For 1 second, perhaps 2, all the old hazards returned at once. The room in the West Wing, his mother's words, Thomas's letter, his grave face in winter light, the child upstairs, Julia under Hawthorn protection, my own heart becoming an object of intolerable complexity at the very moment I most needed it simple. At last I said, do not. It came out harsher than I intended. Good. He bowed his head slightly. Not submission. Restraint. He said, no. Not now. There it was again, that maddening capacity to hear the line beneath the line and stop, just short of making everything worse. I could not decide whether it was mercy or only another skill of control. A knock sounded at the library door. Both of us turned at once. Prynne entered with the perfect tact of an old butler who knows, when the room before him has already been unpleasant enough and sees no reason to add personality to service. My lord. Lady Morland asks whether the village callers expected at noon are to be received in the blue drawing-room or the morning-room. Village callers. Of course. The house would continue. Ladies with baskets and curiosity. Clergymen's wives. Neighbors who meant well and would watch my hand on the teacup for evidence of happiness or failure. Hawthorn life never offered the luxury of crisis without interruption. One was expected to carry the wound into the next room and discuss parish broth over it. Gabriel answered without looking from me. The blue drawing-room. Very good, my lord. Prynne withdrew. The library settled again. I said, Thier, you see, the house goes on. It always does. That is your great comfort. His gaze sharpened. No. He said, no. That is my punishment. The answer, so low and so suddenly stripped of armor, struck me more deeply than any polished speech could have done. Before I could reply, he added, with effort, because it means I must watch it go on around an injury I gave you, and not even have the vulgar right to call the room to order for my own sake. The truth of it moved through me with quiet violence. I took one step back because the room had become too close, too honest, and therefore much too dangerous. "You should receive your callers," I said. He did not move. "Cicely." "No." I lifted the memorandum and the note slightly, enough that he could see what remained now in my keeping. "Not until I know what else you have decided to carry alone." Ah, that landed. Fully. For 1 second I thought he might answer with the final withheld truth, whatever shape it had not yet taken. He did not. Instead he said only, "Then I suppose you had better keep looking." Not challenge. Not permission. Something worse. Acknowledgement. I went to the door myself. When I reached it, I looked back once. He was still where I had left him. One hand braced on the table, near the place Fenwick's note had lain. The winter light from the south windows cut the side of his face into severity and shadow. He looked not proud, not defensive, not even merely tired. He looked like a man who had finally been made to see the full vulgarity of meaning well from inside inherited forms. Rude, I thought. Let him see it. Because by the time I stepped out into the corridor and heard the drawing room below beginning to fill with the harmless voices of village women and baskets and parish civility, I knew one thing with painful clarity. Whatever remained hidden in Hawthorn's papers, it would no longer be a private arrangement between his conscience and his timing. Not if I could help it. The callers came at noon and found me perfectly arranged. I do not mean cheerful. That would have been beyond art. I mean composed, gloved, seated in the blue drawing room with Lady Morland at my right, Julia with her work-basket at the window, and a table set between us with enough cups and sliced cake to suggest Hawthorn Court had never in its life misplaced a paper, concealed a truth, or built a marriage upon urgency and omission. The vicar's wife came first with a basket of broth, too carefully humble not to have been prepared for inspection. Mrs. Anstruther followed with shawls, inquiries, and the sort of concern which always arrives sharpened by appetite. Miss Bell, a distant relation of Sir Edmund's and not, thank heaven, of Horace, called briefly with flowers, and stayed long enough to count the chairs. I received them all. That was the second injury of the morning. Not that society demanded performance. Society always does. No, the sharper hurt lay in the fact that I could perform it so well. I poured tea. I answered questions on the roads, the weather, the village school subscriptions, and whether London morning remained more oppressive than country morning, as if my husband had not, less than 2 hours earlier, admitted that he had come to me with a solicitor's design already laid beneath his conscience. Gabriel appeared once during the calls, and stood no longer than 5 minutes. He inquired after the vicar's wife's nephew, spoke to Mrs. Anstruther of repairs to the East Bridge, bowed to the room at large, and left again with exactly the measured courtesy of a man who understood that anything more particular would now feed precisely the mouth set waiting outside the house. It was the correct conduct. I hated him for how correct it was. Lady Morland knew something had broken. Not the whole shape. Not the contents of Fenwick's note perhaps, unless Gabriel had already confessed further, and I rather thought he had not. Yet she saw enough in my face and his distance to stop trying to draw us into the same conversational current. Once, while Mrs. Anstruther expounded upon winter soup and the moral risk of London habits, Lady Morland laid one hand over mine beneath the cover of the tea-cloth and pressed lightly, not asking, not comforting, only saying as plainly as a touch can say, "I see the weather has turned." I nearly thanked her. I did not. One should not weep over cakes in front of clergymen's wives if one can avoid it. By the time the last basket had been admired and the final shawl withdrawn, the room smelled of tea leaves, cold air from the opening door, and female curiosity too well bred to admit its own scent. Julia shut the door behind our departing visitors and turned to me at once. "Nell, Do not, I said. The force of it startled us both. She stopped short, hand still at the ribbon of her work-basket. Lady Morland rose more slowly and came to stand by the hearth, not near enough to corner me, only near enough to keep the room from emptying into panic. Julia said, I only meant, more gently, that I can dismiss the maid and have luncheon sent up if you are tired. Tired, such a harmless word. Such a ridiculous luxury. No, I said less sharply now. Forgive me. I am not tired. I am merely not equal to kindness. Lady Morland said, Then we shall be practical instead. Julia, go and see whether Lily has yet painted the pony blue in memory of Italy. Cecily, you are to come with me to the conservatory and tell me only what I need to know, not what your conscience would punish you for withholding. I ought to have resisted. Instead, I let myself be led. The conservatory lay warmer than the drawing-room and far less forgiving. Winter light through glass turns every face into its own witness. Lady Morland closed the door behind us and stood for a moment among the orange trees and damp earth, as if deciding which species of frankness the room required. She said, Well, at last. I took the memorandum book from beneath my arm and handed her Fenwick's note without preface. She read it standing beside the fig tree, once straight through, and then again more slowly, her mouth hardening by degrees until it became almost young in its severity. When she had finished, she folded the slip along its old lines and said, very quietly, Oh, Gabriel. It was not a cry of outrage. It was worse, recognition. So you did know, I said. She looked up sharply. I knew Fenwick thought marriage the clearest answer once Belle became immediate. I did not know he had written it to Gabriel before the proposal. That mattered, and yet not enough. He came to my aunt with this already in his pocket, I said. Anne spoke to me of terms as if we were standing at the beginning rather than in the middle of a plan he had already allowed another man to draft. Lady Morland let out one breath that might almost have been a laugh if weariness had not swallowed it first. That sounds very like Hawthorn male education improved by legal paper. I turned from her at once. Do not make it clever. The line hit harder than I intended. She accepted it without flinch. I was not trying to make it clever. Only legible bull. I know what it is. Do you? I faced her then, because there are very few women one can bear being asked such a question by, and Clara Morland had somehow become one of them. Yes, I said. It is control cleaned up and put into good boots. It is a man deciding what I must not know until he has made my own life presentable enough to reveal to me. It is Thomas with fewer lies and Belle with more conscience. That does not improve it. Something in her face changed at Thomas and Belle spoken together with Gabriel between them. She said, No. After a moment. It does not. For a while we stood in the damp green quiet with the note between us and the oranges looking indecently hopeful under glass. At last she said, He will come to you. He had better not. He will anyway. Not because he means to overrule you. Because he means, for once, not to let the wound stand without answer. I laughed then, softly and without pleasure. Everything with him is answer. Sequence, structure, explanation. I begin to think he has never once simply let another person be angry before trying to arrange the anger into something useful. Lady Morland's mouth moved by the faintest degree. No. He generally tries first to bear it alone, which is worse. That was so perfectly and maddeningly true that I had no reply. She handed the note back. She said, If he comes, you may tell him from me that I have no interest in men who marry women first and only afterward remember to grant them the courtesy of all the evidence. That sounds very like advice. It is rage dressed for an older woman. I nearly smiled, nearly. When I returned to the hall, Gabriel was waiting. Not in the drawing-room where the house might watch every line of us, and not hidden in some library corner, as if privacy improved dishonesty by removing witnesses. He stood in the long passage between the morning room and the library where any servant might pass, and no one could accuse him of cornering me without the house itself testifying to the contrary. Good. Let him stand in the open for once. Lady Morland saw him too, paused only long enough to say, "I am suddenly required by Julia and a blue pony," and left us with the sort of tactical innocence I was beginning to suspect women perfect by 40, or peerish trying. He bowed. "My lady." I did not return it beyond a bare inclination of the head. "Cicely." "No." The word came out at once. I had not known until it left me that I meant to refuse even my name from in that corridor. Something passed over his face. Not surprise, pain perhaps, too brief for comfort and too visible to dismiss. He said, "Very well. Will you hear me as Lady Hawthorn? Then I will hear you as the woman you expected to marry without showing her the full ground beneath her feet." The corridor seemed to contract around us. A maid crossed at the far end carrying folded linen and, finding us both too still for ordinary household speech, turned neatly into the side passage without once looking up. Hawthorn's servants, I thought bitterly, had probably seen tragedies quieter than this over breakfast. He said, "I have not come to dispute what the note means." "How good of you." "I have come to tell you the part you do not yet know." There it was. Of course there was still a part one did not yet know. There always would be, until the whole house had been stripped down to floorboards, and even then perhaps only the mice would understand where the last secrets lay. "Go on then," I said. He did not move nearer. 1. Fenwick wrote that note. I answered him the same hour that I would not do it unless I could stand before you and ask on terms that left your sister first and your own will intact. I said nothing. He continued. He replied that if I waited for moral clarity, Belle might secure Julia and Edwin might force review over Lily before spring. I let the note stand. I did not destroy it. I did not bring it to you. That is what I chose. The plainness of it struck harder than explanation would have done. Not because it improved matters, because it named the exact point at which he had seen two roads and taken the one he still thought least destructive. I said, "And you congratulate yourself, because somewhere in the middle of arranging me, you required your own conscience to remain visible." "Oh, no." The answer came with force enough to make the corridor ring. He checked it immediately, but not before the sound of feeling had entered the air between us. "I do not congratulate myself." "Then what?" he said. "I tell you. Lower now. Because there is a difference between deciding badly under pressure and marrying you with contempt in my mind." I stared at him. It was not the sort of line that belongs in polite corridors. It was too raw, too exact to what lay under my anger. He knew then that some part of me had begun to suspect not merely control, but that colder thing beneath it, that he had considered me useful first and human only after. He said, "I did not marry you with contempt. Only with structure." Yes. There, again the terrible honesty of him. I think had he lied at that moment I could have hated him with ease and perhaps less pain. Instead he stood before me and admitted structure where another man would have sworn devotion simply to win the argument. I said very low, "Do you have any notion what it is to discover that the man you married for practical safety had already allowed another man to write you into his plan in decent legal hand?" His face tightened. "No, you do not, because men never discover themselves there. They only place others." The words hung between us, sharp enough now that if any servant had fully heard them, half the house would have understood the shape, if not the particulars of the break. He said after a moment, "My father would have answered you with reasons. I am trying not to do that." The line took me off guard. Trying. Yes. Because reasons are what made me think the note could remain in my pocket without dishonoring you. There are moments when anger wishes the other person stupider, not wiser. This was one. His self-knowledge did not repair anything. It only made the damage harder to reduce to villainy. I folded my arms because my hands no longer trusted themselves. Then perhaps you should not try not to answer me with reasons. Perhaps you should answer me with truth. He looked at me for a long time. At last he said, "The truth is that I saw Belle moving on Julia, and felt time narrow around both our houses. I saw Edwin sharpening law against Lully. I saw Thomas's name in our matter, and feared what more of him might lie in the missing papers. And I thought if I could bring you into Hawthorn quickly enough, I could hold all the danger in one place until I understood it." He stopped. That was my truth. Something in me recoiled from the phrase "bring you into Hawthorn" with almost physical force. "Fear," I said. "Fear. Do you hear yourself? Hold all the danger in one place. By which you mean under your hand." He closed his eyes once. Opened them again. Wes. That yes felt different from the others. Less immediate, more costly. Not the reflex of a man agreeing because the fact has already cornered him. The chosen acceptance of a line he would rather not have heard in his own voice. I said, "You talk of Belle as if he is appetite without conscience. Of Edwin as if he is law without love. And then you ask me to admire that your own version of control wears grief and duty instead. I have asked you to admire nothing." "No," I said, "only to understand." The corridor was too narrow now for the conversation. Every board, every lamp, every passing servant's careful absence seemed to push us closer to the wall of what could not remain merely argument much longer. He said quietly, "Understanding is not admiration. It so often becomes excuse." "Not from you." The certainty in that answer struck me silent for a second. Then, because silence had become dangerous too, I said, "You have built this whole week on the assumption that you may decide, when truth becomes useful enough for me. That is the very thing I cannot survive in marriage. Do you understand that? Not dislike, not resent. Cannot survive." His face changed at that. Not visibly to anyone who had not spent the week studying the grammar of his restraint. To me it changed entirely. Whatever answer he had prepared vanished. What remained was a man hearing, perhaps at last, the full scale of what he had mistaken for a manageable injury. He said, "Wes." "Do you?" "Wes." Again that word. Yet now it held something new, not bare agreement but comprehension sharpened into fear. I went on because once one has reached the true wound, one must either press it or live forever among surfaces. My father kept things from us too. Not because he wished us ill. Because he believed he could hold debt, disgrace and delay in his own charming hands until they became less frightening to women. He called it care. My mother called it optimism until she died. After her, I learned the proper name for it. I looked straight at him. It is simply another way of making women pay for male pride. The sentence landed so hard that for one instant I thought he might actually lose composure before me. Not in temper. Something worse. In shame, he said, "After too long, Wes, that was all. No self-defense. No father dragged between us as explanation. No plea that his case differed in moral texture. Only yes, and the way his hand, hanging at his side, closed once into a fist so brief and so contained that no one but me would have seen it. I should have stopped there. Instead I said the thing that had been waiting under every other thing since morning. I cannot tell any longer where your care for me ends and your use of me began." The line left the corridor cold. He did not answer at once. When he did, his voice had changed entirely. It had gone lower, stripped of every social layer between title and self. He said, "Neither can I." The truth of it was unbearable. Not because it comforted me, because it did not. It only made the whole matter tragically worse. If he had used me cleanly, then I could have hated him. If he had cared cleanly, I could perhaps have forgiven him faster. But this mingled, grave, earnest confusion of duty and feeling, design and regard, was exactly the sort of male complexity women are expected to honor after it has already bruised them. I said, almost whispering now from the force of it, "That is not enough." He said, "No, It is not. Another silence. Then footsteps sounded from the morning room and Julia appeared carrying a reel of silk and stopping dead the instant she saw our faces. Nell. I closed my eyes for half a second. Not because I feared Julia seeing us, because I suddenly feared that if she spoke my name in the tone of a sister who has already watched one man's care turn ruinous, I might begin to cry in the corridor and hate myself for it afterward. I am quite well, I said. Julia's look made it clear that no living creature believed me. Gabriel stepped back at once. Not in retreat. In respect. That mattered. It would not have mattered to a calmer woman. It mattered to me. He said to Julia with formal steadiness. Your sister and I were concluding a disagreement. Julia, who had inherited none of society's ability to pretend plain truths are sufficient, replied. It does not appear concluded. No, I said. It does not. She came to my side and, without asking or apologizing, slid her hand into the crook of my arm exactly as she had done the day Belle first called after Thomas died. My heart nearly broke at the memory of it. Gabriel saw the gesture. Something in his face altered again, not jealousy, never that. Recognition of what ground he had stepped on, of what male shape already stood behind my reaction to him. Good. Let him see it all. I said, with the memorandum book held hard against my ribs. You wanted truth. There it is. I cannot bear another marriage built on being managed kindly. If you mean to speak to me again of duty or protection, do it, when you know which parts are not simply authority by another name. The words left no room. He bowed his head once. A gesture almost old, fashioned in its gravity, and, for that reason, more painful than defiance would have been, he said, very well. No argument, no plea. No reaching for my hand, my sleeve, or the comfort of being allowed one more explanation. That, too, hurt. Julia said nothing until we had turned the corner and left him behind in the passage with the lamps and the half-heard sounds of the house. Only then did she ask quietly, was it Thomas? I answered with the simplest truth available. Partly. She tightened her hand once around my arm and did not ask for the rest. Another mercy. We went upstairs together. Behind us Hawthorn Court continued its day, letters to answer, children to teach, linen to count, servants to move from fire to fire. The house had not fallen because two people in one corridor had at last named the shape of an injury. Old houses are too practiced at continuing for that. Yet as I sat later by my chamber fire with Lady Eleanor's memorandum open once more and Fenwick's note folded inside it, like poison pressed flat, I knew something irrevocable had happened. The break was no longer about one paper. It was about the entire language by which men like Gabriel call women into danger, protect them from the truth of it, and then stand wounded when protection is mistaken for control. And if he meant ever to come back from that, I thought, he would have to do more than explain. He would have to risk losing the very authority he had trusted all his life. The house had scarcely recovered from the corridor before the county arrived to smell the smoke. I went upstairs with Julia and did the one thing women always do after being wounded by a man they still cannot quite despise. I made myself useful. I sorted the letters on my writing table. I sealed the note to my aunt which should have gone an hour earlier. I instructed my maid to send for more coal and then, finding the room too warm once it came, had one scuttle removed again. I even reread the paragraph in Fenwick's note about Belle and Julia until the words ceased to look like ink and became only exhaustion in another man's hand. None of it helped. Julia sat by the window with her mending and did not ask questions. That was mercy. Now. And then she glanced at me in the reflection of the glass, seeing more than I wished, and less than I could safely explain. Outside, the lawn shone pale under weak winter light. Servants crossed the forecourt with baskets and messages. Hawthorn Court continued, as great houses do, with the serene indecency of institutions not personally bruised by the people inside them. At 3:30 a maid came to the door. she said, "My lady." And even before the rest I knew from her face that the afternoon had chosen further unpleasantness. "Lady Morland asks whether you will come down to the blue drawing room. Mrs. Edwin Hawthorn has called." Julia dropped the mending into her lap. Of all the names I had expected to hear before dinner, that one belonged nearest the top and furthest from welcome. Edwin Hawthorn himself had remained, so far, a legal presence, a cousin turned pressure through Fenwick's letters and Gabriel's wary references. His wife, however, required no introduction. Households learn their enemies' women the way children learn storms, by the way other people close shutters before they arrive. Julia said at once, "You need not see her." I rose. "Oh, but I think I must." If I had refused the call, the refusal would have run ahead of me into every parlor from Hawthorn Village to Bath by Monday. Fear is always more eloquent when it borrows courtesy's handwriting. I took no extra time dressing my face. Let Mrs. Edwin Hawthorn see me exactly as her visit had found me. The blue drawing room was warm, orderly, and already poisoned. Lady Morland stood by the fire, every line of her body composed into elegance sharpened for use. Beside the tea-table sat Mrs. Edwin Hawthorn in a traveling pelisse the color of mulled wine, and a bonnet trimmed just enough to suggest expense, without admitting calculation. She was younger than I had imagined, perhaps not yet 30, fair-haired, handsome, and arranged with that perfect completeness which makes one suspect the woman beneath the arrangement is infinitely less smooth. Beside her, occupying the edge of a chair, as though she would rather be at home, and was too polite to say so, sat Mrs. Weatherby from the Vicarage Road, drawn into the call either as shield or witness. Mrs. Edwin rose the instant I entered. She said, "My dear Lady Hawthorn, how very good of you to receive me at such short notice. I feared the weather, the house, and the excitement of recent changes might all conspire against my being admitted." It was beautifully done. Nothing in the words could be called insult. Every one of them carried teeth. "Mrs. Edwin Hawthorn," I said, "the weather is less dangerous than reputation. One cannot shut the door on either." A Lady Morland's eyes flickered once toward me in approval she was too wise to show fully. Mrs. Edwin smiled. "How fortunate, then, that we are all relations now and may speak with openness. Relations." The word landed like oil on stone. I sat. Lady Morland resumed her place by the fire rather than the sofa, which told me at once that she meant to govern the room by standing in it rather than relaxing into it. Good. Let Edwin's wife feel height if she came to measure power. Tea was poured. Cups moved. Mrs. Weatherby spoke of roads. Mrs. Edwin admired the blue room. I answered where civility demanded it, and nowhere more. Underneath all of it, I could feel the true purpose of the call circling nearer like something clean, winged and unpleasant over open ground. It arrived sooner than I expected. "I hope," Mrs. Edwin said lightly, stirring her tea without any need for sugar, "that Lily has borne all these household changes more calmly than one might fear. Children can be so very sensitive when a house is rearranged in haste." Lady Morland said, "Lily has been perfectly composed." How fortunate. Edwin has worried himself excessively over the child. Men do, you know, when the nursery appears to move faster than the law. Mrs. Weatherby made a tiny sound into her cup. Not agreement, precisely. Alarm at finding herself seated so near the edge of an actual family quarrel. I said, "Then Mr. Edwin Hawthorn may spare himself. The nursery remains where it has always been. Only the household has improved." Mrs. Edwin turned her smile upon me more fully. "Wes, one hears it has improved rapidly." There it was. I could almost admire the efficiency with which she had got there. Lady Morland said coolly, "If by improved you mean secured against idle men." "Yes." Mrs. Edwin did not look at her. She replied, "I mean only that county people are always astonished by speed where marriage and mourning meet. They invent such extraordinary explanations. I should dislike to see dear Lily's case muddied by minds too eager for romance in legal matters. I set down my cup. Then we are alike, Mrs. Edwin. I should dislike to see legal matters muddied by minds too eager for malice in romantic language. Mrs. Weatherby nearly spilled her tea. Mrs. Edwin's smile thinned only by the least degree. My dear Lady Hawthorn, how severe. I am certain no malice is needed where facts already look so very suggestive. Before I could answer, the door opened and Gabriel came in. He had not been summoned by me. I knew at once that Prin or Lady Morland had sent word the moment Mrs. Edwin's card was brought up. Because only an idiot or a husband would allow me to receive Edwin's wife alone, and Gabriel had at least ceased to be the first. He bowed to the room. Mrs. Edwin, Mrs. Weatherby. My lord, said Edwin's wife, rising just enough to let the room know his presence mattered, and not enough to suggest she granted it moral superiority. How fortunate. I was only expressing my relief that Lily appears to have borne your new domestic order so admirably. Gabriel came no nearer to me than custom required. That, too, I felt. He was already measuring witness and distance. The knowledge that he now knew to do so did not comfort me. It only proved how quickly the house had taught him what his secrecy had armed in other people's hands. He said, Lily is quite well. And Lady Hawthorn settled in? Mrs. Edwin asked. Yes. Then all is better than rumor suggests. He looked at her directly. That has not often been Edwin's hope. Mrs. Weatherby decided at that moment to admire the coal scuttle with unusual concentration. Mrs. Edwin laughed softly. How sharp we are this afternoon. You must forgive me. I am only anxious that no one mistake necessary domestic adaptation for influence where legal questions still remain. Influence. The word seemed to ring. There was no more pretense now. The basket of cakes, the weather, the roads, all the little furnished lies of the call had fallen away. She had come to say, before witnesses, that I might be read not as wife, not as ally, but as pressure applied to a vulnerable man at a useful moment. Gabriel said, Lady Hawthorn's presence here requires no defense. No. Mrs. Edwin tilted her head. How enviable. Edwin's solicitor seems less serene. He fears the county may conclude that a marriage contracted in such speed, following directly upon the discovery of ardent references in the trust matter, looks rather more strategic than sentimental. One would hate to see sentiment take the blame if strategy were the true parent. I felt the blood drain from my face and hated her for making me feel it. Lady Morland spoke before Gabriel could, she said. The county is free to conclude itself into stupidity. This house is not obliged to assist. Mrs. Edwin's eyes moved to her at last. My dear Clara, no one seeks stupidity. Only clarity. When a new wife enters an old dispute, and within days old rooms are opened and papers begin stirring, people naturally ask whether affection or advantage moved first. The room went very still. She knew. Not the contents, perhaps. But enough. Enough of Lady Eleanor's room. Enough of papers. Enough to tell me that servants' observations, visitors' imaginations, and Edwin's malice had already combined into something uglier than mere gossip. I said, before Gabriel could answer for me, and make everything worse. Old rooms were opened, Mrs. Edwin. It was because the child asked for her mother's paint box. I would have thought even your drawing room equal to that sentiment. Mrs. Edwin smiled again. How touching. One always hopes objects and papers are not too easily mistaken for one another in houses under strain. There it was. Not merely the marriage now. Not merely the speed of it. The room. The papers. The implication that I had entered Hawthorn, not as wife under terms, but as clever female access to lock things. Gabriel's face had gone very still indeed. He said, You will not speak of my wife. As if she came here in search of documents. Mrs. Edwin turned that smooth, destructive attention on him. My lord, if you dislike the appearance, you should perhaps not have furnished it so handsomely. The line hit all of us. because it was true enough in form to be poisonous. Lady Morland said sharply, "This visit is over." But Mrs. Edwin had not yet spent the last of her purpose, and she knew it. She stood, gathering her gloves from the side table with elegant haste. "Of course. I only wish to spare you surprise when Edwin's people begin speaking more plainly. Should this old Arden business be pushed in connection with Lily's case, they will certainly say the late Mr. Arden's connection is now being revived under his sister's influence within the house and under your partiality, my lord. It would be wiser, perhaps, if Lady Hawthorn were seen a little less at the center of such inquiries." There it was in naked form at last. My presence, my marriage, my husband's partiality, all of it ready to be turned into stain over Lily's guardianship and over my own family's right to whatever truth Thomas had left behind him. I rose too. Mrs. Edwin had expected, I think, wounded silence or aristocratic outrage. She had not expected me. "You need not trouble yourself further," I said. "I was never under the illusion that women like you would permit another woman to enter a house at a dangerous hour without calling her ambitious for surviving it." For 1 second the smile left her entirely. "Good," she said, after a beat. "You speak very boldly for one so newly placed. And you speak very cruelly for one so secure in old confusion." Mrs. Weatherby stood abruptly, perhaps from moral nausea, perhaps from a desire to be elsewhere, before the room chose blood over tea. Lady Morland rang the bell with such force that the sound might have summoned dead hawthorns from under the floorboards. She said, "Prynne will show you out. And if Edwin wishes to continue the argument, he may do so through Fenwick and not through my drawing-room." Mrs. Edwin bowed. "Not deeply. As you wish." Her gaze passed once more over me, then to Gabriel. "I hope, my lord, that conscience proves worth the spectacle." He did not answer. That silence, not his ordinary silence, not control, but the refusal of a man who has heard the wound hit its mark and knows defense in that instant would only make the stain look more personal, unsettled me more than any sharp line might have done. Mrs. Edwin and her witness withdrew under Prynne's perfect care. The door closed. The room remained standing for a full breath, after they were gone, as if none of us yet trusted the furniture to resume its ordinary duties. Then Lady Morland turned on Gabriel. She said, "Well, here is your private management made public." The words landed with the force of an axe. He accepted them without visible recoil. I said nothing. Not because I had no part in the anger, because anything I said then would have been too near the shape of grief. A knock sounded again, this time brisker, harder, and entirely legal in character. Prynne entered. "Mr. Fenwick, my lord." Of course. Of course the law followed gossip to the threshold as if one had invited them in pairs. Fenwick came straight from the road, mud at his hem and impatience in every angle of him. He said, "I have come," without waiting for the room to sit down, "because Edwin's solicitor has written again and I thought it best not sent up by tray." He saw our faces then. His own changed not at all, which meant he understood at once how little of the day belonged now to speculation. "What has happened?" Lady Morland said, "Edwin's wife has just informed us that the county already means to treat Cecily as influence in petticoats." Fenwick made a sound under his breath, so dry it might have been legal profanity. I feared as much. He opened his case and drew out a letter. "Edwin's man writes that if any Arden memorandum or supporting paper emerges under Lady Hawthorn's roof after marriage, they will argue that the discovery has been shaped by Lord Hawthorn's domestic partiality and by Lady Hawthorn's personal interest in redeeming her brother's name. In plainer language, they mean to say that the marriage itself compromises any paper touching both families." The room had gone beyond shock now. It had entered that colder territory where everyone sees the whole mechanism at once and must decide whether to shatter it or stand inside it. I looked at Gabriel. He met my eyes. This time there was no shield at all in his face. No arrangement. No sequence. Only the full brutal recognition of what his caution had armed. Lady Morland said. With deadly calm, Fenwick said. Then one of two things must happen. Either Cecily is left to bear that stain in silence while you preserve the family method of handling difficulty privately, or you say publicly what you did, and what part of this appearance is yours. Quit. Sir Edmund, entering at the tail of the sentence, and taking in the room with astonishing speed, said, Well, someone had better begin by pouring brandy for me and moral courage for Gabriel, because I think at last the house has reached the expensive part. No one laughed. Gabriel said only, Leave us half an hour. Fenwick looked at him, then at me, then at Lady Morland. He said, This time, do not mistake delay for dignity. He set the letter down on the tea table beside Mrs. Edwin's untouched cup. Then he withdrew. The door closed. The room remained. The half-hour lay before us like judgment. And for the first time since entering Hawthorn Court, I knew that if Gabriel meant to save anything now, Lily, my name, his own, or whatever had begun to live between us before I knew better, he would have to do it in the one way his whole life had trained him to avoid. In the open. The room did not alter when Fenwick left. That, more than anything, made the moment grave. No one sat. No one reached for the tea left cooling on the tray. Even Sir Edmund, who believed in chairs as a natural right and brandy as a defensive principle, remained standing by the door with the expression of a man who has wandered into a duel and discovered his own family has arranged the seconds badly. On the tea table, Fenwick's letter lay beside the untouched cup Mrs. Edwin had left behind, and the pairing looked so indecently apt that I hated them both for its legal threat and social poison, each equally capable of staining a woman who had done nothing more scandalous than marry where survival drove her. Lady Morland spoke first. Well, the word was for Gabriel. It reached all of us. He did not answer immediately. He had gone to the window since Fenwick's departure, not to escape the room, but perhaps because windows offer men the illusion of distance where none truly exists. His back remained straight. One hand rested lightly on the frame. The other hung at his side, empty and very still. I knew then, as certainly as I had known anything in the last violent hour, that he was thinking in the old way first. Not from malice. From training. Calculating sequence, exposure, advantage, household. Lily Edwin, Bell, my name, his own. Turning the whole wreck over in his mind to discover whether it might yet be arranged into something survivable, before he handed it out to the rest of us. The very sight of it made my chest go cold. Sir Edmund said, If you intend to stand there until the wallpaper yields wisdom, I advise against it. The room has seen Hawthorn men think before. It was never improved, while Gabriel turned at that, not sharply, only enough to bring his face back into the light where the rest of us could read it. Edmund, Nuwa. Sir Edmund folded his arms. No more of that. The solicitor has spoken. Edwin has armed himself with your caution. His wife has made a call of it, and the county is already sharpening teacups. Say the thing whole. Lady Morland said, quieter and therefore more dangerous. Or at least say which whole thing you still imagine may be preserved by silence. His gaze went to her, then to me. There are glances that ask pardon. Others ask permission. This one asked nothing. That was, perhaps, what made it harder. He knew already that neither pardon nor permission could be properly granted at this stage. All that remained to him was truth and the order in which he meant to bleed it. At last he said, If Edwin intends to make the marriage itself the compromise, then my handling of the matter must be separated from Cecily's entirely. I nearly laughed, not from amusement. From the bitter perfection of it. There it was again at once at my name used as if the speaker had no right to it at this moment, and the impulse to solve by division what had already been poisoned by control. Lady Morland heard the same flaw in the sentence that I did. she asked. Separated how? In public appearance, at once. Fenwick drafts the review from the existing documents. The search for any remaining Arden material ceases under this roof for the moment. Cecily is seen less in any rooms touching the trust. If Edwin argues that my partiality has colored the matter, then I remove that color from sight. There it was. The old method. Improved, disciplined, and utterly intolerable. I said, before either of the others could answer for me, no. The word cut cleanly across the room. He looked at me. I went on. You do not get to solve the injury done to my name by moving me politely out of view. Cicely. No. My voice sharpened. Hear the whole of it this time. I will not be hidden from papers that touch my brother, because your caution has now made my presence look dangerous. I will not be withdrawn from the child, because Edwin's wife has found a phrase fit for county use. And I will certainly not let you preserve your household by making me look like the impropriety that must be tactfully removed from its center. The words fell hard enough that even Sir Edmund drew breath at them. Gabriel said, with visible effort, "That is not what I meant." Then choose better meaning. He went still again, not cold, thinking, always that thinking. And now at last I could see in real time how his thoughts moved first toward structure and only afterward, with effort, toward human cost. Lady Eleanor had been right to the letter. It did not comfort me to watch the mechanism work. Sir Edmund said roughly, "Boy, you are doing it again." Gabriel's attention snapped to him. "I am not a boy." "No," Sir Edmund replied. "You are much more dangerous than that because you have titles, law, and self-command to make the habit look noble." A silence followed which belonged less to quarrel than to recognition. Gabriel said after a moment, "What would you have me do?" "Let Edwin say the marriage compromised the matter and stand by, while Cecily is measured in every drawing-room between here and Bath as a woman who came in search of documents." "No," I said. "I would have you say publicly what part of the compromise is yours." The room changed. Not visibly perhaps to strangers, to us entirely, because at last it had been spoken plainly enough that none of us could hide from the shape of the next step. Gabriel's face altered by a degree. That was all, yet in him it was enough to signify impact deeper than a shouted line ever might. Sir Edmund said, "Wes." Lady Morland turned toward me fully. "Say more." I did. I would have him tell Fenwick, you, Sir Edmund, and anyone else required, that before ever he came to my aunt's house, he had already received counsel proposing marriage to me as the clearest answer to Belle and Edwin together. That he had already begun inquiries into Thomas's connection with Hawthorn papers. That the appearance of my influence inside this house rests, in part on his concealment, and his choice to bring me here with less than the whole truth. No one moved. I could feel my own pulse in my throat, and hated that it made the speech seem more intimate than argument should be. So, I pressed on. If Edwin wishes to say I entered Hawthorn as influence, then let the room hear from Gabriel's own mouth exactly how much of that appearance he himself created. Not by my design, by his structure, by his silence, by the fine noble habit of deciding what a woman can bear after he has already arranged her life around it. The last sentence came out fiercer than I intended. Good. Let it. Lady Morland did not look at me. She looked only at Gabriel. Well, he had not moved from the window. I could not tell whether the stillness in him was anger, shame, or some final internal calculation racing through its last available corridors. What I did see, and see clearly, was this. For perhaps the first time since I had known him, his pride had no honorable place left to stand that was not also obviously cruel. At last he crossed to the table. He picked up Fenwick's letter. Read one line. Set it down again. Then Thomas's index slipped from Lady Eleanor's book, which I had left there when I came down. Then the two lay before him like accusation from the living and the dead together. He asked, what exactly, very quietly, would Fenwick need? The force of the question was such that for one absurd second I thought the room itself steadied under it. Not resistance. Not evasion. Not how might we avoid. What would be required? Lady Morland answered first because she knew him too well to waste the opening. He would need the whole shape. The note from his own hand. Your prior knowledge of Thomas's name in relation to Lily's placement. Your search of the Hawthorn papers before marriage. Your failure to disclose the note and the search before proposing. And your statement, written and signed, that if Lady Hawthorn's standing has been clouded by appearances under this roof, those appearances arose from your judgment and not from any manipulation on her part. Sir Edmund gave a low whistle through his teeth. That would do it. Yes, it would, because it would cost him exactly what the old method had always preserved: his ability to keep the damage inside himself until it could be made tolerable to the rest of us. A public statement of that kind would not merely defend me. It would place his own conduct, his concealed note, his decision, his management, under witness. Edwin could still sneer. The county could still feed on it. But the form of the thing would change. I would no longer stand as ambiguous influence beneath his protection. He would stand as the man who had erred and named the error before others could sell it. Lady Morland said, "It must come from you, Gabriel, not from me, not from Edmund, certainly not from Cecily. The house has had enough of women paying for the men's decencies." He looked at me then. There is a quality of silence that is no longer withholding but decision not yet spoken aloud. That was what stood between us across the table. I said nothing. Not because I was merciful, because I had already said enough to reach the point where any further pressure from me would let him think himself pushed rather than choosing. No, let him choose without shelter. Sir Edmund, less patient than I, said, "For God's sake, boy." Gabriel's attention flicked to him and then back to the table. He said, "One, my father was challenged," and the sentence came so unexpectedly that none of us interrupted. He would always answer by narrowing the circle. Fewer witnesses, smaller rooms, fewer facts named aloud. He believed dignity could be preserved by reducing the number of people entitled to the truth. He paused. I have spent the last week doing the same thing and calling it care. Lady Morland closed her eyes once. That was all. Sir Edmund muttered, "At last." Gabriel went on, still not looking at me. "If I write what you ask, Edwin will use it. The county will use it. The household will know enough to understand that my wife's name came under stain because I thought sequence nobler than candor." "Wes," I said. He lifted his eyes at last. "And if I do not?" The question was not to the room. It was to me. I felt the force of it like a hand at my throat. Because he deserved the true answer, and because truth at this point had become the only mercy left. "If you do not," I said, "then I shall know that when forced at last to choose between your standing and my safety, you chose yourself with better language than Bell uses, and no better result." The sentence hung there. No one breathed. Then Sir Edmund turned away and stared into the fire as if even he had some decency left around the edges of his bluntness. Lady Morland put one hand on the sofa back and held it there, not because she needed support, but because old anger sometimes requires furniture. Gabriel took the blow without movement. At length he said, "Very well." The words were quiet. I had thought, perhaps, that victory, if one can call such things victories, would feel brighter than that. It did not. It felt cold, necessary, and terribly expensive. Lady Morland said at once, "Not very well." "Say the whole thing." Something in him almost answered sharply. He mastered it before it could become sound. "Very well," he repeated, more clearly now. "Fenwick will have the note, the index slip, my account of when I first knew Thomas's name touched the matter, and a written statement before dinner. Edwin may make of it what he can. He will not make of Cecily more than I have already done by silence." Ah, dear. There it was. My name in his mouth again, and this time not as soft reach or private claim, but in the center of consequence, where names ought properly to stand, if they are to mean anything at all. Lady Morland nodded once. Sir Edmund let out the sort of breath men give after deciding to amputate a limb and be grateful it was not the head. I said nothing. Because what could I say? That it was right. Of course it was. That it would hurt him. Of course it would. That some treacherous part of me was moved more by this grave surrender than it had ever been by his smaller, earlier tendernesses. That was the most dangerous truth of all, and I would not give it life in a room already crowded enough with moral catastrophe. Gabriel looked at me once more. There was no plea in his face. Only the knowledge that I had required from him the very public risk he had spent his whole life training himself to avoid, and that he had understood, too late but clearly, why nothing less would answer. Then he said, "Fenwick must be called back." Sir Edmund went to the bell rope at once. "With pleasure. The man will likely still be on the drive composing verdicts on all our souls." Lady Morland said, "I will have the smaller drawing-room made ready. If this is to be done, it will be done before witnesses tonight, and not drift another hour into family myth." Again the room changed, because now the thing had passed beyond quarrel and into procedure. Chairs would be set, papers brought, names spoken aloud in the smaller room, where difficult family truths were apparently laid out under lamps, and no one's vanity survived intact. We had crossed the threshold from injury into remedy. No wonder it felt a little like grief. Sir Edmund rang. A servant came. Orders went out. Only then, as the machinery of the house began turning around the new choice, did Lady Morland come to me and say quietly, "Will you stand in the room when he says it?" I met her eyes. "Yes." "Good." She squeezed my hand once, hard enough to ground rather than soothe, and left to marshal the furniture into moral usefulness. That left Gabriel and me alone for perhaps 20 seconds, before Prynne returned with word that Fenwick had not yet reached the carriage, and would be brought back directly. The 20 seconds is an extravagant length of time, when a whole marriage has just changed its posture in a room. He did not come nearer. He stood where he was at the table, one hand resting beside the note, and said in a voice so controlled that only someone already listening for fracture would have heard it. "You were right." The line struck more sharply for its simplicity. "I know," I said. A pause. Then, lower, "No. Not only about the note. About the structure. About what it does to women when men mean well and still choose to govern the truth." I had no answer prepared for that. Perhaps there was none fit to give. At length I said, "Understanding it now does not spare me what it cost. No. Always no, yes. Plain truths admitted where lesser men would reach for rhetoric. I had once thought that quality the safest thing in him. Now, I knew better. There is nothing safer about a man who tells the truth well if he has first withheld it too long," he said, after a moment, "but it may yet spare you the rest." The sentence moved through me with quiet force. Not because it promised too much. Because it promised exactly enough, not repair, not forgiveness, not easy restoration. Only the possibility that what came next would no longer be paid entirely from my side. Footsteps approached in the corridor. Fenwick. The half-hour was over. I gathered Lady Eleanor's book and the notes into one hand and went to the door myself, before Gabriel could do the easy thing and hold it. Let him learn every inch of the new law. When I opened it, Fenwick stood there, hat under one arm, mud on his boots, impatience restored. He said, "Well." I looked back once. Gabriel had not moved from the table. Yet the whole room seemed altered around him, as if some old arrangement of force and silence had cracked there, and would not set neatly again. "Come in, Mr. Fenwick," I said. "My lord has something to tell you." Fenwick entered the library, as if the house had finally done something sensible, and he meant not to let it reconsider. He set down his hat, took one look at the room, at Gabriel standing by the table, at Lady Eleanor's memorandum book in my hand, and at my own face, and understood enough not to waste anyone's strength on preliminaries. My lord. Gabriel did not look at him first. He looked at me. That, I noticed, was new. Not because I wished to be consulted like a queen before an execution, because for once he seemed to know that whatever he said next must be spoken in the presence of the woman it had most injured, and not merely before the men who would tidy it afterward. He said, We go to the smaller drawing room, Lady Morland, Edmund, and Mrs. Finch if she can be spared. I will not have this turn into library strategy. Fenwick, who had likely spent 20 years wishing families would reach such conclusions before the second letter from opposing counsel, only nodded. Very good. Lady Morland returned almost at once, as if she had been waiting precisely outside the door for the privilege of not being excluded. Sir Edmund came with her, looking more awake than any decent man ought to look at such an hour, which told me conflict improved him morally even where it did nothing for his temper. Mrs. Finch arrived last, apron change, keys at her waist, and gave the company the look of a woman paired to witness nonsense only if the truth were finally to be taxed for it. The smaller drawing-room had been lit already. I did not ask who gave the order. Perhaps Lady Morland. Perhaps Gabriel before he had yet chosen his side. The lamp stood high. The fire burned more brightly than was needed. Chairs had been arranged not in ease, but in use, one central table, writing materials laid out, enough seats to force dignity and not enough corners for evasion. I took the chair nearest the table and furthest from the fire. Gabriel remained standing until the rest of us had placed ourselves. That too felt different. Not old-school courtesy. Something more like willingness to take the room as it stood, and not choose the best position for himself within it. Fenwick sat with his case open and pen uncapped. Begin, Lady Morland said. No one in the room pretended not to know to whom she spoke. Gabriel did not begin with Fenwick's note. He began with me, he said. One I called on Miss Arden, and even that small decision, not my wife, not Lady Hawthorn, but Miss Arden in the chronology where the truth had first been divided, struck me sharply. I had already received from Fenwick a written view that marriage to her might answer Belle's pressure on Julia, and Edwin's attack upon Lily's household position at once. Sir Edmund's mouth hardened. Lady Morland made no sound at all. Mrs. Finch's hands, folded over one another in her lap, remained still enough to be dangerous. Fenwick wrote at once. Gabriel continued. I had also already begun a search through the Hawthorn papers for any reference connecting Thomas Arden more fully to the missing trust sequence than the witness line first suggested. I knew by then that his name had appeared in at least one older index entry touching discussion of Lily's temporary placement. I did not disclose either fact before I proposed. There, spoken aloud in a room full of witnesses, the thing seemed at once uglier and cleaner than it had in the corridor. No dressing it now in protection, timing, or abstract honor. Only action and omission. Fenwick asked, without looking up from the page, State why. The question was flat and merciless. I loved him a little for it. Gabriel answered in the same register. Because I believed Belle would move faster than Candor would serve Julia. Because I believed Edwin would exploit any visible household weakness before I could secure Lily's position. Because I thought that if I brought Miss Arden into Hawthorn under terms I could control the danger long enough to understand it better. Mrs. Finch let out a breath through her nose so sharp it nearly became speech. Lady Morland did not spare him the line she had already earned. You see, there it is again, control, he said. Wes. No argument, no recoil. Just yes, laid down where everyone could hear it. Sir Edmund said roughly. And did you think Miss Arden a parcel to be routed through the house with the linen? Gabriel's eyes flicked to him. No, Ba. Then do not speak of bringing her into Hawthorn as if she were one. Ah, that one landed. I could hear it in the silence afterward. Fenwick said, My lord, if this is to be useful rather than merely moral, we need two things before dinner. First, a statement severing Lady Hawthorn from any allegation that she procured or manipulated the marriage to influence the trust matter. Second, a separate instrument securing Miss Julia Arden's immediate position independent of your private favor. Edwin must not be allowed to say that every woman connected to this case survives only because you have chosen it. There it was at last in legal language, the thing I had needed, and not yet heard shaped so clearly. Julia first, not as my sister living under my husband's roof by grace, but as a woman whose future must be secured beyond his moods, intentions, or remorse. I said, Yes. All their eyes came to me then. Good. Let them. I folded my hands on the table, because they had begun, very slightly, to tremble. If anything is to be done tonight, I said, it begins with Julia. Belle must be cut off from her at once, and not by some private purse or gentleman's assurance that may later be called sentiment. I will not have her traded from one man's arrangement into another, however much cleaner the second man's conscience. No one in the room had the indecency to look surprised. Gabriel said, Agreed. I turned to him. Do not agree too quickly. I mean it precisely. No allowance from your own hand dressed as protection. No informal household promise that vanishes if the county grows vicious. Something written, witnessed, and enforceable. Again that new thing in him, the acceptance not merely of my meaning but of the fact that I had the right to press it, before a room full of his own people. He said, Wes. Written, witnessed, and enforceable. Fenwick had already begun leafing through blank foolscap. He said, There is one clean answer. A. Sir Edmund, as a party outside the marriage and outside Belle's immediate influence, may stand temporary guarantor for Miss Julia's maintenance and legal expenses, pending final disentanglement from Belle. The security may be charged against the Belle side's old reserve income once quantified, or recovered through the appropriate channels later. In the meantime, Miss Julia resides where Lady Hawthorn decides, but the money that protects her does not sit in Lord Hawthorn's pocket, and therefore cannot be painted as marital bribery. Sir Edmund blinked once, then twice. Must you always make generosity sound like plumbing? Yes, said Fenwick. Lady Morland said, Edmund, you can afford it. Sir Edmund drew himself up with gruff dignity. I know I can afford it. That is not the insult. The insult is being told I am solvent by a solicitor younger than my gout. You are solvent, said Lady Morland. And gouty, added Mrs. Finch without moving a muscle in her face. Sir Edmund glared around the room, as if betrayed by his entire class. Then he said, Fine. Put my name where it offends Belle most. Something in me eased for the first time all day. Not because rescue had appeared, because the form of it was right. Public enough. Independent enough. Julia would not become the hidden dependent of my marriage. She would stand protected by paper and witness, which is often the nearest women come to justice while men still govern the language of it. Fenwick wrote rapidly. Amount sufficient for 1 quarter's maintenance. Legal correspondence, and immediate residence expenses, he murmured. Reviewable on full accounting. No claim by Lord Hawthorn personally. Authority acknowledged by Miss Julia through Lady Hawthorn's direction and Lavington's receipt. Use plainer words. Sir Edmund growled. I want Belle to understand it while hating me. I shall use the plainest words the law permits. While he drafted, Lady Morland said to Gabriel, And the other paper? He nodded. You will name Fenwick's note. Yes. You will name the search. Yes. You will name the concealment. He met her eyes. Yes. I had not thought the word could still hurt after so many repetitions. It did. Perhaps because now it was being given not in private argument but under witness, where the scale of it changed. Fenwick sanded the first page, blew lightly across it, and set it before Sir Edmund. Read. Then sign if your temper survives. Sir Edmund took the sheet and, after a squint severe enough to threaten the ink, said, You have made me sound almost respectable. That cannot be helped. He signed. The scratch of his pen across the page sounded absurdly more comforting than any prayer I had heard in weeks. Fenwick turned the sheet toward me next. My lady, read this line. I did. It was simple enough for law and strong enough for Hopi. Miss Julia Arden's maintenance and immediate protection are secured for the present quarter by Sir Edmund Bellam's written undertaking. Independent of Lord Hawthorn's personal favor, pending full review of her legal position, and the proper disentanglement of Mr. Bell's claims. Independent of Lord Hawthorn's personal favor. There, I closed my eyes for 1 second and opened them again. That line remains. It will, said Fenwick. I signed as witness and direction both. When I set down the pen, Gabriel had still not sat. He stood by the table with one hand against the back of the empty chair beside him, looking not at the guarantee I had just signed for Julia, but at the second blank sheet Fenwick had laid ready. The page meant for him. Lady Morland said no. He took the pen. For 1 instant his hand remained above the paper, not yet writing. Not from hesitation exactly, but from the scale of what had to be named. Then he began speaking, in Fenwick, at his nod, writing. A.I. Gabriel Hawthorn, Earl of Hawthorn. State that before I proposed marriage to Miss Cecily Arden, now Lady Hawthorn, I had already received written advice that such a marriage might answer the immediate dangers presented by Mr. Bell's pressure upon Miss Julia Arden and Mr. Edwin Hawthorn's intended challenge to my niece Lily's household position. The words went into the room like shot, laid down in order. No flourish, no retreat. Fenwick wrote without pause. I had also already begun inquiry into whether Thomas Arden's name touched the missing Hawthorn trust papers more fully than the witness line first suggested. I did not disclose either the written advice or the extent of that inquiry before I proposed marriage. Mrs. Finch looked at him then with something very like sorrow and absolutely no indulgence. He continued, I did so because I believed urgency and household danger justified my withholding until I could better understand the matter. That judgment was mine. If Lady Hawthorn's standing has since been clouded by appearances suggesting undue influence, ambition, or design on her part, those appearances arose from my conduct and concealment, not from any manipulation by Lady Hawthorn herself. Fenwick slowed only to ensure the sentence held. Lady Morland said, Add that she entered the house on terms openly negotiated for her sister's security and the child's good. Gabriel nodded at once. Wes. Add that. Fenwick did. Sir Edmund, staring into the fire now as if he were old enough to know shame by the warmth it gives off, muttered. Gabriel said, Good. Say it all while we have the courage and the ink. More quietly now. Further. No document or reference touching Thomas Arden, Lady Hawthorn's aunt, or prior discussion of Lily's temporary placement, is to be treated as discovered under Lady Hawthorn's private influence merely because it emerged after marriage. The sequence of concealment was mine before it became hers to suffer. No one in the room moved. That line, more than the rest, told me he had finally understood the shape of the stain as I had felt it. Not only the fact of the note, but the indecency of my being made to look like the cause of revelations he himself had carried toward me in fractions. Fenwick finished, sanded the sheet, and handed it to him. Read. Gabriel did. I watched his face while he read back the words that would separate me from the insinuation of ambition and attach it, where it belonged, to his own judgment. He did not blanch. He did not amend away the ugliest lines. When he reached the end, he took the pen again and signed. The sound of it seemed to clear something from the room. Not pain, not consequence. Perhaps only prudence. Lady Morland said after a moment, Thank you. It was not said lightly. That mattered. Sir Edmund turned then from the fire and came to the table at last. He said, "I should like to live another 10 years if only to see Edwin receive a copy of this and discover that his cousin has developed a conscience unsuitable to county warfare." Mrs. Finch said, "He has had a conscience for years. The trouble was where he kept it." To my astonishment, Gabriel almost smiled. Not enough to comfort. Enough to show he had heard the justice in the blow. Fenwick stacked the pages. "I will prepare clean copies at once. One for Bellside, one for Edwin's man, one for Lavington, and one retained here. If there is to be gossip, let it trip over signed paper before it reaches the third parlor." I should have felt triumph then. Instead, I felt suddenly violently tired. Not weak, not softened. Only as if the body had finally acknowledged what the mind had been doing all day and found the expense substantial. Lady Morland saw it. She said, "Enough. The rest can be copied while the house dines. Cecily, you need air or sleep. Edmund, do not begin celebrating morality before it has survived the post. Gabriel." She stopped. For the first time that evening, he looked not at her, but at me. Again no plea. No request that the room read his cost correctly. Only the full knowledge that he had finally placed under witness the thing he had most wished to manage privately, and that whatever remained between us would now have to die on ground no longer protected by his control. I said nothing. Not because I forgave him. Because this was not yet that room. Fenwick gathered the signed pages and left first, cases and moral satisfaction in hand. Sir Edmund followed to ensure brandy found him, before the servants improved the narrative. Mrs. Finch went last, after taking up the lamp from the side table, and giving Gabriel a look which said, more plainly than words ever could, that one good evening did not excuse years of male education. Lady Morland paused at the door. She said, "Cicely," softly, "you need not stay." I looked at the fire, at the empty chair, at the table where Julia's security and my debt offense now lay in clean black script. "I know," I said. She understood the answer for what it was, not refusal, not invitation, only the recognition that some things must be faced without an audience if they are not to become theater by default. When she had gone, the smaller drawing room changed shape. Without witnesses it seemed both larger and more dangerous. The fire cracked. One lamp hissed softly. From somewhere deeper in the house came the faint muffled sounds of ordinary life, still being lived, a door closing, a servant calling low in the passage. Lily perhaps laughing upstairs over some painted catastrophe. Gabriel remained where he was, one hand resting on the back of the chair he had never taken. I stayed by the table. For a while neither of us spoke. Then he said, "Julia is secured. Wes." The word held. "And Edwin will have my statement by tomorrow. Wes." Again that plain exchange, stripped of everything except fact. Strange that facts, after all the day's wounds, should feel almost merciful. At last I said, "You did it." He looked at me with tired gravity. "Yes. I did not think you would. Not quickly enough. I know." The admission did not sting now as it would have earlier. Perhaps because he had earned the bruise. I picked up the copy of Sir Edmund's guarantee and looked again at the line independent of his personal favor. My throat tightened for 1 second before I mastered it. "Thank you," I said. It was not forgiveness. It was not even peace. But Julia's name required the word. And I would not let anger make me unjust where she had been served well. He answered at once. "That one needed doing whether you ever thanked me or not." I believed him. And because I believed him, the room became more difficult again. I set down the page. "There is still more you have not told me." The line was neither accusation nor question now. Merely the shape of our future laid down between us. He did not insult me with denial. Wes. No details. No sudden rush to be wholly clean because tonight had given him one public courage and he was not yet fool enough to confuse that with absolution. Good. I nodded once. Then do not mistake what happened here for repair. It was necessity. I know. You know too much after the fact. Wes. There. One final bitter truth acknowledged and not answered. I drew breath. But tonight, I said, because honesty now required proportion too. You put the cost where it belonged. Something in his face altered so slightly another woman might have missed it. I did not, he said. Wes. I needed that. The sentence surprised us both. I had not meant to give him that much. Yet there it was, and perhaps it was right. If women are to demand truth, we must sometimes name its rare arrival when it comes cleanly enough to matter. He did not thank me for the admission. Thank God, he only said, very quietly. It should have come sooner. There was no answer to that which did not either soften too soon or strike too late. So I turned toward the door. When I reached it, I looked back once. He stood in the same place, the fire behind him, the copied papers not yet made fair but already binding the shape of the next day. Not absolved, not restored. Simply a man who had at last let the room hear what his pride had always meant to keep under better management. Good, I thought again. Because if there were to be anything left between us after this, it would not be born in secrecy. It would be born there, in the open, under witness, at cost. Good night, my lord, I said. His eyes held mine for one long second. Good night, Cecily. I did not stop him this time. Not because the use of my name felt safe. Because after everything, safety had become the wrong measure. The better one was whether truth stood beside the name when spoken. Tonight, at least, it did. I left the smaller drawing room and went upstairs through a house that seemed, for the first time since my arrival, to have heard one of its own old patterns named aloud and not admired for it. That felt less like peace than like weather breaking. It would do for now. By 4 of the clock the house knew something important was happening and was doing its utmost not to look at it directly. That is one of the great accomplishments of old houses. They can carry scandal, truth, and tea through the same corridor without letting any one of them spill visibly on the carpet. Hawthorn Court, which had spent the last week learning how to survive my marriage, now spent the hour before Edwin Hawthorne's arrival arranging chairs, screens, and lamps as if furniture itself might help morality sit upright under examination. The smaller drawing room had been chosen again. Of course it had. Rooms acquire functions in families long before anyone is born to suffer them. This one had apparently been built for weather morning, and conversations too consequential to be admitted by the larger rooms, and too dangerous to trust to the library, where books might make men believe themselves wiser than they were. Lady Morland stood near the fire directing the placement of chairs with the calm ferocity of a woman who had buried too much to be impressed by drawing room menus over. Sir Edmund had stationed himself by the hearth as though he meant to hold the flank in case Edwin attempted cavalry through the carpet. Fenwick sat at the central table with documents before him, spectacles low on his nose, and the air of a man who considered human vanity a regrettable complication in otherwise tolerable paper. Mrs. Finch, by request, and with no appearance of liking the honor, took a chair near the side wall from which she could hear and, if necessary, pronounce on what she had heard later with ruinous accuracy. And I stood by the window until Lady Morland said, without turning, "If you remain there, Cecily, the county will say we have placed the aggrieved wife in a suitable shaft of winter light. Come and sit where truth may at least be argued from level ground." I obeyed because she was right, and because the room already held enough theatrical possibility, without my assisting it. Gabriel entered last. No flourish, no husbandly concern, no attempt to take my chair or guide my movements as if we had not just spent the previous evening forcing our marriage into a shape that might no longer destroy me by kindness. He bowed to me first, then to the room, and took his place not beside me, and not far enough away to make distance look like shame. It was, I thought, Exactly the place he would have chosen from the beginning if he had understood sooner what place cost women when men choose it for them. Fenwick glanced up once. He said, "The guarantee for Miss Julia has gone by special messenger to Lavington. A copy to Bell will follow if his conduct requires reminding." Sir Edmund grunted. "His conduct always requires reminding." Gabriel asked, "Aunt Edwin." Fenwick touched the second packet. "Your statement will go tonight if needed. I still hope to avoid actually reading it aloud to the man in his wife's hearing, if only because I dislike improving marriages by legal embarrassment." Lady Morland said, "Hope what you like. I have no intention of sparing Edwin the exact shape of himself." There was nothing to add to that. The carriage sounded at precisely 10 minutes past 4. No one in the room moved more than was necessary. That was the room's first victory. Prynne opened the door 2 minutes later and announced, with all the gravity due a bishop or a flood, "Mr. Edwin Hawthorn." "Mrs. Edwin Hawthorn." Edwin entered with the smooth, self-possessed ease of a man long accustomed to using civility as camouflage. He was fairer than Gabriel, slighter, and better pleased with himself by default. One could see at once how his sort thrives in families where the louder virtues are duty and grief. Against men like the late Earl, Edwin's suppleness might once have looked like charm. Against Gabriel's reserve, it looked like the polished cousin of appetite. His wife, whom I had already seen to my cost that afternoon, came beside him in dark wine silk and elegant self-command, as if she meant to prove that a second entrance could be made even more correct than a first. Edwin bowed first to Lady Morland, then to Sir Edmund, then to me. Lady Hawthorn. The title in his mouth sounded like somebody else's property being tested for quality. "Mr. Edwin Hawthorn," I said. Gabriel did not offer his hand. "Edwin, my dear Gabriel." Edwin smiled as though we were all present by common wish, and not because they'd finally grown too narrow for family methods. "How fortunate that Fenwick is here. I had hoped our little misunderstanding might be reduced to language before it became county conversation." Sir Edmund said, "It already has." Edwin gave him a glance bright with practiced amusement. Then all the more reason for economy. No one invited them to sit until Lady Morland did. That, too, was deliberate. When she finally said, "Please," the word sounded less like hospitality than the beginning of testimony. Edwin sat opposite Gabriel. His wife took the chair angled nearest him, but with a line of sight clear to me, which told me either she understood battle or marriage or both. Fenwick folded his hands. He said, "Mr. Hawthorn, Lady Morland thought it best your concerns be addressed directly rather than through accumulating letters." Edwin inclined his head. Sensibly done. His gaze flicked toward the papers on the table and then back to Gabriel. He said, "I confess, my concern is less with marriage as such, though the speed of it has certainly astonished the county, than with the use to which that marriage may now be put in relation to Lily's trust. It would be unfortunate if a domestic arrangement, however well-intentioned, were mistaken for legal stability." There it was in the room entire. Not sent by wife. Not filtered through solicitor. Edwin himself, cool as cut glass, laying it out, as if he were the only adult present, and the rest of us the sentimental weather he must politely outlast. Gabriel said, "Speak plainly." Edwin's smile altered by a fraction. "Very well. You marry a woman whose brother's name already hovers near the missing papers. Within days old rooms are opened. Private family packets begin surfacing, and the household now presents itself to the county as suddenly and admirably complete. It is natural that questions arise." "Natural," Sir Edmund muttered. "If one is a vulture with excellent gloves." Edwin ignored him. He went on, "No insult to Lady Hawthorn is intended. On the contrary, I assume she has been placed in a very difficult position. Yet if any ardent paper appears now in support of Lily's case, I must ask whether it can truly be separated from your own obvious interest in securing your domestic authority. I heard the words. So did everyone else. But what mattered, I think, was not the accusation itself. It was how nakedly he made of me a thing between men. Not wife. Not participant. A position. A difficulty. An appearance through which legal claims might be washed and dirted at convenience. I said, before Gabriel could answer for me and prove Edwin's point by gallantry. My position is only difficult, Mr. Hawthorn, because the men in this family appear to have spent years moving women, children, and papers about one another as if order were the same as honesty. The line landed. His wife went still. Lady Morland almost smiled. Sir Edmund looked at the fire with the expression of a man hearing something overdue. Edwin, to his credit or discredit, did not blanch. He said, "Then perhaps we agree more than I expected." Lightly. For I am asking only for honesty. If Lily's case is strong, it need not be improved by romantic loyalty or a wife's determined search through family rooms. Before I could speak again, Gabriel did. Lady Hawthorn has not improved the case. I have compromised it. The room changed. Not by movement, by understanding. Edwin's wife, for the first time since entering, lost the exact shape of her smile. Edwin himself did not move at all, but every line of his attention sharpened as a duelist does when the opponent unexpectedly chooses to aim at himself. Fenwick did not look surprised. Good. Let Edwin see that at least one man in the room had already learned to expect the better answer. Gabriel went on, his voice level enough that only I think, heard what it cost him to keep it level. Before I proposed marriage to Cecily Arden, I had already received written advice from Fenwick that marriage to her might answer Bell's pressure on Miss Julia Arden and your intended attack on Lily's household position at once. I had also already begun inquiry into whether Thomas Arden's name touched the missing trust papers more fully than first appeared. I disclosed neither fact before I proposed. The silence after that was astonishing. Not shocked, exactly. Edwin had come expecting defense, perhaps aggression, certainly family management. What he had not expected was public self-implication laid before him like fact and challenge together. His wife said first, very softly, "Gabriel." Not because she cared for him. Because she understood at once what such a statement would cost in every room, where county people lived on implication rather than proofs. Gabriel did not look at her. He looked at Edwin and then, very deliberately, at me. If any appearance has attached itself to Lady Hawthorn as though she entered this house to influence the papers, it arose from my concealment, my judgment, and my handling of the matter. Not from her design. There. Spoken not before family only, before Edwin and his wife. Before the very mouths that had meant to use the stain if given enough shadow in which to work. Edwin said after a moment, "That is very handsome." "No," said Lady Morland. "Only overdue." His wife's eyes came to me then, and for the first time all day I saw calculation fail her by a degree. Not enough to make her human. Enough to make her less comfortable. Edwin leaned back slightly in his chair. He said, "I see. Then we are to understand that the marriage was tactical, the concealment yours, and Lady Hawthorn innocent of any influence." Fenwick spoke before Gabriel could answer. You are to understand, Mr. Hawthorn, that if you or your solicitor attempt to make Lady Hawthorn's presence under this roof a ground of suspicion in the trust matter, Lord Hawthorn's signed declaration to the contrary will meet you before the second paragraph. Edwin's gaze shifted to the solicitor. "Signed," Gabriel said. "Wes. Fenwick has it." The words were simple. Their effect was not. Because now Edwin understood the scale of what had been done in anticipation of him. Not private family mending. Not an improvised defense dressed in nobility. A signed instrument. Witnessed. Ready. The stain redirected by paper before County Malice could finish its embroidery. He said slowly, "You would submit that to the court." "If needed," said Fenwick. "Gladly." Sir Edmund added, joyfully. I thought Edwin might laugh then, and turn the thing into masculine sport. Instead he sat very still, and did what the most dangerous kind of man does. When the room turns against him, he recalculated without noise. His wife recovered first, she said. But even if Lady Hawthorn did not manipulate the matter, the fact remains that the house now appears rearranged in suspicious haste. The child's mother dead scarcely a year, the new countess installed, old rooms opened. Lily's name and her mother's room in the same breath did more for my temper than any deliberate insult could have managed. "You will not speak of the child's mother's room," I said, as though it were your solicitor's evidence chest. No one in the room interrupted me. So I continued. Lady Eleanor's room was opened because Lily asked for her mother's paint box. If any paper emerged there, it did so because the dead have better memories than the living men who rearranged them. If you mean to challenge the trust, do it. If you mean to drag my marriage and your aunt's grief together until they produce a scandal fit for tea, then at least have the courage to say so without pretending concern for household order. The line cost the room. Good. Sir Edmund turned away to conceal, I think, not laughter exactly, but the fierce old pleasure of hearing truth arrive in a woman's proper voice. Lady Morland looked at me as if I had done something both dangerous and necessary, and could not yet decide which gave her more satisfaction. Fenwick wrote one note in the margin of his own paper, perhaps simply the word useful. Edwin said, with his first hint of actual coldness, "You are very quick, Lady Hawthorn, to assume malice. I have had practice." Gabriel's eyes came to mine at that, and stayed there for one dangerous second too long. Because the line was about Belle and Thomas and marriage, and all the rest of it. And he knew I meant him among them without naming him in front of his cousin. He knew it and, to his credit, did not try to rescue himself from the implication. He said instead, still looking at Edwin, "If you have any further objection to Lily remaining under my care, make it on law or on fact. You will not make it through my wife." That was the first time he had used the word with force, since I entered Hawthorn. Not privately. Not to soften me. To place me publicly where I ought to have been from the beginning, not his feminine vulnerability, not his domestic evidence, but a person whose name would no longer be left lying under other people's arguments. Edwin's wife rose. The movement was so smooth that it took half a second to recognize it as retreat. She said, "I think that we have our answer." Edwin did not rise immediately. He said, "No. I think we have the beginning of one." His eyes remained on Gabriel now. You understand, surely, that such a declaration does not strengthen your position." Gabriel answered, "It strengthens the right one." There was nothing flashy in the sentence. No heroics, no romance, only the grave choice already made and now spoken where it mattered. Edwin stood at last. He said, "In that case, we shall let the papers proceed, and see whether sentiment survives the accounting." Sir Edmund said, "And we shall see whether your manners do." Lady Morland did not give them a second dismissal. One was enough. The Calthorpes of the old story had style. Edwin and his wife had patience sharpened by family resentment. The effect was colder and, in some ways, fuller. We bowed. Prynne, perfect as judgment, appeared without being summoned and conducted them out as though he removed ordinary callers from ordinary tea. The door shut. This time no one spoke for a long moment. Then Sir Edmund said, "Well, that was hateful." Lady Morland replied, "Wes, I feel almost young." Fenwick closed his case halfway, though not entirely. He said, "I will send the copy tonight. Con the rest to town in the morning." Edwin's solicitor may still try to smear Lady Hawthorn by implication, but he will do so against signed acknowledgment from his own cousin that the compromising appearance, such as it is, arose from concealment on the Hawthorn side. Mrs. Finch, from near the wall, said, "Good. Let the men carry something visible for once." No one in the room thought the sentence excessive. Fenwick rose, bowed to me first, then to the others. "My lady, With your leave, I shall see that Miss Julia's guarantee reaches Lavington before Bell can improve himself by sleep. He left. Sir Edmund followed, muttering about brandy and male idiocy in proportions impossible to separate. Mrs. Finch gathered the abandoned cups with the air of a woman reclaiming territory from a losing army. Lady Morland lingered just long enough to say to Gabriel, "Do not mistake tonight for the end of your labor, and to me, nor for the beginning of surrender." Then she too was gone. The smaller drawing room, emptied of witness, changed shape. It was never the room itself. It was always the absence of the others. Family truth spoken in company has one weight. Left afterward with the person who has cost and paid for it, the same truth becomes intimate whether one wishes it or not. I stood by the table with one hand on the back of the chair I had occupied. Gabriel remained near the hearth, not advancing, not claiming ground by virtue of having done what was needed at last. The fire moved between us in soft, expensive sounds. At length I said, "You meant that." It was not a compliment. It was not quite accusation either. Only the thing itself. "Yes." Another plain answer. I let out one breath I had not known I still held. "You might have made it sound nobler." His mouth altered by the faintest degree. "That hat would have been counterproductive. That almost undid some part of me with weary laughter. Not because the line was especially amusing. Because it was so entirely him even now, after all the hurt. The instinct toward dry exactness returned only when the worst had been given proper room first. I said, "You understand it changes nothing quickly, Wes, and that I have not forgotten the note." No. There it was again, no this time, not yes, and the distinction mattered because denial would have insulted us both. He came one step nearer then, only enough that the fire no longer stood wholly between us. He said, "I did not do it." Quietly, to earn forgiveness. I looked, I know. I did it because Edwin was right in one thing. The appearance exists, and if I built it, it is mine to carry publicly before it becomes yours permanently. The sentence moved through me with quiet force. Yes, that was it. Not heroism. Not apology polished into gallantry. Carrying publicly what he had built privately. The old Hawthorn habit reversed at last. I said, "That should have happened before I had to ask." Yes. There was nothing left to strike him with that he had not already handed me, except silence. Silence, however, had been his weapon too long. I would not borrow it now. So I told him the one truth I had not meant to tell tonight. "One you spoke," I said, "and put it where it belonged, on yourself, not on me. I understood for the first time that you are capable of learning faster than I had feared." Something shifted in his face. Not relief. Not hope. Something more careful and therefore more dangerous. He said, "I am trying." That is not the same as succeeding. No. Again that submission to proportion. Again I hated how much less monstrous it made him. I looked down at the papers on the table, though the relevant ones had already gone with Fenwick. Only blotter, sand, one spare sheet, and the mark of the evening's work remained. My sister is safe for now. Yes. And Lily. He answered without hesitation. Safer than she was yesterday. Not safe enough for me to stop. The line should not have touched me. It did. Because it did not ask me to forgive him. It told me only that his duty remained where it ought to be, on the child, the case, the unfinished labor, even while whatever lived between us had become more difficult and more exposed. I said quietly, "Good," a pause. Then he said my name. Not first in the sentence, not as plea, only there, spoken with the grave care of a man who now knew exactly what any intimacy cost, and asked none beyond the word itself. "Cicely." I did not stop, he went on. "What I said before Edwin about not letting them use you, that was not theater." "Bah. I know." "How?" The question surprised me. I met his eyes. "Because you did it at cost to yourself, and not merely in a room that could reward you for gallantry." Something very small and very real passed through his expression at that. The kind of movement one sees only when a person is too tired to hide gratitude entirely, he said. I am glad you could tell the difference. I dislike that I still can. There. Another truth. Another blow laid down flat between us. He accepted it. After a moment he said, there is one more thing you should know. Everything in me went still again. Of course there was more. Yet the tone had changed. Not the old withheld sequence tone. Something more deliberate, almost cautious in a different way, as if he meant not to shape the truth for use now, but only to put it where I could see it whole before I chose what to do. I said, then say it. He looked briefly toward the door, not from fear of interruption, but perhaps because men still look for exits even after deciding not to take them. He said, when my father refused Lily's removal years ago, I agreed with him in the room. Afterward, I went to my mother privately and told her that if matters worsened I would take Lily out myself, rather than let Edwin reach her through form. I listened without speaking. She said. He continued, lower now, that men always believe private defiance redeems public obedience. Then she told me that if I meant to protect the child, I must learn to contradict the wrong person in the right room. The words settled between us and changed the air entirely. Because there it was at last, not another paper, not another concealment newly exposed, but the oldest fault of all named at its source. He had known even then, known enough to object in private, and had still failed to stand publicly where it mattered. He had repeated the pattern with me. Not identically. Not in cruelty. In structure, I said, and tonight. His eyes held mine. Tonight I contradicted the wrong people in the right room. The answer went through me like both sorrow and warmth. It did not mend what had broken. It gave shape to the first piece of ground from which anything honest might someday be rebuilt. I could not bear the room much longer after that, so I gathered my gloves from the side table, though I had not once thought of leaving them there, and moved toward the door. At the threshold I stopped. Behind me the smaller drawing room remained lit and ordered, still carrying the impression of Edwin's chair on the carpet and of Fenwick's papers on the table. A battlefield by tea service, Hawthorn enough to last a generation. I turned once. Do not make me ask twice for the rest of it, I said. He did not pretend not to understand. I will not, I promise. Not never again. Just that plain, steady answer. For the first time all day, I found it enough for the hour in which it had been spoken. Good night, my lord. He bowed his head slightly. Good night, Cecily. I left him there with the dying fire, and went upstairs through a house that, for all its old habits and heavy walls, had at last been made to hear a man place the burden of his own concealment where everyone could see it. That was not love. It was not peace. But it was, perhaps, the first condition from which either might one day grow without destroying me in the process. The next morning Hawthorn Court looked exactly as it had the day before and nothing at all like it. That is the peculiar miracle of public truth. The carpets do not change. The silver is laid at the same hour. Prynne continues to open doors, as if families have always behaved with restraint, and only very occasionally with law. Yet something under the whole arrangement shifts, and one feels it at once even when no servant names it. The house had heard one of its men answer for himself in the open. That did not make the walls kinder. It did, however, make them less complicit. I slept better than I had any right to expect. Not deeply, not peacefully, but without that same inward strain of waiting for the next concealed edge in every silence. When I came down to breakfast, I found the room altered by degrees so small another woman might have missed them. Gabriel was already there, yes, but the packet of papers before him had been left in plain sight rather than half shielded by his hand. Lady Morland spoke to me first and to him second, which was less about affection than about order being properly reset. Even Lily, climbing into her chair and demanding at once whether Atlas, might be promoted for bravery under weather, seemed to sense that some pressure in the household had gone from invisible to named, and was therefore easier to live with. Halfway through the meal, Prynne entered with the Morning Post on a tray. He brought one packet directly to me. "My lady. Express from Mr. Lavington." My pulse altered at once. Julia's did too. I heard it in the sharp little intake of breath she gave, before she looked down quickly at her chocolate as if composure could be stirred in with a spoon. I broke the seal. Lavington's hand, always cramped and dutiful, marched across the page in satisfaction rare enough to be almost warm. "My dear Lady Hawthorn, Sir Edmund Belham's guarantee is received and properly executed. Mr. Bell, having now been informed that Miss Julia Arden's maintenance and legal protection stand independently secured, and that any further approach by him will be treated as attempted interference under notice, has written in a tone of much injury and little confidence. In plainer terms, he is checked. He may yet be troublesome, but he can no longer be dangerous in the old informal manner. Miss Julia's position is materially improved. I urge only continued caution in correspondence, and no direct meeting with Mr. Bell if it can be avoided. Your obedient servant, Matthew Lavington." I read the key lines twice before the full shape of them settled in me. Checked. Not safe forever. Not saved by miracle. But checked. Julia's life no longer lay inside Bell's hand waiting for him to close it. I looked up at once. Julia had gone very still beside the window. Lady Morland watched my face rather than the letter. Sir Edmund, who had been reaching for marmalade, paused halfway as though decency had at last ambushed him. Gabriel said nothing. Perhaps that was why the moment did not break me. He did not reach across the table to ask, did not presume to interpret. He only waited, and in the waiting there was for once no management. I said, my voice lower than I intended, "Lavington says Bell is checked." Julia shut her eyes once. Lady Morland set down her cup. Sir Edmund muttered, "Good," in the tone of a man addressing both justice and breakfast. Lily looked from one face to another and asked, with some impatience, "Is checked better than dead?" Nurse Palmer made a scandalized sound. Sir Edmund nearly choked. Julia laughed, then, helplessly and with tears all at once, which was perhaps the best possible answer to the child's terrible efficiency. "Yes," I said to Lily, "much better in ordinary houses." She accepted this and returned to her toast. Breakfast resumed after that, though not entirely as before. Relief does not make people cheerful in serious houses. It makes them quieter in new ways. Julia's shoulders lost the last tight set I had been pretending not to see for days. Lady Morland asked whether a note should go at once to my aunt, and I said yes. Sir Edmund announced that Bell had always looked under, bread in his whiskers, which was his way of celebrating. Gabriel only met my eyes once across the table, and in that look there was no claim. Only the simple acknowledgment that the first thing had been done as it ought to have been done from the start. After the meal, Fenwick arrived with mud on his boots and success in his case. He was shown to the library, where all of us gathered again except Lily, who had been promised the conservatory after lessons and considered legal progress a poor substitute for warm glass and potted lemons. Fenwick did not waste our time. He said, "Edwin has received the statement," setting down his dispatch case. His solicitor's answer is exactly what we expected: indignation, formal reserve, and an insistence that no one admits liability by being more honest than was comfortable. Which, for present purposes, is useful, Sir Edmund said. Useful. The man writes like a disappointed eel. Yes, said Fenwick. And disappointed eels rarely prevail in equity. Lady Morland almost smiled. Fenwick went on. More importantly, the town clerk has confirmed receipt of the older trust schedule copy, and the chapel extract Lady Morland sent under seal matches Mrs. Finch's witness and the dates in Lady Eleanor's memorandum. Lily's position is materially steadier. Edwin may still delay, but he now delays against a chain of paper rather than an atmosphere of doubt. The line relieved me more than it should have. Perhaps because atmosphere had ruled too much of the last week. And the Arden references? I asked. Fenwick glanced toward Gabriel before answering me, not for permission, I thought, but because he meant the reply as much for him as for me. They now matter less as scandal and more as corroboration. Your brother's letter to Lady Eleanor and the index reference give context. They no longer bear the full weight of proof by themselves, which is better for everyone living. Thomas, I thought, would have hated and deserved that sentence equally. Lady Morland sat down at last, as if one could only stand through so much family repair, before the body insisted on a chair. Then Lily is secure. Fenwick chose his words carefully. Safer. Not finished. But safer in fact, and safer without further injury to Lady Hawthorn's name, if we proceed exactly as arranged. That was enough for the room. Sir Edmund poured brandy for no one in particular. Lady Morland declined it and accepted the glass anyway. Mrs. Finch, who had come in during the latter half of the report and heard enough to judge the century, slightly less hopeless than usual, muttered, "About time," into the coal scuttle and continued pretending not to be relieved. Through all of this Gabriel said little. Not the old little. Not withholding. Not the little of a man planning his next arrangement behind his silence. This was different. He let Fenwick speak. Let me ask. Let the room take the facts in its own order, without stepping in to improve the sequence by authority. Had I not been paying such close attention, I might have missed what effort that stillness cost him. But I had been paying attention from the first. When the others dispersed at last, Sir Edmund to send an offensive note to Belle's side, Lady Morland to dictate my aunt's letter more efficiently than either of us would have managed alone, Fenwick back to his papers, Mrs. Finch to save luncheon from the family, I found myself alone in the library with Gabriel. Not trapped. Not cornered. Simply there. Two people left by a room after the others had taken what they needed from it. He remained on the far side of the central table and said only, "Julia is safer." Yes. Again that word between us. Again different now. He glanced at the dispatch case Fenwick had left on the chair for collection. And Lily. Yes. We stood in the quiet that follows after practical victories, that strange, airless pause in which relief has arrived and does not yet know how to inhabit the body gracefully. At length he said, "There is one more paper you should see before Fenwick files it." I looked at him sharply. He saw the movement and nodded once as if to say exactly so, and this time first. He drew a folded sheet from the blotter and held it out across the table. He said, "My note to the town clerk. Sending the statement and accompanying papers under my own explanation. Read it before it goes." The simple act of it, not the content yet, only the gesture, struck me more forcefully than any apology he might have offered in that moment. No concealment. No later usefulness. No managing the truth into shape and handing it to me only once it had already done its work elsewhere. I took the sheet. It was brief, formal, and exact. He named the statement as his own correction. He stated that any appearance of Lady Hawthorn's influence over the trust matter arose from his prior concealment, and was not to be interpreted as weakness in the documents themselves or manipulation on my part. He requested that all future communications touching Thomas Arden's name, my aunt's involvement, or Lady Eleanor's memorandum be copied to Fenwick and to me, in writing. Not as mood, not as household kindness. As procedure, I read the line twice before lifting my eyes. You added me, yes. Fenwick advised it. No. The answer came plain and immediate. A strange, dangerous warmth moved through me at that. Not because the thing was grand. Because it was small, practical, and precisely what I had demanded without trusting I would ever receive it naturally. See, I said. I thought you should. The faintest trace of dryness lived under the sentence. Not enough to make it light. Enough to remind me, absurdly, that the man in front of me had always been most himself where truth and wit touched only by a thread. I folded the note once and set it down. Thank you. This time I meant more than Julia's guarantee. Perhaps he heard that because he did not answer at once. Then, quietly, you should not have had to ask for such things. No, I said. I should not. We looked at one another for a moment too long. Then I broke it, because the library had already seen enough of us, and because rooms are dangerous once they begin to hold more than facts. Lely promised me the conservatory, I said. His mouth altered almost imperceptibly. And then you had better go before she decides the treaty broken. I turned toward the door and would, perhaps, have left the conversation there. Instead, at the threshold, I stopped. Gabriel. The name came out before I had time to reconsider. Not title, not my lord, not the formal distance that had protected us and injured us in equal measure over the last 2 days. His name. Plain. Open. Uncovered. He did not move. Wes, you may add me to papers. That is not the same as having my trust back. I know. The answer did not wound me. That was how I knew something had changed. Good, I said, because what comes next matters more than what was done in the smaller drawing room. His gaze held mine, steady and grave. What comes next? I thought of Lady Eleanor's line, of Thomas's late erratic effort, of Julia's relieved face at breakfast, of Lilla's hand in mine on the gravel path, of all the ways women are asked to bear male silence as if endurance itself were romance once properly named. The rule, I said, he said, if there is to be any peace between us at all. After a moment, then tell me the rule. There are moments a woman imagines beforehand and moments she speaks from injury so long held it has become form. This was the second kind. No more protection by exclusion, I said. No more deciding that I am safer from knowledge until the knowledge becomes useful enough for you to hand over. No more private bearing of the thing, while the cost leaks outward into women and children. If there is danger, I hear it. If there is uncertainty, I hear that too. If the truth shames you so much, the worse for the truth. The words did not echo in the room. That was perhaps the strongest sign of how right they were. Gabriel's face altered, not with defensiveness, not with the old impulse toward justification. Something more searching, and perhaps more tired than either. He said, You ask for the end of the habit, not the correction of one instance. Yes. He looked down briefly at the table, then back at me. That is fair. Bah. Fair. The line nearly angered me by being too small for the thing. Yet I could see, in the way he said it, that he meant fair not as easy concession, but as judgment laid properly on his life. He took one step nearer the table, not nearer me. Again that distinction. Again I noticed it. He said, Then hear mine as well. I waited. If there is to be anything repaired between us, it cannot be built on your dependence as recompense for my fault. I will not have you grateful to me for papers I should have placed under your hand sooner. I will not have Julia's safety or Lily's affection used as collateral against your freedom. And if ever I speak to you again in the old language of knowing best by knowing first, I expect you to name it before I have the comfort of mistaking it for care. The room went very still. Not because the speech was romantic. It was not. That was exactly why it reached me. No dependence as recompense. No collateral. No. Name it before I mistake it for care. This was not apology polished into feeling. It was structure of another sort. But now, at last, offered not above me or around me but level. I said very quietly, That is better. A faint, wary something passed through his expression. I am glad. No. Do not be glad yet. Better is not enough to live on. Then what is? The question came low, and because it came without challenge, I answered it more honestly than prudence had planned. Choice, I said. Yours. The child's when she is old enough. Julia's always. If there is to be love anywhere in this house, it cannot grow out of being arranged correctly. There. At last. Not spoken as declaration. Not offered as softness. Only the clear naming of what had lurked under every quarrel from the moment he entered my aunt's drawing room and proposed marriage as instrument. His eyes did not leave mine. After a long pause he said, "No, not no as refusal, no as agreement." Then, more quietly, "No, it cannot." Something in me loosened at that. Not trust, not forgiveness. Something smaller, and perhaps more dangerous. The first real sense that the man before me had stopped trying to rescue his own position within the argument, and had begun, instead, to see what argument itself was for. I broke the moment because I had no wish to find out what happened if it lasted another second. "Lily," I said. He replied, "Yes." And now the thread of old dry humor touched him again, just enough to spare us both from intensity becoming absurd. The conservatory. Diplomacy requires it. I went. The conservatory was too warm for January and smelled of damp soil, citrus, and Lily's newest interpretation of botanical order. As she had arranged Atlas among 3 geranium pots and was explaining to Julia that orange trees improved under cavalry. Julia was pretending to believe her. Lady Morland, seated with a shawl around her shoulders and a book open on her lap, took one look at my face and then, later, one look at Gabriel's when he entered a few minutes after me, and said nothing at all. Silence from such a woman may sometimes be the highest kindness. Lily demanded that I inspect the blue paint box's first true labor. She had painted the west lawn, the south terrace, Atlas in improbable glory, and a sky that remained far too blue for England. Yet in the far corner of the page stood one thing rendered with surprising care, the pale blue door at the end of the west passage. I stared at it. Lily, seeing where my eyes had gone, said, "The room should not look sad forever." No one answered her, perhaps because no answer would have improved it. The rest of the afternoon passed under a gentler weather than the day deserved. Gabriel sat on the wicker chair nearest the lemon tree, while Lily explained why horses and gardens ought properly to share command. Julia laughed more easily than she had in weeks. Lady Morland read without turning pages. I mended the cuff of one glove badly enough that Mrs. Finch, appearing at the conservatory door to summon us toward tea, looked at my work and said, Lily said, "If peace has made my lady that careless, I shall oppose it on principle, at once. No, we are having order." Mrs. Finch gave the child a long, level look. "Then let us hope it is the kind that breathes." The line struck the room with such perfect quiet that for a second even Lily did not answer. I think all of us heard in it the whole of what had changed and what had not. When evening came, and the lamps were lit, the household resumed its ordinary life with less strain than I had yet felt in it. Not happiness. Hawthorn Court was far too educated for that, but a less watchful sort of order. The kind that comes after truth has stood in the room, and no one has died of hearing it. After supper, Lady Morland detained Julia over cards. Sir Edmund went to improve brandy with politics. Lily had to be wrestled upstairs by Nurse Palmer because Atlas, now in military retirement, required one more biscuit. Mrs. Finch disappeared into the under regions where all good housekeepers go to preserve civilization from men and damp. I found myself on the west terrace alone. The air was bitter enough to sting. Frost had begun to silver the balustrade. Beyond the lawn, the wood stood black and still under a hard white moon. Somewhere below, a dog barked once, and was answered by nothing. The house behind me glowed through its windows with human warmth, candles, duties, and all the worn-out machinery of a family learning how to survive one another honestly. I heard the terrace door open. Gabriel came out and closed it behind him. Not too close. Never that now. He had learned, I thought, at least this much in pain. For a while we stood side by side with 2 arms' lengths between us, and the whole dark lawn before us. At last he said, "The papers go to town in the morning." "Yes. Bell will be forced into form." Good, a pause. Then, "Edwin will not stop." "No." Another pause. Then lower, "Neither will I." I turned to him. The moonlight was poor company for faces, but enough to show me the line of his mouth, the fatigue about his eyes, the restraint still written into every part of him like grammar. Yet something had shifted there too, not softened. Opened perhaps where pride had once stood too solidly. "You mean the trust," I said. "Yes," he answered. Then after a beat, "And not only the trust." The words struck hard because they were so careful. I looked away first, out over the frost beginning on the lawn. "This is not the moment for comfort," he said. "No. It is the moment for truth." Odd again that word. And this time in his mouth it no longer felt like arrangement. I said, "Then truth." He drew one breath against the cold. I do not know what name to give what has happened between us that would not sound either too little or too much. I only know that once I understood how badly I had placed you, the thought of losing the right ever to speak honestly to you again became intolerable. The terrace went very still. There are confessions that flatter. Others claim. This did neither. It simply laid feeling where I could refuse it if I wished, which made it more dangerous than any declaration could have been. I said after a moment, "That sounds uncomfortably like the beginning of love." He did not answer at once. Then, with the same grave economy that had undone me more than once already, "Wes." The honesty of it hit like cold air in the lungs. I stood gripping the stone rail too hard and hated the part of me that was not relieved to hear it, only because relief would have been too easy and too soon. At length I said, "And if it is?" He did not move nearer. Then it must become something that can survive your freedom from me." The sentence went through me with quiet force. Because there it was at last. The new rule spoken back to me in its fullest shape. Not love as claim. Not love as household right earned by injury and repair. Love that must survive my freedom or else be only authority by another name. I turned to him fully then. The frost, the moonlight, the stone, the dark lawn, all of it seemed to narrow down to that one answer and the man who had given it. "That," I said very softly, "is better." He let out a breath that might almost have been laughter if exhaustion had not gentled it into something quieter. "You have said that twice. And it remains true, Ga. That is from you, a humiliating species of encouragement." This time I did laugh. Briefly. The sound surprised both of us. It changed his face in a way moonlight should not have been allowed to see. I said, once the laugh had gone, "Do not build too much on it." "I will not. I get no promise enlarged past its right size. Only that steady human answer." Below us, somewhere in the dark, frost continued taking the ground one quiet inch at a time. At last I said, "Then here is the rest of the rule." He waited. "If you mean ever to ask anything of me that is not already yours by law, you will do it in daylight. Openly. With nothing else hidden beneath it. Not while Julia is still precarious. Not while Lily's case is half restored. And not while I still have to guess whether the next paper in this house will alter my life before I have read it." The words hung in the cold between us. He did not mistake them. He said, "No. Not until then." I nodded once. "Good." We stood a little longer in silence after that, not estranged, not reconciled. Something rarer and perhaps more difficult. A line for one narrow stretch of road by truth both could now see. When at last I turned toward the terrace door, he said my name once. "Cicely." I stopped. He said, "For what it is worth." Quietly, "I would rather be known by you in the worst of this than admired by anyone else in the best."
Oh.
There are sentences a woman should perhaps not hear under moonlight, if she means to remain entirely wise. I answered the only way honesty allowed. Then continue earning the knowledge. His gaze held mine. "Yes." I went inside with that. Behind me the frost kept taking the terrace. Ahead of me the house waited with lamps, children, family, and the long work still unfinished. But by the time I climbed the stair and reached the gallery above, I understood that something central had been restored, if not yet healed. Not my trust, not his peace, choice. And from choice, perhaps something worthy might still be built. The next 3 days passed in paper, weather, and the sort of waiting that looks sensible from the outside and consumes human nerves from within. Fenwick went to town with the principal packet before noon the morning after our talk on the terrace. Lavington wrote twice. Sir Edmund threatened Bell in language so beautifully uncivil that Lady Morland insisted on seeing the draft before it went out, partly to moderate it and partly, I think, to enjoy the best phrases. Mrs. Finch governed the house with heightened disapproval, which in her meant the household was safe enough again for standards. Lily painted. Julia slept for the first time in a week without waking at every sound on the stair. And I discovered that, once a woman has asked for truth, and been given some honest measure of it, she begins to require that all the rest of life stand straighter too. Gabriel kept the new rule. That more than anything, undid me, not because he grew suddenly easy or warm or transformed into some impossible man without history. No. He remained himself grave, exact, still too accustomed to carrying the first weight inward before speaking aloud. But now he brought the speaking earlier. When Fenwick's first note from town arrived, I was shown it before luncheon, and not afterward in summary. When the clerk requested comparison of Lady Eleanor's memorandum against the chapel extract, he told me at once and not once the answer had already gone. When Lily asked whether old papers meant she might now remain at Hawthorn forever, he did not comfort her with structure. He said, in my hearing and hers both, it means the truth is going where it should have gone sooner. The child accepted that more readily than any of us had a right to hope. And I did not forgive him, not quickly, not cheaply, but I began, against all my better habits, to believe him. That is a more difficult thing than forgiveness. Forgiveness may come all at once in a rush of feeling, and leave nothing stable beneath it by morning. Belief must be built from repeated acts until one is almost ashamed to admit how much of the structure now stands. On the 4th morning, the weather broke. Not into warmth, not yet. But the hard white frost that had held the grounds in glittering severity gave way to a pale wet softness under low sun. Water ran from the terrace balustrade in clear drops. The gravel darkened. In the south border, beneath the bare rose canes, the first green points of snowdrops showed through soil still half convinced of winter. Hawthorn Court looked less like a house under trial and more like one prepared at last to resume life. It was on that morning that Fenwick returned. He came in at 11, damp at the cuffs, victorious in the careful way of solicitors who know that triumph admitted too loudly becomes appeal by tedium. We gathered again in the library, Morland, Sir Edmund, Mrs. Finch under protest, Julia by the window with both hands clasped so tightly that I could see the strain in the knuckles, Gabriel at the table, and I standing where the winter light cut across the carpet and made us all look more honest than comfort prefers. Fenwick laid down his case and opened it. He said, the principal point first. The town review holds. Edwin's man may continue to resent, delay, and threaten procedural dignity, but the substance now stands against him. Lady Eleanor's memorandum, Thomas Arden's letter, the chapel extract, and the secondary schedule together are sufficient to sustain Lily's household position under Lord Hawthorn without transfer. Lady Morland sat down very suddenly. Not from weakness. From relief too long denied ordinary admission. Sir Edmund said, good. Mrs. Finch said, about time. Julia shut her eyes once and whispered, thank God. Only Gabriel did not move at all. Not because he felt less. Because feeling in him always seemed to strike inward first, and only afterward show itself by the smallest of human failures. A hand resting a second longer on the table, a breath slightly altered. The angle of the shoulders easing by 1 degree after 3 days too tightly held. Fenwick went on. Second Bell has withdrawn from any immediate attempt to press Miss Julia through informal guardianship advantage. Lavington believes the guarantee and Bell's own exposure to notice have made him cautious. He remains distasteful. He is no longer near. This time Julia did laugh, a short, shocked sound that turned into tears at once. Lady Morland reached her first. I reached her second. Between us we steadied her into the nearest chair, while she apologized to nobody and cried for precisely 30 seconds like a person far too relieved to care whether the room judged her graceful. Sir Edmund looked away. Mrs. Finch did not. I think she considered tears in such a moment one of the few natural rights left women after law had had its turn at them. Fenwick, wise man, pretended to shuffle papers until Julia had herself back again. When she had done so and dabbed at her eyes with more indignation than delicacy, he said, "There is one further matter." Of course there was. Life does not go gentle merely because justice has finally remembered an address, he said. The reserve accounting will take time, but the interim structure is sound. Which means, for present purposes, that Miss Julia's safety no longer depends upon Hawthorn hospitality, and Lily's position no longer depends upon Lady Hawthorn's visible usefulness in the house. Both things are now legally stronger than county gossip. The room understood the significance of that sentence all at once. I felt it like a door opening. No longer depends. There it was. The final severing of what should always have been separate, and had not been my own emotional and domestic place in Hawthorn from Julia's need, Lily's vulnerability, and Gabriel's duty. We had wanted it all along. We had fought for it in notes, corridors, and smaller drawing rooms. Now the law had finally, however imperfectly, caught up. I looked at Gabriel. He had looked at me already. For 1 second nothing in the room existed except the knowledge passing between us. The thing had been done cleanly enough at last, that neither obligation nor gratitude needed now to masquerade as feeling. Lady Morland, who saw everything and named only what decency required, said briskly, "Then Fenwick will stay to luncheon. Edmund will try not to celebrate like a cavalry officer. Julia will write to your aunt immediately, and Mrs. Finch will permit one tolerable pudding in honor of the law's delayed conversion." Mrs. Finch said, "The law may have what pudding it likes if it leaves the women in peace." That ended the conference more mercifully than any prayer. By 1 o'clock the house had changed. Not noisily. Hawthorn Court would never become noisy without disaster. But some held tension had gone out of it. Doors opened less cautiously. The butler's face looked marginally less carved by responsibility. Lily, informed in terms suitable to 7 years old, that she was to remain exactly where she ought, received the news with perfect seriousness, asked whether this meant Atlas no longer required emergency saddlebags, and then kissed Nurse Palmer on the cheek so abruptly that the poor woman had to leave the schoolroom and recover herself in the passage. Julia wrote to my aunt in the morning room, and, when she had sealed the letter, brought it to me instead of the tray. She said, "I think, for the first time since Thomas died, I may actually be future instead of damage. There are some sentences no sister answers properly." I kissed her forehead and held her for a moment, and let that be enough. And by late afternoon the January light had begun to turn golden at the edges where it touched the west windows. The house smelled of tea polish and the first hopeful dampness that precedes real spring. Lady Morland had taken Lily and Julia out to inspect the snowdrops, declaring that girls under 20 and under 10 alike must witness beginnings when they occur, or else the whole season is wasted on old people. Sir Edmund had gone to the stables to inform the horses that justice had improved the county. Fenwick was closeted with Gabriel over final copies and dispatch. Mrs. Finch ruled the lower regions with the grandeur of a benevolent empire. And I, having no further letter to write and no immediate task cruel enough to distract me, found myself in the west drawing room as the light lowered. The room was quiet. A fire burned low. Lady Eleanor's blue curtains held the last of the day gently. On the small table beside me lay the swallow, blue ribbon from the old cabinet, which I had not quite returned to the memorandum packet and had not quite claimed as mine. Through the window the terrace stones shone damp and pale. Somewhere beyond them, the westwood stood dark and patient. I heard the door open. Not by servant. Not by accident. Gabriel came in and shut it softly behind him. He had changed from riding coat into darker, evening cloth, though supper was not yet announced, which told me he had already finished with Fenwick and the day's official labor. In his hand he carried one folded sheet. He came no farther than the center of the room and said, with that same grave economy that had become more dangerous to me than warmth ever could have been, "The final town acknowledgment." I held out my hand. He crossed then, only near enough to give me the paper. The clerk's note was brief, formal, and almost offensively calm in the face of what it settled. The interim instruments are accepted as filed. The household placement of the minor Lily Hawthorn remains, under the present Lord's authority, pending formal conclusion, with no sufficient ground at present for competing private supervision. Miss Julia Arden's guarantee is entered and acknowledged. Further submissions may proceed without prejudice to Lady Hawthorn's standing. Without prejudice to Lady Hawthorn's standing. I read the line twice. Then, very slowly, I folded the paper again and set it on the table beside the blue ribbon. "It is done," I said. "Yes." The room held the word. I looked up at him. He had not moved away. Not come nearer either. He stood where he had stopped, as if he understood the geometry of the moment had to be mine to alter or leave intact. Then, because truth now required it, and because anything less would have been cowardice, he said, "Cicely, I told you on the terrace that if I ever meant to ask anything of you not already mine by law, I would do it in daylight, openly, and when Julia and Lily no longer depended upon the answer." I felt every beat of my own pulse. Outside, the last of the winter sun struck the glass and turned it briefly to fire. "Wes," I said, "this is that hour."
Bah!
There are phrases one imagines hearing and phrases one hopes never to hear, because hope makes them too dangerous to prepare for. This belonged to the second kind. I said nothing. I could not have if I wished. He went on. "I do not ask you to forget what I did before marriage. I do not ask you to call me changed, because I have finally learned one lesson my mother understood years ago. And I do not ask you to give me gratitude in the place of what I have not yet earned." He drew one breath. "I ask only this, now that Julia stands safe beyond Bell, now that Lily's future no longer rests on your usefulness here, may I begin with you honestly?" The room narrowed around the sentence. Not romance. Not flourish. Not even courtship named too prettily. "Begin honestly," I said after a moment. "Begin what?" A faint, almost wary warmth touched his expression. "What should have existed before I ever asked for your hand and could not? Choice. Courtship, if you permit the old word. Truth given before arrangement. Regard without authority hidden behind it. No one had ever put marriage in such terms to me before. Men generally suppose the wedding itself answers all questions of beginning, as though legal fact were a substitute for moral arrival. Here stood my husband, already married to me in church and law, asking not to own the title more fully, but to earn the woman beneath it. That, perhaps, was the only way he could still truly astonish me, I said, because honesty had made me incapable now of saying less. "You mean to court your own wife?" "Yes." The absurdity of it nearly made me smile. "That sounds very unlike the county. It sounds very unlike me 4 weeks ago." "Yes," I said softly. "It does." For 1 second neither of us moved. Then I stood. The blue ribbon lay between us on the table beside the town clerk's acknowledgment, memory and law, dead women and public paper, all the old injuries and the new clear ground they had made possible. How fitting. I thought dimly that the future should have to stand beside both. I said, "If I say yes, what precisely do you imagine it means?" He answered without haste. that I may speak to you as a man who hopes, not as a husband who assumes. That when I bring you truth, I do it before it improves my position. That I may ask for your company, without disguising need as household convenience. That I may try, in the full light of what I have already cost you, to become someone you could choose freely if law were not already standing where it stands. The line went through me with quiet force. Not because it was perfect. Because it was exact. He had named the difficulty and not stepped around it. My freedom if law were not already standing where it stands. There was no pretending marriage did not exist. No asking me to behave as if we were untouched by church, scandal, and legal pressure. Only the honest fact that emotional choice, if it came, must come on top of reality and not in ignorance of it. I said, and if I cannot. He did not pretend the answer painless. Then I remain what I am by law and try to deserve, at least your respect. No plea. No covered anguish designed to soften me. Only the acceptance of consequence. I could not look at him for a second. I looked instead at the blue ribbon, then at the paper, then at the fire. When my father was alive, I said slowly, I used to think the worst thing a man could do to a woman was abandon her to circumstances. Then Thomas died, and I learned there are crueler forms of presence, arrangement, delay, protection that asks gratitude for its own control. He did not interrupt. I went on. You have come nearer than I like to all three. Yes, again the bare answer. Again no escape from it. But, I said, and now my voice had gone quieter than before, you are also the first man in my life who has been willing to place his own fault publicly where I could survive it. The silence after that felt very deep. I lifted my eyes to his. I think that matters enough to begin. For one suspended second he did not move at all. Then the meaning reached him fully, and something in his whole face changed, not with triumph, not even quite with relief, but with the kind of grave wonder one sees when a person has been given more future than he trusted himself to expect. He asked, Wes, very quietly. Yes, I said. You may begin. He let out one breath, only one, but it seemed to alter the whole room. I had thought, perhaps, that if such a moment came there would be some urge toward embrace, toward tears, toward the easy symbolism of joining what had been divided. There was none. Not because feeling was absent, because it had become too serious for that. The rightness of the moment lay not in being swept away, but in standing exactly where we were and understanding at last that nothing now needed to be hidden behind any hand. At length he said, with a trace of that old dry thread returning to save us both from too much solemnity, I am painfully out of practice at beginning properly. I had gathered. Do not be cruel at the point of mercy. This is not mercy. It is probation. That did make him smile. Briefly. Fully enough that the years of restraint showed more in the smile's rarity than they would have in any permanent ease. I saw then, more clearly than before, the man his mother had understood and his house had disciplined into too much caution. Dangerous knowledge. Very dangerous, he said. Then I accept probation. On conditions. Naturally. I folded my arms, not from defensiveness now but because I found the posture steadied me. You will not tell me things because you think I should hear them. You will tell me because they are mine to know. Yes. You will not use tenderness to blur what remains difficult. No, Ba. You will not allow Lily to think truth and comfort are enemies. No. You will remember that Julia's future remains hers. Not ours, however often she mistakes Hawthorn horses for destiny. At that the smile touched him again. Yes. And if ever you feel yourself arranging me in your mind before speaking to me, you will stop. He did not answer at once. Then, very quietly, I will try. I had been waiting, perhaps, for promise there. Yet the answer that came was better for being exact. Habit that old is not broken by vow, only by repeated struggle in the moment it rises. Good, I said. Trying is at least honest, ah. He looked at me for a second in that open, attentive way that still unsettled me, because it felt less like observation now, and more like the beginning of reverence. I had never wanted reverence from a man. Respect, yes. Choice, yes. But this quieter thing, attention stripped of management and sharpened by knowledge of harm already done, felt frighteningly close to love, and I had only just admitted enough to begin. At last he said, "May I ask one further liberty?" I hesitated, then nodded once. Not tonight. Not because the room would not bear it, but because beginnings should not steal from difficult days more than they have already been given. He stopped, and the restraint in the stopping moved me more than any immediate request would have done. When the weather breaks properly, and if Julia and Lily remain as secure as they are this evening, may I take you walking in the lower garden as if nothing legal depended on the distance between us? The question went through me like sunlight through frost. So small, so ordinary, so entirely unlike the great, cruel arrangements by which the whole of our marriage had thus far been built. A walk, not household necessity, not witness, not child, not paper, only time offered openly, with no use hidden underneath it except the one now honestly named. Yes, I said. This time, he did not ask for confirmation. He only bowed his head slightly, as if receiving not favor but permission to enter a country for which he now understood the border rules. The terrace door rattled faintly in the wind. From the passage beyond came Julia's laugh, then Lily's, higher and brighter, and Lady Morland's voice trying with no conviction at all to make them quieter. The house sounded for once, not strained into order but alive within it. I glanced toward the door and back again. "Thee will be looking for us." Yes. Still neither of us moved. Then I noticed, absurdly, that the blue ribbon lay closer to his side of the table, and the town acknowledgment closer to mine, as if memory and law had been physically sorted between us without my seeing. I reached out and picked up the ribbon. He, seeing the gesture, took the paper and folded it more neatly than I had done. "That seems symbolic," I said. "That is usually a warning." I laughed, and this time the sound came easier. "Very well. Keep the paper then. I will keep the ribbon." He looked at the ribbon in my hand, the faded blue softened by time, and all the room from which it had come. He said, "Yes, I think that is just." He stepped back first. Again choosing not to crowd the moment merely because it had turned kind. I valued it more each time he did it. At the door he paused, then turned slightly back toward me. "Cicely." "Ah, yes. I do not know what shape happiness takes in a house taught to distrust ease. There are men who would have ended there, and called the uncertainty romantic. He did not. He said, 'But I should like to learn it with you if you mean to allow the lesson.' The honesty of it moved through me with quiet, devastating warmth. I answered the only way truth permitted. "Then learn quickly, Gabriel. I have no intention of living in tragedy merely because the house was built for it." That drew from him a laugh so brief and startled it felt almost like luck. Then he opened the door and stood aside. Not because I needed the way cleared, because the day had been built, from first injury to final beginning, on that new law between us, no more choosing my path before I had seen it. I walked past him into the passage, where the house waited with lamplight and children and ordinary evening sounds. He came after. And for the first time, since he had entered my aunt's drawing room and proposed marriage as instrument, I did not feel that he walked beside me as a man arranging my life into order. He walked beside me as a man asking whether I might someday choose to share it. That was enough for the beginning. Epilogue. By May, Hawthorn Court had stopped bracing for disaster every time a carriage came up the drive. That alone would have been enough to mark the season as miraculous. The snowdrops were long gone. In their place the south borders had filled with early roses, foxgloves in careful promise, and the sort of green which appears only after a house has survived winter honestly and does not yet know whether to trust the reprieve. The west lawn had lost all memory of frost. The gravel no longer rang hard under wheels. Windows stood open in the afternoon. The air moved through the corridors with warmth instead of warning. And in that altered air, our life changed by degrees so quiet I might have missed them had I not been looking for every one. Julia no longer listened at doors. That was the first thing. Ruth, once Belle had been properly checked, once the guarantee had passed from emergency into settled arrangement, and then into the beginning of her own independent security. Some dreadful inward tension left her almost overnight. She laughed more easily, slept later. Began, to my relief and horror, to have opinions again about ribbons, books, village assemblies, and the inferiority of most men under 30 to reasonably trained spaniels. She kept her room still at the small passage near mine, though now, by preference rather than fear, and had lately taken to spending mornings with Lady Morland over accounts and tenant lists. Because apparently one can survive emotional catastrophe, only to discover a talent for estate arithmetic. Lady Morland claimed this was hereditary in women, and merely suppressed by men until widows made themselves inconvenient. Sir Edmund declared both of them terrifying, and then asked Julia's opinion on 3 matters before luncheon. As for Lily, security made her louder. That may sound a contradiction. It is not. Children who believe the house may vanish around them speak carefully. The children who know it is likely to hold begin, at last, to waste breath on joy, tyranny, argument, and art. By May her paint box had been moved permanently from the schoolroom to the little table in the west window recess, and the walls of the lower schoolroom were lined with skies more truthful than England deserved. Atlas remained in military service. Europe had been redrawn twice in her copybooks, and once in the conservatory soil, where Mrs. Finch discovered Austria among the lemon roots, and announced that empires were quite enough trouble above ground. Lily adored Gabriel with the merciless devotion children reserve for the adults who have earned safety without ever becoming sentimental enough to be trusted carelessly. She adored me differently. Less dramatically, more usefully. She brought me torn cuffs, awkward questions, the book she disliked, and the truth she did not know how to say to anyone else first. One evening in April, when rain kept us all indoors and the house smelled of damp coats and coal, she climbed into the window seat beside me, while I was mending a hem, and asked, "Do you still mean to stay when there is no danger making you?" I had looked at her then, at the paint on her fingers and the grave set of her little mouth, and answered, "Wes." She nodded once and said, "Good," as if we had settled nothing more emotional than weather. Perhaps we had. In houses like ours, that is sometimes enough. And Gabriel, well, he kept the rule. That is perhaps the clearest and most difficult truth I can offer. He did not become easy. I would not have trusted him if he had. He did not wake one morning transformed by love into a man without silence, caution, or inherited habits of carrying too much inward before speaking. That would have been a fable, and I had already married one structure of unreality more than I wished. No, he remained himself. Grave. Exact. Inclined still, in the first second of difficulty, to think before he spoke and to order the danger in his own mind before offering it outward. But now he stopped there. That was the whole change. Small in sentence. Enormous in life. When a letter arrived from town, I saw it at once. When Fenwick sent news, I received the copy with his. When some older servant memory rose from the attics of the house, or one of Lady Eleanor's forgotten notes, turned up under ribbon and lavender, Gabriel brought it to me, before the day had taught him how to explain it tittily. Sometimes badly. Sometimes with obvious discomfort. Once, after handing me a letter that touched a dispute over Arthur's London accounts, he said with great seriousness, "I dislike this new system." I answered, "That is because it is honest." He said, "Wes." I had begun to fear that. By then I was already half in love with him and knew it, which was an exhausting condition and not one I recommend as a general habit. He courted me the way some men might have built a chapel if they feared noise would frighten God away. Not with poetry. Thank heaven. I should have mistrusted that from him and despised it from almost anyone else. Not with flowers either, though the lower garden gave him enough opportunity for them. Instead, he courted me through daylight repetition, and the refusal to take for granted what law had already handed him. He asked if I would walk, asked if I would read with Lily in the evening, asked if I would look over the tenant school accounts, because he had learned I distrusted any man who spoke of children and numbers with equal ease. Asked if I would come to the West Terrace after supper, because the sunset looked unlike its usual English self, and he had no one else to say so to who would not assume whether a proposal. And always, before the asking, there was room to refuse. I had not known until then how seductive freedom can be when offered steadily. In April, when the weather finally softened enough to keep the lower garden dry after 4 in the afternoon, he claimed the walk he had requested on the terrace in winter. We went under the pear trees just beginning to show white. The gravel was damp but no longer treacherous. Lady Morland, who knew precisely where we had gone and why, remained on the south terrace with a book and looked resolutely in the wrong direction for a quarter of an hour. We did not speak then of love. That mattered. We spoke of Lily's governess, Julia's increasing talent for frightening clerks, and whether the old stone bench in the U-walk might be moved 2 feet to the left, because the present position offended both symmetry and comfort. The ordinariness of it moved me more deeply than any declaration could have done. A man arranging a life with me rather than for me, a future composed not of rescue or guilt, but of bench placement and children and weather. Only at the end of that walk, when we had come back toward the south lawn and the house stood warm in the lowering light, did he say, very quietly, "I think happiness may be more domestic than I was taught to expect." I looked at him and said, "That is because men are generally taught it by mothers and then spend 20 years pretending they discovered it by principle." He laughed then, properly, not merely with the shadow of it, and the sound carried across the lawn so unexpectedly that Lily, watching from the schoolroom window, later asked whether some stranger had been walking with me. By May, the county had adjusted. That may not sound romantic, but it is one of the true foundations of any lasting peace. Edwin had failed to turn me into scandal useful enough to matter. His wife had found other households to improve by implication. Belle, denied informal advantage and made ridiculous by formal notice, withdrew into the sort of offended dignity by which foolish men always imagine they have preserved something worth keeping. The trust matter continued, as all property matters do, with more paper than poetry. Yet its progress no longer required my marriage to carry the burden of proving itself. That, in a strange way, freed us more than anything else. Because, once Julia and Lily no longer depended on the performance of our union for their safety, what remained between Gabriel and me was finally what I had asked for from the first choice. He came to me with it again on an evening of rain. A real May rain, warm enough to make the windows mist and the yew paths darken to almost black. Lily had gone up with Nurse Palmer after insisting Atlas required a better stable, and being informed that horses of felt and wood enjoyed no rights after 8 of the clock. Julia was in the library with Sir Edmund arguing over the moral inferiority of speculative investment. Lady Morland had retired with one of the old Bellum biographies she claimed to dislike and read twice a year in secret. I was in Lady Eleanor's room. Not by accident. I had begun, in those later weeks, to use it for mending reading, and the small evening tasks which require quiet and not company until one chooses it. The room had changed under use. The curtains now stood open by day. Lily's blue paint box lived there some afternoons. A fresh basket of thread sat near the chair, Yet Lady Eleanor's order remained, not erased but continued. On the writing table lay the memorandum book, no longer hidden. Beside it, folded carefully in my work basket, the faded blue ribbon from the cabinet. I had kept it. Gabriel had never asked me to return it. The rain tapped softly at the west windows when he knocked. Not entered. Knocked. I said, "Come in." He did. For a second, he stood just inside the room, looking at me where I sat by the lamp with a half-finished seam in my hand and the basket open beside my chair. His face in that light looked less severe than in the library and more honest than on the terrace. Perhaps because Lady Eleanor's room no longer belonged solely to the dead and did not yet entirely belong to either of us. It was a room where truth had already cost too much to be wasted. He said, "I hope I am not unwelcome." "You are welcome if you mean not to improve my suing by management. I have at last some fear where your suing is concerned." That almost made me smile. Almost. He came nearer then, but not too near, and placed something on the table beside the memorandum book. It was the blue room key. His mother's key. The one he had carried at his watch. The one I had first seen at breakfast when distrust still lived between us more sharply than hope. I looked up at him. "What is this?" I asked. He did not insult me by pretending I needed the literal answer. He said, "One, the room was locked. It was mine to open or keep closed. That was useful once. I do not think it is any longer." The rain sounded louder all at once. I looked at the key, then at him. "You are giving it to me." "Wes." "Why?" He drew one breath before answering. "Because this room should not live under my permission." His eyes held mine steadily. "Because it was my mother's before it was my custody." "Because Lily comes here as naturally as she goes to the schoolroom now." "Because you use it." "Because if I keep the key at my watch much longer, I shall only be proving my own education too faithfully." The last line moved through me with quiet force. No grand vow. No ornament. Only the exact symbolic act his own history required, and the honest naming of why it mattered. I set down the seam. "When my mother died," I said slowly, "my father kept her workbox locked in his room for 6 months, because he said he could not bear the servants sorting her things." Gabriel did not speak. "One day," I went on, "I took it back. Not because he did not grieve. Because he thought grieve him the right to choose what happened to what had held her hands." I touched the blue key with one finger. "I loved him. I still think it was wrong." Gabriel said, "Wes." Quietly, "So, do I." The room held us a moment. Then he said, "There is one thing more I have to ask." I did not answer at once because something in his voice had changed, not toward fear, but toward that grave humility which had become, for me, much more dangerous than confidence. At last I said, "Ask it." He came one step nearer the table and no more. "I asked you months ago, though it seems years, whether I might begin honestly with you. Since then you have given me probation, correction, more truth than I deserved easily, and a future I did not think I had any moral right to expect." A faint thread of dry humor moved under the sentence and kept it from becoming unbearable. "You have also taught my household to say what it means with alarming frequency. I do not think that improvement can fairly be laid at my feet alone. Mrs. Finch has done the heavier work. Undoubtedly." There it was again, that shared near smile at the edge of seriousness. That more than any speech told me how far we had come from winter. Then the humor left him, and what remained was much more difficult to survive. He said, "Cicely." And now my name in his mouth no longer felt like danger, but like ground chosen carefully enough to stand on. "I know we are already married. I know the law answered long before our hearts had any right to. But nothing in me can bear leaving it there now that it need not." He stopped for one brief, visible second. "So I am asking you plainly. In daylight's truth though evening has the room. If there had been no Belle, no Edwin, no missing papers, no urgency, if I had met you only as the woman you are, do you think you might still have chosen me?" The question went through me like both wound and healing. Not because I had not asked it of myself. Of course I had. In sleepless hours on wet terraces, beside Lily's paint and Julia's laughter, while watching him hand me papers before opening them himself. But hearing him put it so nakedly, not do you love me now that necessity has ended, not can you forgive the structure. Only might you have chosen me if the world had been kinder. Was worse, because it asked for a truth from me that no law, no house, no family pressure could compel. I rose. The blue key lay between us. The ribbon, the memorandum book, Lady Eleanor's room with rain at the windows. All the old materials of injury and inheritance arranged now into a moment that belonged to neither structure nor scandal. I said, "Wes." He did not move. I went on because one plain word could not carry the whole of it, and because he had earned, by this point, the difficult truth instead of the pretty one. Yes. I think I would still have chosen you. Not quickly. Not easily. You would still have annoyed me by treating thought as, if it were an aristocratic duty, and silence as if women ought to trust it by instinct. I would still have had to teach you not to arrange a room before asking whether I wished to enter it. But yes, I met his eyes fully. I think even without danger, I would have recognized that your steadiness was not coldness and that your care, once corrected of pride, was one of the safest things I had ever known. For 1 second nothing in the room existed except the look that passed over his face. Not triumph. God save me from triumph in the man I mean to love. Not even relief. Something deeper, quieter, and almost disbelieving in its gratitude. As if he had been given not victory but mercy. He had thought, after all his failings, morally beyond him. He said my name once. Cicely. I answered before he could go any farther into speech. And yes, I said, because this too had become impossible not to name, I love you. Not because you rescued us. Not because the house needed it. Not because the papers settled kindly. I love you because when truth finally stood in front of you, where everyone could see it, you chose to stand beside it instead of in front of me. The room became so still that even the rain seemed to hush itself against the glass. There are moments when one expects a man to cross the room at once, to seize claim, and answer with the sort of passionate certainty novels train women to mistake for depth. Gabriel did not. He stood exactly where he was, and let the words reach him fully before moving at all. That, more than anything, told me I had chosen rightly. At last he said, his voice lower than before and steadier for the feeling in it rather than despite it, I love you too. Nothing ornate. Nothing borrowed. Nothing from poetry or precedent or the false grandeur of family speeches. Only that, enough to hold. He came to me then. Not fast. Not like a man taking possession of what has finally been surrendered. Like a man crossing a room, in which every earlier mistake has already taught him the value of asking. When he stood before me, near enough now that I could see the rain, light silvering at the edge of his dark hair and the deep, tired honesty in his face, he lifted one hand and did not touch me. May I? There it was. Always there now where it mattered most. Wes, I said. He touched my face as if it were something not fragile but freely given, and therefore more precious than fragility. His hand was warm. I leaned into it before pride could stop me. That is the sort of truth one admits only once it has already happened. Then he kissed me. Not as husband. Not as conqueror. Not as reward after suffering. As if all the truth, all the waiting, all the law and weather and witness had finally burned everything false away and left only this one human act to prove that what remained between us belonged to choice alone. When the kiss ended, I did not step away. Neither did he. Our foreheads rested together for one quiet moment while the rain went on at the windows and the house around us kept all its ordinary sounds, doors, footsteps, a distant laugh from below, the low settling creak of old boards. Nothing in the world stopped for us. That somehow made the moment more real. At last I said, because I could not bear the solemnity 1 second longer. If you become insufferably happy, I shall blame myself. The laugh he gave then was half breath, half wonder. I am in grave danger of it, but— Good, I said. You deserve at least one difficulty you were not trained for. He kissed my forehead then, and I thought with astonishing clarity that happiness might indeed be more domestic than tragedy's admirers are ever willing to admit. Later, when we went downstairs, Lady Morland looked up from her book in the west drawing-room and took in the room key in my hand, the look on his face, and whatever remained on mine of rain and truth. She said nothing. She only turned a page and murmured, as if to the air, and not to us at all. At last, the Mrs. Finch, meeting us in the passage with a tray and a look like sharpened wisdom, saw the key, saw my face, saw his, and said, "Very well. But if happiness makes either of you careless about linen, I shall oppose it." Julia, hearing this from the next room, laughed so hard she dropped her cards. Lily, called back from sleep by the sound, and finding all the adults inexplicably brighter than the weather deserved, stood on the stair in her night rail, and demanded to know whether anyone had died of joy. Sir Edmund declared the question vulgar and entirely proper, so the house learned it not from announcement, but from weather-changed inside people. That is perhaps the best way. I still keep Lady Eleanor's blue ribbon in my work-basket. The key hangs now on the little hook by the writing table in her room where Lily can see it, where I may take it, and where no man needs to carry it against his watch as if memory were a locked duty. Julia keeps her own accounts and terrifies tradesmen into honesty. Belle remains alive, which is a pity, but distant, which is better. Edwin still exists somewhere in the county polishing resentment into civility, but Lily runs the lower garden, as if lineage were something horses trample daily. Fenwick continues to write letters that smell of victory without ever admitting the emotion. Lady Morland has taken to calling Gabriel improved when she wishes to annoy him, and my dear boy when she forgets she means not to. Mrs. Finch rules us all. As for Gabriel and me, we did not become a different story because we loved one another at last. We became the true one. A marriage begun for structure, corrected by truth, and then chosen openly once the danger no longer had the right to speak for us. There may be grander romances in the world. I do not envy them. Ours was built where I can trust it true in daylight, under witness, with all the old papers read, and none of the new ones hidden. Tonight, as I write this at Lady Eleanor's table, the west window stands open to early summer air. Somewhere below, Lily is protesting bedtime as if injustice were a family inheritance. Julia is laughing with Lady Morland over some account that has finally yielded. Gabriel is in the library and will come presently with the last of the correspondence, and, if I know him, with some practical question about the tenant school, meant only half as pretext to see me sooner. The blue key hangs where it should. The room is no longer locked. Nor, at last, are we.